Welcome to BMX Race Hub, round 8 of the Lloyds BMX National Series here in Cardiff.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready. Watch the gate.
All right, yesterday, grey racing as always. The wind was quite strong. It seems to have dropped a bit this morning, which is good news, I think, especially for the riders on the pro section. But also, I was just talking to Becca Goll on the way down, and she said that the wind was really quite strong yesterday, and her legs are feeling quite tired after 2 days racing already and double biking. But yeah, we're looking forward to more action on track today. Yesterday, we caught up with new European #1, Finley Munro. So let's listen to that now. So Finn, European #1, quite an amazing lap out there in Sarians a couple of weeks ago. Just tell us about what you were thinking about on the third straight.
I was just going to pull a high-low until today's came underneath me. So I just railed the berm and pushed down last straight as hard as I can to just see what I can come. But I thought I'd come second at the end because it was so close until I got a camera in my face and then they said I'd come first.
So the first you knew about it was a camera in your face, and it's happening again now?
Yeah, it's just nerve-wracking.
And yeah, how did it feel after that when you realised?
It was so good, the first European one I've ever had.
And what were your expectations going into Sarians and the UEC European Championships? What were you hoping for?
To make the final.
So you did that, and yeah, looking good out on track here as well. What do you reckon to this new venue we've got here in Cardiff?
Good, but the last straight's terrible.
All right, well, fair enough.
You'll only get honesty from Finn. You will only get an honest answer from the lad.
And John, I think it might have been you described him as uncoachable, so it's going quite well.
Because the kid is just the kid, right, and he does his thing. but his track speed is, I'm not going to swear, but his track speed is immense, and that just proved it at the European Championships. He got a lap, he was going to just, I could see him twitch, he was going to high-low on the last corner, and he thought, screw this, I'm railing it. And you see the speed down that last straight, he just went faster and faster because the kid pushes through with his legs when he manuals. He doesn't just stand there with his bars in the air, he pushes through and he speeds up. Well done to the kid.
All right, last word to you then, Finn. How are you feeling about the rest of the season?
Fine, just like when I next go to the Worlds, I just want to try and get a world plate.
All right, is that next year?
I'm not going next year to Australia.
This year, you're not going to Australia.
This year. Next year then, next year France?
Probably.
All right, nice one. Well done, mate, and congrats on the E1.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, welcome back. Have you enjoyed that conversation with Finley Munro? Great rider, and he had a win yesterday. I'm with Lewis Locker, one of the commentators of the National Series. Finn taking the win yesterday after a strong showing in Sarians.
I mean, he was incredible in Sarians. That final was immense. He put down a really solid lap, and then to come here yesterday, make another statement, picking up that win in front of a stacked age group. Yeah, it was awesome to see. Yeah,
and we talked to John Bentley as well, which is always entertaining. And he described, I think, in social comments as Finley Munro as uncoachable, but he's doing quite well on that basis, I think. We were going to talk about the jump into corner 2 here, which is one of those jumps that you do see on tracks. It's a bit of a sorter jump. At certain age groups, probably 12 and above actually, but then Henry Sullivan was jumping over it as well. So it can make or break your race, can't it?
Yeah, it's one of them jumps where it's a do or die. If you're going for it, you've got to commit. If you're not committing, that's going to change your race. I think, like you say, them sort of 12, 13-year-old age groups, you can see sort of half the race doing it, half the race not. It really opens it up. But then, especially the 4 riders that maybe at the front that are doing it, it's really bunching them together and make it for a great race out front. It's very similar to like the one into turn 2 at the indoor. It's a make or break jump. So it's great to see on tracks these days, but sometimes it depends on which side of it you fall. If you're jumping it, then it's good to see. Sometimes it breaks the heart, but yeah.
Yeah, and it's really hard to coach those as well because you've got to go in with the right mindset. And when you don't make it that first time or you pull the brake, it's really hard to then commit to do that jump. So one of those jumps, really good to see. Annalise Cabin-Carpenter flying over it in the Championship Women, and some mentioned Henry Sullivan. And I think it as well, where you end up sort of plopping onto it, it can catch you out as well. There were a few pedals blown there. I saw a couple in B finals, C finals, and semi-finals. I think Esme Ward had a moment there as well in the final, cost of the win. So just had a chat with her. She's up for it again today. So, what else? We've got the speed move on the way out. We won't call it that. Speed bump on the way out of corner 2 as well. Corner 2, it's all about corner 2.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't sure about it when I first saw it, but as you're coming through racing, it does actually build speed. It's one of them sort of things that we've not really seen put on a new track for quite some time. But when you see it in action in the racing yesterday, it was a great job. It is building speed, especially on that third straight with the headwind yesterday. You could see some of the younger age groups, especially, really struggling through there. So for them to be using that to get some drive into that third straight was definitely helping. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about it. I think the track guide had described it as a thing, I think it was non-entry to last corner. There's a couple of Bessens on somewhere. There's a entry jump like that, but very rare is there an exit jump like that. Anyway, great fun. Looking forward to more racing today, and we'll catch up with Lewis for the inside line later on this afternoon. So we are 10 o'clock. You've got an appointment over there. We'll let Lewis go. We're going to go live very soon. So put the kettle on, but don't walk too far away from the screens.
Got riders making their way up to the top of the hill, and 9 to 12-year-old cruisers are going to kick things off today. We've already had a couple of birthday shout-outs for today's racing. If you've got any more, make sure you come and tell us. Or feel free to drop me a message on Instagram. We are a go. Race number 1 of round number 8 of the 2026 BMX National Series, heading in towards that first corner. 9 to 12-year-old cruisers on track. Joseph Dewis, Fast Signatures, looking to pick up the first whole shot of the day. Who's there with him? We've got an RTR rider bringing it on through. That is Freddie Walsh aboard that 18 bike, heading in towards that second corner. Rider out of MK in there as well. Seth Ritchie riding in that 3 spot at the moment on the 522. But it's all about Joseph Dewis in race number 1, absolutely charging in towards that final turn. Fluent Bicycle Motocross have got Josiah Burge in there in 4. Sorry, Josh Byrne in there in 4. Josiah Burge in 5. Retro Racing in there in 6. That's going to be Finlay Kerr being chased down by Alayla Dixon out of Hot Shot Racing in 7. The European number 7 on track, Charlie Dowsing. Out there in front, BMX Hype looking good at the moment, going 1 and 2 with Arlo Steinmetz as they bring it through that second straight. Who's in there in 3? It looks like it's a rider out of Gosport National Race Team. That is Colwyn Jones being chased down by Hot Shot Racing's Emma Dean into that final turn and back out again they go. Dowsing though, going to pick up his first race win of the day. Mr. Sigma Riz is on track, in there in about 3 at the moment, being chased down by the rider out of Bristol Jets. That's Rocco Jenkins, so the Rocco's going 3 and 4 at the moment. Hackney BMX in there in 5. That's Sammy Stack on the 317 plate. But your race leader, the 9, is Leo Bradley. He's being chased down by Rory Smythe. Gosport National Race Team, that's going to be your front 2 riders as they bring it through that final straight. Mabo Factory Team UK in there in 3 with Rocco Westwood. Race number 4, more 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. These guys going quarter-final racing later on today. Seth Robinson, Bruntwood Park National Race Team. He's at the front of the pack at the moment. India Bennett, Albie Goldsworthy, Alfie Jones, Bradley Grimm, Ben Tanzer and Arthur Mason all out on track as well. I can see Ben Tanzer in there, repping the club jersey for Nottingham Outlaws. Smooth as you like as they bring it through that final straight. Looks like we've got a rider out of Cardiff. That's Alfie Jones inside the top 3. Race 5, Frederick State. 6 riders in this one. Jack Swales in there in that 2 spot. Is Freddie State back on track after his crash yesterday? I think he's in there in about 3 or 4 at the moment. Your race leader, though, Team Air. That's going to be Edward Worrell. It is Freddie State in there in 3. He's being chased down by Holly Bishop. Halo Wheels Race Team. Chasing him down on a Big Wheels bike. As we take a look at the 13 to 16-year-old girls cruiser entering a turn at number 2. Ailey Watson. Yesterday's winner, didn't drop a lap all day long. BMX Widow Photography out front in their lovely Sunday colours. Green Machine in there in 2. That is after your pick. Paige Cathcart Cunnison out of Savage Racing. Inside the top 3, Team Air have got Emily Grimm in 4. The Centurions in there in 5 with Elizabeth Graham, and that looks like Lucy Stevenson out of Tempo BMX UK in 6. 13, 14-year-old cruisers. Adam Arnold on track, yesterday's winner. I think it might have actually been Adam's first ever national win. He was buzzing with it as he came across the line, so congratulations to Adam. He's out there in front at the moment, riding for Braintree BMX Club. Looks like one of the Harding brothers in there in that 2 spot. That's going to be Leighton Harding, last year's national champion, picking up that 2 as they take it across the stripe. Benny Marco on track, was leading yesterday's final. Absolutely flying so far this year. Was having a chat with Dad Norbert yesterday. He's really impressed with how Benny's riding. He's going to bring it into that final corner. Dylan Spence, Team Bunnies in there in 2. Fast Signatures have got Harry Swales in there in 3. Former European finalist. He's going to bring it across that line with Merseyside BMX Club in 4, Joshua Lewis. Charlie Labras on track, doing it for the Bradford Bandits crew. Looking to make a move in that second turn. That was a rider out of Team Mine, Louis Sheffy, just about holding on to that top 6 spot as they bring it towards that final corner. MK in there as well. That is Lucas Laurie in 5. Oliver Arnold, Bence Tibor Kiss, Huey Hall. That's going to be your 1, 2, 3 in race number 9. As race 10 gets going, more 13, 14-year-old cruisers. Semi-finals later on for these guys. That looks like Hunter Malion out there in front, doing it for Brixton BMX Club. He's put down the Dutch jersey this season, riding in his club shirt. As they bring it in towards that second turn, the Hawks have got Alfie Ford in there in that 2 spot on the 24 plate. Tempo BMX UK in there in 3 with Harrison Barker. 15, 16 cruisers on track. Couple of riders out of BMX Widow Photography in this one. Currently going through in about 4 and 6. That's going to be Mr. McCrum in there in 4. Chasing down Ronnie Richards in 3. Robert Matten Alonso in 2 in your world number 3. Big Cotty out front. Looking good in Rab Racing to wake it. In and out of that final turn. He's going to pick up this Moto Winners thing stand. McCrum putting a bit of pressure on Ronnie Richards as he bring it down to the line. Looks like he nicked that top 3 podium spot. Race 12 on track. Where's Samuel Wood? He's in there in 3 at the moment. Repping the G195 jersey. In and out of that second corner. Max Surridge in there in 2. Alfie Sim though. Out front looking good. Evolved Bicycle Motocross in and out of that final turn. The 11 plate in there in 4. That's going to be Freddie Warwork for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Evolve Collective on track. Jack Walford leads the pack in race 13. It looks like Cooper Westwood in there behind him in that 2 spot. Team Mabo Factory UK. Newton Hinley, Team Air in there in 3. BMX Widow Photography in 4 with Thomas O'Brien on the 579 plate. He's under pressure though. Addison Milburn. Looks like Benjamin Dean's getting busy in that final corner. Throws it under. Works his way into a top 5 spot. Just shuffles Milburn back to 6. He's going to hang on to it as they bring it down to the line as Oliver Arnold. That's the 30-39 cruisers, not Oliver Arnold. That's Mitchell Smith, Smiley's Fly Club. Moves being made in turn number 2. That second turn got all sorts of busy in this 30-39 cruiser final yesterday. Nathan Abbott, though, works his way into that 1 spot. Chris Hearn, back there in about 3 at the moment. He's being chased down by Ash Richardson, doing it for CGR in 4. As Nathan Abbott picks up that race win. Sean Issett, no last straight legs. But he's in there in 2 at the minute. Doing it for BMX Hype, chasing down yesterday's winner, your British champion, Dan Popel. Some wicked moves being made in this final. As Martin Smiley Brown tries to work his way around the outside of John Lillingston. As they go around that final corner, Lillingston's going to hang on to 3 as Issett takes 2. Rob Harry's on track, 40 to 44-year-old cruisers. Dylan Dixon, though, leading him into that second corner. Your British champion out front, leading it from the 6 plate of Harry's. Looks like we've got a rider out of the Hawks. That's Nick Lewis on the 19 plate in there in 3. Bruntwood Park National Race Team. That is Craig Platt on the 735. He's inside the top 4, bringing it into that final corner. RTR's Matthew Walsh in 5. And that looks like Bournemouth BMX's Cole Fancini in 6. More 40 to 44-year-old guys. Chris Evans, Mr. Pie to Pie. He's in there in that 2 spot, picked himself up, dusted himself off. Treated himself to a well-deserved pint last night, I'm sure, after his crash in yesterday's final. Kieran McAvoy, though, made his return to racing after 10 years this year. Looking to wrap up this national title. sorted race gear. He's going to pick up that first race win of the day. Evsy in 2, and that looks like James Wilson in 3. Matt Eaton on track, race number 18. Ian Smythe, James Moores, Joel Marsden, Andy Groves, and Jake Hemsford. It is Eaton and Smythe, 1 and 2. Kempsford in about 6 of the minute, looking to put the pressure on the 3 plate of Andy Groves in that final turn, trying to make his move. The 14 is James Moores in there in that 4 spot, chasing down Joel Marsden in 3. Bradford Bandits on track, race at number 19. Looks like we have got Anthony Lebras leading it from his clubmate, Big Nige Smith. That's how they're going to go through as they enter that final turn. Barnsbury's Richard Stevenson, Tempo BMX UK. The Centurion's got a rider inside the top 4. That's going to be Ross Kennedy. Moves being made in that final corner. Mark Steele tried to carve it through. Didn't quite get close enough, but he's putting the pressure on down that final straight. Nicks that 4 spot on the line from the rider out of the Centurions. That was Ross Kennedy in 5. Kev Merrin, Luke Brown, Norbert Marco. Yesterday's winner in there in that 1 spot. Simon Toogood, Jesse Rose and Philip Duff all out on track. It is Marco, Rose, Toogood, 1, 2, 3 as Luke Brown rounds out them top 4 spots. 17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser on track. Anya Mata and Alonso leading the way in towards that second turn. Hannah Drew absolutely flying in yesterday's final. Last year's national champion in there in that 2 spot at the moment. Olivia Firth in 3, Trinity Camp in 4, Jamie Elwood in 5, no Megan Kirby in her first race of the day, but Anya Mata and Alonso going to wrap up the win in moto number 21. Charlotte Jackson in there at about 5 at the moment, battling it out with the rider out of Hot Shot Racing. That's Arla Radcliffe in there in 4 as Izzy Hurry works her way around the outside to go from 3 to 2. Hemstock back there in 3 then, but out front it is Molly Nice. DC Cycles looking good at the moment. Hurry, Hemstock, that's your 2 and 3. Alicia Linscott in about 6 as they bring it into that final turn. The 6X of Radcliffe hanging on to that top 4 spot as Jackson tries to put the pressure on through that final straight. Not quite going to get close enough. Radcliffe going to hang on to that top 4 spot. Taylor Lee Mohan on track in race number 23. Amy Willets, Carmel Allison, Erin J. Jackson and Jamie Hyam. Erin J. Jackson in there in about 4. Chasing down the 0-1 racing of Carmel Allison in at 3. RTR Resilient Team Racing in 5, that's Jamie Hyam, but the battle out front, Willets in 2. Chasing down your race leader, that is Taylor Lee Mohan out of sorted race gear. 30 plus women's cruiser on track. Tarling, Hemstock, Mardo, Brooke, Nichols, Gold, Sitch and Gray. It is SJN, your world number 3, leading out this moto. Yesterday's winner, putting an absolute shift in that final. Hot Shot Racing, absolute bicycle motocross. That's how they're going to take it across the line with Magic Manda and her healing hands of heaven in there in 3. W5 on track, Michelle Stupple. Gosport National Race Team, looks like it could be Leah Meaden. In there in 2, doing it for Bournemouth BMX Club. MK in 3 with Nicola Wheeler. Emily Eilert and Susan Farrawan. Neck and neck down that 3rd straight, battling it out for that 4 spot. Farrawan on the inside, looks like she's going to pick it up into that final turn. Eilert looking for a high-low. Coach Chizzy getting busy in there in 6. Hope you're focusing on your race, Annie, and not laughing this time round. The shake of the head, she's not impressed with that one. Rowan Beckett, race number 26. Smiley's Flight Club, Abby Hill on track. Good to see Abby back racing this year. She's in there in 5 at the moment. Repping the Hill Skills jersey. Chasing down Team Bunnies in there in 4. That's going to be Grace Turner on that 16 bike. Karen Evans, Lindsay Cuban, Ornella McGarvey Miles, all on track as well. 17, 29-year-old cruisers on track. Some sort of chaos in turn number 1. Didn't quite see it, but it's going to be Rab Racing. Dan Wilson, E7 on the front of his bike. Yesterday's winner, the 7 plate, Theo Pope. Pretty sure he crashed in yesterday's final, but he's back up on track. Chasing down Wilson as they bring it down to the line with Niall Moss and Lloyd Freeman going through in 3 and 4. Second rack of 1729 male cruisers on track. John O'Harradine doing it for all of the single ladies out there. He's looking for love. But he's loving what he's doing at the moment in there in that 2 spot, chasing down Josh Cates. Been keeping them Rab Racing boys honest this year. Absolutely flying, doing both bikes. No easy feat, especially on a track this long. So it is going to be Cates, Harradine 1 and 2. That looks like Joe Little in there in 3, doing it for Evolved Bicycle Motocross. Race number 29, where's Charlie Roy? He's in there in 3 at the moment, chasing down Alex Brooks. Newly crowned European number 5 over in Sarians. Was happy with that one. As Rocky O'Brien leads the way down the final straight, doing it for Crucial Racing. More 1729 cruisers on track then. Matt McHugh in there at about 4 at the moment, battling it out with Retro Racing. That's got to be Jack Mowat on the 15 plate. Just shuffled back to about 5. Fast signatures in there in 3. That's Stanley Palmer. The 2 and 1 is going to be Luke Davies-Hayes and Connor Blythe leading it in towards that final turn. But Luke Davies-Hayes getting busy round the outside. Blythe having none of it. Shows him the outside line. Hangs on to that win as they take it down to the stripe. Gaz Carver, what a palaver in there in the 2 spot as we move on to the 50 to 54-year-old Cruiser Bruisers. Hilly, though, leading it out. Your world number 7, Pure Bicycles, looking good at the moment. Maybo Factory Team UK in there in 2. Check Brett Knight. Throwing bows in that second corner. Works his way into that 3 spot, just in front of the 465 plate. That is David Bishop out of Bournemouth BMX. Now being chased through that final straight by the rider out of the northeast, Mark Franklin on the 9X bike. E4. Daz O'Brien, Crucial Racing. The UK's Kevin Bacon. If you see him around the track, he'll have an iPhone in his pocket and a Samsung in his front pocket. Showing you all of the good deals that EE have got going on at the moment. He's down there in that 1 spot. Sorted race gear in there in 2 and 3. That is Speedy Reedy and Pete Butler as we move on to the 55 plus cruiser guys. Stu Campbell, Tim Drew, 1 and 2. David Knowles in there in 3. Looks like Barnsbury in 4. That's going to be Mick Hood on the 386. Steve Needham in there as well. The 012 is Graham Davies out of the Hawks in 7. And the rider in 5 is David Wilcock out of Hackney. But it's Astar Racing. Sorry about that. All right, more 55 plus cruisers on track. We are taking a look at BMX Widow Photography. Dave Lindsay, 766 on the front of the bike. He's leading it in towards that second turn. The McRock in there at about 3. Here comes Bill Stupple round the outside. Oh, they've locked elbows on the exit of turn number 3. Who was the rider that dove underneath in that final corner? Looked like that was Benter's Allen's Factory Supercross. If you see John Bentley around the track, he's going to talk to you about Finley Munro. To absolutely no end. He's really, really happy with his new European champion. Is John, Allen's Factory team manager. Good to see him back on track as we move on to the female 6 and unders. Larissa Thoros on track today. Wasn't racing in this category yesterday, but she's here today. We've got Eilay Goodall, Grace Snell and Adeline Wilson all out on track. Fluent Bicycle Motocross leading it out. Grace Snell on the 180 plate. The 459 is Eilay Goodall doing it for the Cumbernauld Centurions. In and out of that final turn. That sounds like the Centurions just about waking up on that final turn. In and out of that last corner they go. Telford Flyers have got Adeline Wilson on the 818 plate in there in 3. And the 4 spot going to be the Hawks is Larissa Thoros on the 754. Sounds like we lost the rider in the 6 and under boys. That might have been Milo Ryder Bays. It was Grandad Dave's birthday yesterday. Was watching on the live stream. Once again, happy birthday to Grandad Dave from all of the Ryder Bays crew. As moves are being made in that final turn. Gehring shuffled back to 2. Rupert Garnett, your race leader. Junk Club S&M Source. Ellis Dowsing gonna round out them top 3 spots as they take it across the line. 7-year-old little ladies. Noah Kerr, Evie Steele, Alice Laurie and Opal Jones. 2 gates of these young girls today. Noah Kerr leading it from Alice Laurie at the moment as they bring it towards that second turn. Who's picking up the 3? Looks like that's Russing Up Racing's Opal Jones Evie Steele out of Ipswich BMX Club in there in 4 on that 7.05 bike. But out front, Alice Laurie looked for a way round Noah Kerr, couldn't quite find it as of yet. As they bring it into that final corner, Kerr looking good at the front of the pack. Alice Laurie looked up the inside, wanted to find a high-low. She's going to try and drag race it down this final straight. It's going to be Kerr, though, hanging on to it. As we take a look at Braintree's British champion, Peony Ford. Leading out moto number 38. Molly Cairns, Amaria Gibson, Senna Rose McCann and Erin Thorrows. Just seen her little sister in the 6 and under ladies. Erin's in there at about 4 at the moment, chasing down the 146 in 3. That is Senna Rose McCann. Molly Cairns in there in 5, but it is a Peony Ford out front, being chased down by Amaria Gibson in 2. 7-year-old boys on track. Where is Parker Gray? He's in there in about 3 at the moment, looking for a way round. What looks like your British champion Jack Byrne in there in that 2 spot, but Alejandro Crudo Estevez leads the pack for the Bruntwood Park National Race Team. Estevez under pressure though. Ben looking for a way round. Gray rounding out them top 3 spots as you bring it into that final straight. Albie Howe in there in 4. Look at the battle for 5. That's going to be Reggie Rice taking it down to the stripe with Leon Zucchina. After having a good old scrap rusting up racing. Lost it on the first straight. That was Jensen Dyke. He's not having the best of weekends. His second crash. Let's hope that he's all right. He's going to finish his lap as we take a look at your race leader, Allen's Factory Supercross, Luke Barron. Fast as you like into turn number 2. Green Machine Tribe in there in that 2 spot. That's going to be Freddie Mitchell-Moore. Bristol Jets in there in 3. That's Isaac Book. Amari Bamford-Burt in there in 4. Doing it for Peckham BMX. Going to round out them top 4 spots. Race 41, 701 on the front of the bike. Jackson May. Sinead's Reed Academy in there in that 1 spot. Who's in 2? Got to be the rider out of Braintree. That is Axel Genix. Looks like the rider out of Team Bunnies in there in 3. Dennis Turner doing it for the Outlaws. In and out of that second corner they go. Dennis the Menace looking to stick it into a podium spot at the moment as things stand. That looks like a rider out of Telford. Milo Foxbond on the 166 in there in 4. Gosport National Race Team in 5. That is Blake Russell. The 420 in there in 6. That's going to be Cooper Shearing with Otis Tinniswood in 7. Race 42 on track. Savage, McAllister, Castro, Lack, Edwards, Schrader, Lake and Hawker. Ruben McAllister leads this one out. Yesterday's winner in his first ever national, ladies and gents. Absolutely massive win for him. He's having a talk with his coach yesterday after evening. Mr. McCoy's watching on Fruitfully on the live stream, BMX Race Hub, for all of your UK BMX streaming needs, as Ruben McAllister picks up that race win.
Right, race 43 is me. I'm Sophia Rees, Ada Warner, Elsie Hopkins, Ada Porter and Erin Doney. And out in front, Moto 1 Muckops, Esme Anderson, where she was yesterday. And Sophia Rees chasing her down that 3rd straight towards that final corner. That's Erin Doney in there in that 3rd spot. The 574, that belongs to Ada Porter out of Burnham. Rumour has it that we might be going back to Burnham for a national one day. Don't know how true that is. You know what the BMX rumour mill's like. It'd be like 2001 all over again. Yeah. I had one of my best ever results at Burnham. I think I was 5th in 30-39 cruiser. That was a while ago. 8-year-old boys. Shelby Yates, Ionis Chalkos. In this one, Harrison Slater, Benji Ross Foster. Where's Benji? In there in about 4th, I think. Jacob Taylor, Izana Grant, John Joe Blundell. Race 45 into the 2nd turn. Gregory Bradley, Bromelo, Tomlinson, Murphy, Taylor and Thorne. Charlie Bromelo out in front. Isaac Tomlinson in there in 2. The man in 3 is under some serious pressure from Noah Taylor. That'll be the 5.53, I think it was. 5.93 of Jackson Gregory. Just had that position pinched from him going down that final straight. Race 46, Finn Kowalski, Sandy Zounds, Nico Jocelyn Black, Harry Merrin, Soren Rock, Hatfield, Otis Simmers and Oliver Bridle. Oliver doing it for Crucial BMX out there in front. Sandys is going through in 2. All these young men looking like stars of the future. The 075, I think it was. 675, Nico Jocelyn Black out of the Bournemouth BMX Club. As we move on to race 47, Cactins in there in about third. He's got Eels, Lamb, Brown, Taylor and Isaac Perry-Allett to deal with. Quite the mix. Merseyside BMX Club's Ruben Lamb in there in two. He's looking for the one. He's on the back of Jasper Eels going into the corner. Cactins is in there in three. Groves in four. Drag race at the front of the pack. Ruben gets a little bit out of control. Has to hold on for the two. As Arthur Kinge leads it out. William Beckett, Alex French, Lewin Jamira, Henry Dodd out of Mid-Lancs, my little mate. And Ronnie Hill out of Bristol as well. Boys are going well. Kinge is leading it through. Jamira's in there in two. He's dreaming about beef curry from... See, like a king at home. I feel like moving in with the Jamiras with a menu like that, I'm telling you. As they head down towards the finish line, you can throw a blanket over and they're that close together. Race number 49. Maisie Edwards, Freya Forrest, Luciana Pins and Baron, Mabel Pine, Izzy Moore and Verity Kay. They're like the Spice Girls of the 9-year-olds. I don't know which one's which, but they can all probably sing better than the Spice Girls. Mabel in one. That'll be Miss French in there in two. Verity in three. Luciana in four. The line, Moto 50, heading to the second turn. Millie Morflick, Brent Knoll. All the Jewish, Madeline Malloy. Madeline. Out of the Titans, Kylie Dixon and Susie Wyatt. That looks like the 653, I think it is. That's going to be all the Jewish. Fast Signatures. Flicks in there in the familiar colour of Allen's. Rocking the DFS Sofas colour scheme. Madeline in there in three. Susie in four. Girls going well. Race 51, Bella Henry. Maggie Devine, your new European 7. Abigail Henning out of Preston, Freya Critchley, Matilda Hewitt. And a Lottie Arnold from TNT. Matilda got the little kid head shake going on. It's amazing how many kids do that when they're racing, when they're little. Nathaniel used to do it as well. Shaking his head mid-lap. Matilda in one. Maggie in two. Abigail in there in three. Hashtag special bearings. Race 52, on to the 9-year-old boys. Bragg, Joseph, Pleasance Ford, Lewis Field, Rowe, Weatherly, Stimpson and Ryder Bays. Have we mentioned Grandad Dave from yesterday? We have, right. He's like a superstar, isn't he? Gets a mention on every single broadcast. So, Pleasance Field and Oakley, Lewis Field, Pleasance Ford. Oh, God, there's too many double-barreled names. It's too early on a Sunday morning. So... Race 53, Oliver Appleton, Bath BMX Club, Luke Ford, Toby Brook. That's Teddy Gorman out in front. Oliver's in there in two. Jude Shearer had an absolute banger of a day yesterday, making the main. Retro Racing, they've got Finley Kerr in there. Jonah Taylor as well. Toby Brooks out of Exeter. Braintree heading down the final straight. That is Luke Ford's. Race 54, Frankie Jones, Albie Blight, Oliver Pritchard, Elliot Goodall, Rory Kempsford, my mate Logan Aceto on that bright orange bike. He came across for a chat yesterday. Once he starts, he doesn't shut up, honestly. No idea where he gets it from. His dad will probably say he gets it from his mum. Roman Baker, Petar Bunchik out in front. Boys pushing hard, riding well. As we move on to race number 55. I'll keep going for a minute. Right, here we go. My mate Oscar Rao, the daft. Look at him out in front, sorted race gear. That cage we've ordered for him to keep him in the corner of the gazebo and out of trouble, it's still not arrived. I'm putting a complaint in with Timu. Arlo Payne's in there as well with his drum and bass. Theo Harris, Alan Wong, Cooper Crowley, Dougie Campbell, Augustus Bartolini, Juventus midfielder, and Rapid Roman Birdfield. I think we've got one down at the bottom of the hill. That's why we're on hold. Right, just a little update for everybody. As you will have noticed, yesterday afternoon, my rider had a lie down in the middle of the track in the semi-finals. He is all right. There's nothing broken. He spent the night in hospital just to be on the safe side, and I'm just waiting for a call to say he's been discharged. At which point I'll go and pick him up. Oh, hang on. There we go. Right, okay. Yep, he'll not be long. So that's the message come through. No, absolutely not. Straight into the semis for Nathaniel today. Yeah, golden buzzer BGT. But yeah, he's fine. Also, I must have had, 100 plus messages last night. Phone was going mad. Thank you to everybody who messaged. Really appreciate it. Offers of help and all that kind of stuff. The medics were amazing. The club have been amazing. They went above and beyond as well. And University Hospital, the Heath up the road, they were amazing as well. So on behalf of myself and Mrs. Eames, thank you very much. We just, have undying gratitude for all of you. Anyway, back to the racing. Race number 56, I think it is. The 01, Archie Fisher into the turn. Arlo Hatch is in there as well. Vincent Olivier, Vlad Lepidatu, the Viking. That's officially his nickname now. Parents might not be impressed with it, but that's going to be his nickname. Lucas Ruscombe King, Ethan Thoros, Max Pete and Jack Hale. So, all good. Race 57, Lewin France Brotherton. Alfred McGarvey, Miles Joseph Claydon. Joseph in there in 2, Archie Walsgrove. Charlie Crossley, Billy Cadwallader, Ollie Underhill and Fergus Lillywhite. So those boys heading down the straight towards that finish line. Claydon's going to take the 2, Underhill taking the win. So, yeah.
Ten-year-old girls up on the gate. Straight back into it then. It looks like Ella Grant with an absolutely blinding start, going airborne through that first jump. Grant leading it out there for Absolute Bicycle Motocross on that 2 She's got the 3 right there behind her. That is Lauren Snell doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. So Absolute and Fluent 1 and 2. Who's picking up the 3? Looks like Alan's Factories, Alice Barron. Yesterday's birthday girl. She's picking up a podium finish as things stand. Who's in there in 4? Looks like that could be B. Smith out of Peterborough Phantoms, rounding out them top 4 spots as things come through that 3rd straight. But look at the scrap out front. Snell looking for a way round. Grant throws in a high-low, looking to drag race it down the final straight. Not quite going to get close enough. It's going to be Grant Snell in that order. Motor number 59 heading through that 2nd straight. Macy Dyson leading this one out. Bradford Bandits, Grace Ledgerwood Bar in this one as well, doing it for Smiley's Flight Club. Poppy Weatherly, Amelia Brain, Amika Gibson and Madison Stupple doing it for Fast Signatures in there in 5. Chasing down the Green Machine Rider in at 4, that is Poppy Weatherly. Ice Bikes in there in 3 with Amika Gibson. Amelia Brain out of Olympia BMX Club in 2. And your race leader got to be Maisie Dyson doing it for the Bradford Bandits. Exeter Eagles on track, race number 60. Heading towards that 2nd corner, Autumn Moore on the 12 plate. In and out they go and through that 3rd straight. Retro Racing, Tessa Johnson in there in 3. Chasing down the 17 plate of Pananicha Castro Lack in 2. Looks like Layla Dixon in there in 4. MK have got a rider in at 5 with Mabel Kiff on the 7-3-4 plate, but it's Autumn Moore that's under pressure out front as they bring it right the way down to the line. Moore's going to hang on to the win. Castro Lack for 2. 10-year-old boys, Antek Perebny. Didn't have the best of starts in yesterday's final. Somehow, though, managed to pick up a podium. He was either second or third. He had an absolutely blinding lap. Did you world number 3? He's going to take the win in that one. Charlie Blakeburn in behind him in 2. That looks like Oakley Hill on track in there in that 2 spot, chasing down your European champion, Big Hen Sullivan, yesterday's winner. A dominant force in this age group at the moment, so he's leading it into that final turn. Hill in there in 2. That looks like the 18 plate in 3. Felix Zucchina out of Bristol Jets, bringing it down that final straight inside the top 3. As Seb Perry leads out the next moto in race number 63. Lawson Hitchens out of BRE Racing in the middle of the pack as well, looking for a spot in about 5 or 4 as they bring it down that third straight. Looks like the Hawks in there in 3, chasing down Edward Calburn in 2. That's got to be Pritchard in there in 3. Who's the rider picking up 4? Looks like Absolute Boss coming across as Jack Colwell on the 783 plate, but Seb Perry out front, mixing it up today, going fluorescent, camo, fluorescent from top to bottom as they bring it across that line. More 10-year-olds action on track. Arthur Mason doing it for Team A in there in that 2 spot. In and out of that second corner they go. Christian Garbachik, Vernal Challenger on track as well, picking up that 4 spot as they bring it towards the final turn. That looks like it could be the 30 plate in there in 3. William Cairns. Merton Saints, he's going to round out them top 3 spots as Christian Garbachik picks up that race win. One rider down. I think that might have been Oliver Ford. Let's hope that he's all right. Picked himself back up. Going to finish his lap. Race 65, Callum Wood out of lane number 1 in this race, heading for that first corner. But it's going to be Derby BMX's Alex Vitols heading in towards that whole shot line with Dominic Zapanos right there behind him, doing it for Hot Shot Racing. So that's your 1 and 2. Woods in there in 3, who's picking up that top 4 spot as they head towards that second turn. Looks like Harley Laker out of the Hawks on the 32 plate. In and out of that second corner, Alexander Gilbert, Fluent Bicycle Motocross in there in 5. Looks like that could be Ned Wills in 6, but your race leader, Alex Vitols, under a bit of pressure now as Dominic Zapanos queues up behind him with Callum Wood in there in 3. That's how they're going to take it, though, as they head across the line. Ethan the Great White on track in race 66. Chaos in turn number 1. Looks like we've lost the Great White. Let's hope that he's okay. Rustin at Racing. Elliot Hatch. Con Guran, one of the fallers as well. He's back up to his feet, finishing his lap. TNT in there in 2. Jensen Jessup.
Caleb Tuwalde as well.
Caleb Tuwalde was one of the fallen riders. Let's hope that he's all right. Ethan White. Caleb's up to his feet, going to ride away. Put your hands together for Caleb. Put your hands together, ladies and gents, for Ethan White.
You can always go and get a sign for that. Right, here we go. 11-year-old girls. This is moto number 67. 6-7. I'll probably get ripped to pieces for that one, but never mind. Just do it to annoy certain people, because I know it'll wind them up. Florence Dyson, Molly Tomlinson, Roxy Rowlands, Rosie Geddes, Arabella Denton, Florence Kay, Emma Dean, and Ruby Evans. I believe it's Karen Evans' 40th birthday upcoming, and I've been asked to mention it. So Karen Evans, I'm assuming is Ruby's mum. Happy birthday. Well done on turning 40. It's all downhill from here on in. But there you go. Right, Florence Dyson, Molly Tomlinson, Roxy Rowlands. Rosie Geddes going through in about third spot. The Manchester rider was Florence Kay. Race 68, Roxy Morgan, Abby Graham, Holly Bishop, Gabriella Malloy, River Henderson, Una Svinson. I'm assuming Mum is watching the live stream and going bananas as we speak. Freya Knight and Agnes Lamb. Agnes in there in two, chasing down Holly as they go down that final straight. Your Cardiff rider is Roxy Morgan. Big shout to the Cardiff riders this weekend. I know some of them have put some personal best performances in, made their first main events, all that kind of stuff, and they work very hard down here with the coaches. I was having a chat with Adrian Ridley as well. So, Cardiff riders who've stepped up this weekend, well done. You've done a phenomenal job. As well, Tramontano, Arthur Donaldson go across the line. Ethan Kowalski, Dodd, Louis Denny, and Alistair Kane. Alistair from the Brunty Massive, the Green Army, the Fire Burnham, being tracked down by young Mr. Ford, I think it is. Oh no, Albie Dodd. That was race 70, race 71, Otto Watmore Randall, Jack Kitchen, Aston John Lee, where is he? He's in there in about fourth. William Arnold, Oakley Lewis Field, Oscar Ryder Bays, and Oliver Hawker. Oliver just getting the move put on him. He's been shuffled back into two by the 20 plates. That is Oakley Lewis Fields. Aston John Lee still in there in four. William Arnold going through in five. Race Betty Wills, Ollie Bird, Oscar Schrader, Eric Kincaid, and Killian Hanna. All these riders in the 11-year-old boys category. Ollie Bird in there in three. The W4 belongs to Betty Wills. That's the Eric Kincaid, I think it is, on the 31. But he's still got his Belfast City BMX Club jersey on. Looking forward to that track being built in Bangor, Northern Ireland. My adopted hometown. As Ethan Shaw, I think it is, goes out that final turn. Seth Kacharik in there in two. Ronnie Edwards in the mix as well. Hayden Kinsey, Hudson Edis, George Spencer. Race 73, race 74, Jack Haynes, Chester Grocock, Charlie Dowsing. I hope Blake Mellier's on there. He did have a roll round on the floor yesterday as well. Tobias Groves should be in there somewhere. I can see Blake and Chester having their own personal scrap at the back of the pack. Chasing down Cardiff's Alexi Carlos. As race 75 enters the track, that is the female 12-year-olds. Neve France Brotherton, Isla Severani, Izzy Dolan, Jessica Cox, Holly Richardson. Freya Monforte, Salted Race Gear out in front. Erin Toogood and Rachel Pritchard doing it for the Hawks. Shout out Scott Dick. So Freya into the turn. The 20 is Jessica Cox in two. Rachel in three, Holly in four. Brunty's right. Dolan. Race 76, Darcy Payne, April Wood, India Bennett. Amelia Rowe, Aria Roseley in there in fourth. Maisie Egan out front, doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Apparently, according to Bella Gerard, the most annoying person in the Hard Knocks tent. Bit harsh, to be fair. But she's from Darwin, so she's going to have a gob on her, isn't she, Mum? Do you know what I mean? So, and if she has got a gob on her, she's got it from her dad. Don't know where Mark is. Did you hear that? I don't think so. Just like taking the mick out of people. Female 12-year-olds, Bonnie Dudley and Trixie Trays. In this one, 1 and 4 at the minute, the 8 plates. That is Ellie Beats. Not quite sure who picked up the 2. Isla Milne's in there as well. I was having a chat with her dad yesterday. Ian. We used to race each other in the mid-90s. Right, Benny Jackson, where is he? In there in 2, casually riding round on a Sunday morning. Rusty Nut Racing in there in 3. That's going to be Leo Bradley. The man out front, Preston Newmarsh, Power Wally Thorne, Killian Tiffany, Sam Snell, Ted Harvey, and Albert Turner. Race 79. Edward Cordery battling away with the Land Shark, Ronnie Woods. Into that turn, Ronnie just missing out on the main yesterday. Rider in 3, left the door open for Hugo Dayton. It's not what you want to do, but Ronnie takes the win from Edwards. We had Otto Parr and Ollie Warner in there as well, I think. Am I looking at the right one, or have I gone the wrong way? No. Race 80. BMX Hype, Teddy Jones, Lucas Tawalde, Sebastian Hewitt. That is your 1, 2, and 3. The 57, that belongs to Tom Henning. BM Racing. Hashtag Special Bearings. Battling with Laith Salah to the line. Race 81, Will Loffey, Benjamin Gray, Ed Worrell, Isaac Jones, Joey McAvoy in there, Alfie Jones, Arthur Holloway, and Freddie Ray Orland. Orland in 1, McAvoy in 2. The 33 being followed by the 570. That's Benjamin Gray and Will Loffeed. Teamer, they've got Edward Worrell in there as well. As we move on to race 82, Jensen McLaren's Finley Hewitt, Noah Grant, Finn Monroe. Apparently Finn's won some big race. I don't know which one it was. Biggest race he's been in recently, the Midlands Regional. He must have won that one. Right, Connor Hempill. Where are we up to? Mac Finley, Josh Coates, Kylan Gordon, Watson, Rex Beasley, and Josiah Berg. I'll do race 84, then hand you on to Lewis, Olivia Webb, Millie Ross, Mara McCarran, Freya Harris, Iris Hyder, Emily Bartha, and Miss Grace Gerard from the Hard Knocks Massive. That is Freya out there in 1, Iris in 2. Gerard in there in 4, chasing down the template of Millie Ross. Mara McCarran's on a mission down that final straight as well. Pushing hard, trying to pick up the position. Dictate the line, race 85, Lewis.
13-year-old girls on track, Mackie, Davenport, Hopkins, Kirby, Andrews, Hewitt, Johnson, and Blight. It is going to be Elsie Blight leading the pack as they bring it towards our final turn. Green Machine Tribes, Poppy May Kirby in there in that 2 spot, keeping her honest. In and out of that final corner they go. Blight, Kirby, that's going to be your 1 and 2 as they bring it down to the wire. Crank BMX coaching getting involved in that top 3 action. Tyler Davenport looking like she might have just nicked it on the line from Olivia Johnson out of the Sunny Nunny crew. Looks like we lost one rider in that race. That might have been the 31 plate. That was Beth Hewitt. Beth's up, finishing her lap as we take a look at the 9. Leading out the following moto, Lauren Keller, Gosport National Race Team, Sarah Pritchard, Evolve Collective, Paige Cathcart Cunnison in there in 3. That looks like Elizabeth Graham rounding out then top 4 spots. 13-year-old boys on track. Archie Malkin in this one, doing it for Derby BMX. Can't see him on track. That's Satai Jamira though, in there in 3. Well, looks like that could be Emil Challenger in 2, but your race leader on that 7 plate. Leighton Harding, DC Cycles. Move from Vernal Challenger, though, in that final corner. Looked for a high-low. Didn't quite make it stick, so it's going to be Harding picking up that race win. Race 88 on track. Louis Sheffy leads it out, going 1 and 2 with Reactive Racing's Lucas Belton. Gosport National Race Team are going to ride inside the top 3. That's Max Livingston on the 32 plate, who's picking up the 4. Dragon Riders, Luca Milne. He's under a bit of pressure, though, from CGR. In there in 5. Theo Davies on the 34 plate, doing all he can to track down a top 4 finish as Belton works his way round the outside of Sheffy to go from 2 to 1. Your new race leader then, Lucas Belton, he's going to pick up the race win. Couple of riders down in the following moto. Archie Bell was one of them. Zach Hamill the other. As the Maybo boys go 1 and 2. Leo Rowlands, Jack Devine in that order. Looking very factory this year. Them two gents going to pick up the 1 and 2 down that final straight with the Reactive Racing in at 3. That is going to be Harrison Doe. Put your hands together for Archie Bell and Zach Hamill, ladies and gents. James Bibby on track, leads out race number 90 across that whole shot line in turn number 1. The 28 plate right there behind him. That's got to be Noah Bagwell out of MK Evolution. Team here inside the top 3. That is Bram Heaver doing it for Andover BMX Club. The front 3 have separated out from the rest of the pack at the moment. In and out of that second turn they go. Pro Star BMX, yesterday's winner. National champion James Bibby absolutely on a charge in this moto. Look at that for a lead, ladies and gents. A full corner as he brings it down to the wire and takes that win. Ronnie Payne on track in race number 91. Jump Club S&M Source. Big move. Sunny Nunny crew in there in that 2 spot. Picked up an A final on his 20-inch bike yesterday. Once more of the same. Come knockout rounds later on today. That looks like Harry Swales in there in 3. Doing it for fast signatures. Trying to go around the outside of Big Murph. Not quite managing it in that final turn as we take a look at the reactive rider Jack Laughlin in there in 4. Zach Everly on track. Looks like we lost the sender in turn number 1. Noah Ford was the other fallen rider. But your race leader on the 3 plate, Archie Croker White. Hakim Brazier in there for that 3 spot, the 33 in 4. Put your hands together for Noah Ford, ladies and gents. Archie Croker White, Noah Everly 1 and 2. Race number 93 hits the track. These are your 14-year-old girls. Check out the world number 8 all the way out of lane number 8. Esme Ward. It all went a little bit wrong in yesterday's final into turn number 2, and the wind just slipped away from her. And it was all about Ruby Warren in that final, but Esme Ward showing us what she can do at the moment. Naira O'Connell, BMX Widow Photography in there in 2. Braintree BMX's Molly Fumi Carroll inside the top 3. Team Mind in 4 with Nora Cyrus. She's chasing down that top 3 spot. Looking to go round the outside. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching in there in 5. That's got to be Isabella Gerard. Gerard then pushing hard through that final straight. Ward, O'Connell, that's your 1 and 2. It's going to be Fumi Carroll hanging on to that top 3 spot as Cyrus takes 4. Ruby Warren, Pure Bicycles, last year's national champion, leads out the following moto. Race number 94 with Clara Salmon. She's in there at about 5 at the moment, chasing down the Jump Club S&M Source Riders. That's the 17 plate of Eva Zuzarek inside the top 4. Anushka Jones in 3. Martha Cottom in 2. But your race winner going to be Ruby Warren. Couple of riders exited right down that first straight. Roland Ells, Charlie Wilcox, both riders going to finish their laps. Put your hands together for those gents. Ben's T-Ball Kiss. Repping that Hungarian jersey through that 3rd straight. 37 in there behind him in 2. That is Harry Holmes. Braintree BMX Club. Bruntwood Park National Race Team, Sam Dolan rounding out the podium spots. 11 on the plate, Harry Tyres, Moto 1 and Muck-Off Race Team leading this one out. Not sure what happened to Ruben Bishop in yesterday's final, but it's up there at the moment. Picking up that 2 spot round the outside of the rider in 3. Looked like that could have been Gilmore Green. Just shuffled back to that 3 spot then, but it's all about Tyres at the moment. Looking good. Bishop keeping him honest into that final corner. tyres, Bishop, Green. That's going to be how they bring it down to the line as Joshua Lewis has a move stuck on him in that final turn. For Merseyside BMX Club, it's going to be Jordan Ajibaid working his way into a top 4 spot. Savage Racing, Max Vass, Absolute in there in 2. That is Sully Collis. Dad watching on from between turns at 1 and 3. He's happy with that one. Was that a slight nod? That's a nod. Guess a nod of approval does Sully for that one. Picks up the 2 spot. As we take a look at race number 98, Lawrence Bojang inside the top 3 at the minute. Joe Douglas leading it out. That looks like Ethan Crooks Martin just being shuffled back. Check out Lawrence Bojang right round the outside. Goes from 3 to 1 in the space of about 2 jumps. So Bojang, Douglas, Martin, that's going to be your front 3 riders as Oliver Arnold rounds out the top 4 spots. James Miller on track. That looks like a Pro Start rider. Freddie Parkinson in there in 2. 0-1 racing in 3. Got to be Harley Steele. Louis Kacharik, Dylan Spence, 4 and 5. The 40 plate in there in 6. That's Darwin Shepherd. Never seem to recognise Darwin these days. He's grown about 3 feet since I've seen him last. Team Bunnies in that one though, going 5 and 6. Shout out to Team Bunnies, team manager, Matt and Chris Wimbledon. They'll be watching on from the shop, I'm sure, on the live stream. As JP leads out race number 100 from Max McNulty, Charlie Bob Craig. And that looks like Riley Butt rounding out them top 4 spots. Onto the Grand Vets then. Christos Chalkos getting all sorts of busy on the exit of turn number 1. Stu Little, your race leader. Matt Haywood, almost got it all wrong into that second turn. Just about kept it upright. Look at this. The 3 of them having a good old scrap on the exit of that second turn. Relax, gents. It's moto number 1. Stu Little, though, he's going to take that race win. Evolved Bicycle Motocross. Christos Chalkos, Matt Haywood round out them top 3 spots. Fitzroy Bryce in there in that 2 spot. Neil Waddington in 3. David Knowles in 4. All chasing down Brett Knight. Crucial racing into that second turn. Quick as you like is Brett. He is a last straight specialist. I reckon I've seen Brett make more moves on a last straight than laps actually raced. But he's going to, no need for that one this time round. He's going to take the win, start to finish.
Brett's been making moves since disco in the 70s. That's how long Brett Knight's been making moves.
What sort of moves were they, though?
Well, I wouldn't like to say.
And did they include a BMX track?
Well, again, wouldn't like to say. I don't know where we're up to, Lewis. I'll let you carry on for a minute.
We're on a race 102.
All right, okay.
I'll finish this one. Oh, no, we're not. 103, actually.
103, right, go on, I'll jump in then. Pierce Stanbury, Matthew Knight, Ante Fogadich, Ian Milne, John Bentley. Has John made it on track again? Has he? Can't see him. Mr. Bentley. Is he? He's in 1 now, Mr. Bentley, with his new titanium handlebars from Mirage. He's always got the Mirage jersey on. There you go. Talk about timing. So if you want to go and look at those handlebars, he has got them over at the Allen's tent. Titanium for all you BMX dads who just want to spend more money than anybody else. You fools. Race 104. Marv Rees, Jamie Scrivener, Ben Martin, Mark Moore. Now, talk about a change in attitude. I saw Mark Moore riding around on a tall seat post earlier on. That was like the epitome of what he used to be. I remember when he was in the 90s and he rode for Profile, he had a really nice short haircut. Now he's still got his long hair, but he's riding around on a tall seat post like a pro. So not hardcore, Mark. Losing his style points with the sauce. So, yeah. Nice bit of wind-up going on there. Where are we up to now? Zoltan Boudet, yeah. Dylan Dixon, Matthew Eaton, Danny T on his dead fast racing bike. Carl Svensson going through inside the top 5. Who else did we have in there? Big Nige Smith, Jack Hatfield as well. Big Nige Smith, the mayor of Bradford. Did you know that? No, I'm joking. He's the unofficial mayor of Bradford. Darren Utley, Tom Palmer, Sean Issett, Billy Irwin. You don't want to live in my brain for a day, Lewis. You really do not want to live in my brain for a day. Matthew Bourne, Mitchell Smith, Romney Wybrow Parker. He's got more cars than you, and they are cooler. He's the only man in BMX who turns up with his bike on top of a Ferrari, and then when he goes home, he gets his police cruiser out and goes rolling around the streets of Preston, nicking folk. Was he? He's now the chairman of Preston BMX Club. Again, the unofficial mayor of Preston. Right, are we up to the lads? We are. Let's have a look. Oh, Heath Osborne, Brody Geddes, Robin Mattern Alonso, Oscar Jewell, Dexter Moore, Harry Bailey, Ben Foganich Morris, and Sam Wood. As we move on to race number 109. I better take this one seriously because these are our boys in the 15, my favourite age group. Leading it out, Toby Lynch, sorted race gear. Toby's off to Australia for the Worlds. Getting himself a suntan out in Australia. Henry Shenton absolutely flying in there in free at the minute, chasing down Ronnie Richards. Hot shot as well. That was Benjamin Dean. As we move on to race 110, Jack Murphy Patterson, Callum Howe, Finley Forrest, Percy Bradley, Blake Allison, Mr. Ned Guppy, absolutely on it. In there in 1, Nate Hamilton in 2. That's Maxwell Lawrence in there in 3. 0-1 Racing. That belongs to Blake Allison as we watch Kobe Rayford. Head down straight number 2, Logan Young in there as well. Double biking it as always. Oliver Tyers, James Cotty Cottrell, Jack Jones, Tristan Clark. Oren Hanna in there as well. But it's Kobe, yesterday's winner of the 15s, being pursued by Oliver and Cotty. Not so little Cotty as he is now. As we move on and watch watch the Hard Knocks twins in this one, Evan Bartley and Freddie Walwork. That looks like Freddie in there in 2. So Freddie's having an absolute fly. Had just been shufted around in that final turn, dives underneath. He's got Evan pulling up next to him. So Bartley's going to get possibly even the 1 right at the line. Absolute last minute charge from Evan Bartley. Newton Hindley, Michael Fraser, Dexter Beerup, Spencer Lynch, Elvis Lawrence, Caden Thompson and Dom Challoner. That is Elvis in there in 1. Newton Hindley in 2. Dexter Beerup rounding out the 3. Caden Thompson in 4. Elvis taking the win in that one. As we move on to the 15-year-old girls, Ella Blue Chidley, Jalaya Patel, Katie Miller, Emily Grimm, Anastasia Muha, Evie Malkin, Rin Serafina Gianolino, and Miss Emily Eaton. Fresh off making the Euros main in Sarians. Or Sarians, if you're from Manchester. Emily out in front. That's going to be Rin Serafina Gianolino in there in 2. The team rider coming through is Emily.
15-year-old girls on track. That looks like it could be Stay Strong, Sedona Cleve leading this moto through at the moment. BRE Racing right there behind her in that 2 spot. Got to be Ellie Moore on the 8 plate, doing it for Birmingham BMX Club. Libby Coppins in 3, doing it for Crucial Racing. Team Mind in 4. That is Sophie Coulson out of Bournemouth BMX. She's going to round out them top 4 spots. Looks like she's chasing down a 3 as they bring it across the line. Race 116. Reactive Racing, Bradley James leading this one out. They are queuing it behind him at the moment. Elijah Jumeirah, he's receiving a few bows in that corner. He's battling it out with Cooper McCrum and Evolve Collective, Alex Dunkley, as they take it across a line. Green Machine, Ollie Kirby, going 1 and 2 with BMX Winner Photography, Eric McSwitty. That is the 62 plate in there in 3. Max Hatry, Finn Cranage in 4, doing it for Team Bunnies. That's how they're going to bring it across the line. As we take a look at race 118, Ollie Turblanche in there in that 2 spot at the moment. Henry Radcliffe's in 3. Just a quick one, guys. If anyone manages to find a bunch of keys with a key fob on, so if you find a bunch of keys anywhere dotted around the track with a key fob on, so if you find some keys with a key fob, please can you hand it back to the Absolute Gazebo? That would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Jack Davey on track, leading out race 119. Logan Murphy, Ewan Beat, Tom McGovern, Logan Ritchie, Harry Maitland and Chase Barnard. That looks like Decoy BMX. Tom McGovern in there in that 2 spot. Logan Murphy. Good to see him national racing in there in 3, doing it for Warsop Wheelies as they take it across the line. Next up, looks like we've got a Rabber racing rider. Lucas Seeley in his Sunday kit. He's been chased down, rusting up racing in there in that 2 spot. Freddie Franklin got a big old cheer from that second corner. The fans watching on as he makes an absolutely perfectly timed move in that final turn. Goes from 2 to 1. Seeley takes the 2. 16-year-old girls. Hayley Watson in there in 3. That looks like the 1 plate, though, of Lottie Brown. Working her way across into that 1 spot. The 3 in there in the 2. That is Grace Burge doing it for Green Machine. Emily Dean in there for Smiley's Flight Club. Hayley Watson in there in 3. Ruby Walford in a 4. As we take a look at race 122, Eliza French leading this one out for BRE Racing. Looks like we're going to ride it out of Team Bunnies in there in about 4 as they bring it in towards that second turn. That's Jessie Leasley doing it for Doncaster BMX Club. Atana Price in 3, doing it for Peckham. But the move has been made to go from 2 to 1. Your new race leader gotta be the 804 of Summer Glynn. Riding in that BMX Widow photography jersey. She's going to pick up this race win down the final straight with French in 2. Sophie Elwood, Sabina Ashman in the 17 to 18-year-old ladies' first moto of the day. Looks like we've lost the rider in turn number 1, but it is Elwood, Ashman, Carniston 1, 2, 3. Isla Radcliffe in there in 4. Decoy BMX in 5. That is Daisy Lavin. Bethany Coates. She's being chased down by Daisy Lavin in 6. Fallen rider was the 9 plate of Annabelle Charlton. She's picked herself up, going to finish her lap. Motor number 124. Esme Brook in this one. Her teammate looking like she's going to pick up the whole shot. That is Amelia Everly leading it into turn number 1. Who's there with her? It's the 16X plate of Imogen Cockrell doing it for Ice Bikes UK. That looks like Eleanor Curtis on the inside looking for a way into a top 3 spot. Hasn't quite found it up to yet though. Rosie O'Brien's in 5 looking for a way through. In and out of that second turn. Mabo going 1 and 3. Everly Brook, who's picking up the 2, still looking good for Cockrell into that final turn. Curtis O'Brien in 4 and 5. Last straight action. Brooke putting the pressure on Cockrell as they bring it down to the line, but it's going to be Everly taking that race win. 17 to 18-year-old boys. Oscar Stanbury in this one, doing it for Hot Shot Racing. He's in there in 4 at the moment, chasing down the Team Mine Rider in 3. That's got to be Samson Townsend. Fawcett in there in 2, but Henry, your race leader. Absolute Bicycle Motocross, he's going to pick up that race win. The 9 plate leads out the following race in motor number 126. Finn Collis out of Absolute going 1 and 2 with John O'Haradine doing it for MK Evolution. Almost everyone airborne into that second turn. Looks like we've got a reactive racing rider. Joe Nunn in there in 3. SAS Race Team got a rider in 4. That's Sam Hamling heading in towards that final turn. Astar Racing's Lewis Collins Nemo in 5, but down the final straight it is going to be Absolute picking up that race win with Harradine chasing him down in 2. Tom Millar leads out race 127. That looks like Nathan Barata in about 3 at the moment. Absolute in 2. Amos Guppy. 14 plate in 4, Malachi Price. But Tom Millar, Adam Motor 1 and Muck off, going to take that race win to the line. Eli Smith leads out the following moto. That looks like Malachi O'Reilly in there behind him. Ollie Coppin in 3, doing it for Crucial Racing. Kai playing in 4. They were your 2 fallen riders in yesterday's final. They're showing us what they can do at the moment, though, as they go through in 3 and 4. But Coppin's not done yet. Looking for a way round into a top 2 spot, but it's O'Reilly hanging on. Coppin throws in a high-low. Looks like he's going to drag race through the final straight. It's going to be Smith. Who's going to get the 2 on the line? It's going to be O'Reilly from Coppin. Next up, 19 to 29-year-old ladies. Megan Gerard, last year's national champion, leads this one through. Rab Racing, Rebecca Gollin there inside the top 3 for Absolute. Retro Racing got 2 ladies going through in 2 and 4. That's going to be Amy Willets and Ella Lamb, with Claire Albert out of RTR Resilient Team Racing in 5. But in and out of that final corner, Megan Gerard looking like she's going to pick up that race win. Race 130, Lucy Monday on the inside into turn number 1. She's going to pick up the whole shot with Izzy Hurry in tow, who's in 3 and 4 as they go round that first corner. Looks like Ice Bikes picking up a top 4 spot. That's Jetska Hemstock on the 3X plate with Green Machine Tribe in there in 3. That is Megan Kirby on that 9 bike. Hemstock looking for a way through into a top 3 spot. The 5 and 6, that's going to be Jamie Elwood in 6. Chasing down Lydia Webber in 5, doing it on her home track here at Cardiff. But the front 2 ladies battling it out down that final straight. It's going to be Monday, Hurry in that order. As Remy Godfrey leads out race 131, where's Imogen Gibson? She's in there in about 4 at the moment, looking for a way round Tilly McCrum in 3. The rider in 2 has got to be Molly Nice, doing it for DC Cycle, so it's Steve Strong and DC at the front of the pack at the moment. Here comes Gibson looking for a way round the outside of McCrum into that final turn. I think she's found it. That shuffles McCrum back to 4 then. It looks like we've got the Army rider in there as well. Army Cycling Union's Ornella McGarvey Miles. In 5, being chased down by Suzanne Jenkins, stood for RTR Resilient Team Racing in 6. 19 to 29-year-old men. Alfie Bax, yesterday's winner. Dexter Gambay in 2. Jaden Seawood in 3. Ben Fitzsimmons in 4. Charlie Roy in 5. Gambay putting the pressure on Bax as they take it across the line. He's going to nick that 1 spot. Dan Kay at the front of the pack in race at number 133. Josh Wallace, the old reliable, picked up a podium yesterday. Josh has been in this 19 to 29 class longer than I can remember. Back when I was racing, and that was a long, long time ago. He's in there in that 2 spot at the moment, doing the business, putting the pressure on Kay as they take it across the line. Green Machine Tribe in there in 3. That is Scott Monroe Higgs. Peckham BMX Club leading out the following moto. That's got to be a Theodore Peterkin. Yes, it is. Josh Barsby in there at the back of the pack at the moment. Got a bit of work to do. He's chasing down the BRE rider, Sam Smith. Kean Brown in there in 5. Luke Davis-Hayes in 4. Alex Taylor in 3. Josh Cates in 2. But they're all chasing down Theodore Peterkin as he takes it across that line. We are turning our attention to the Big Hill Championship Women. Race number 135 is a go, ladies and gents. These are your championship women heading towards that first corner. It's going to be the 147 Annalise Cadman Carpenter Halo Wheels race team. Yesterday's winner looking good at the moment. Who's here with her? Got to be Megan Roy doing it for Moto 1 and Muck-Off race team. The 3 spot is looking like it could be Absolute Bicycle Motocross. That's Evie Webster aboard that 339 bike. Laurie and Carruthers in there in 4. Anya Matta and Alonso in 5. Last turn action, in and out they go. It is going to be Annalise Cadman Carpenter. She's going to wrap up another win to add to her collection this weekend. Roy under pressure from Webster at the line, not quite close enough.
Right, okay. Yeah, no problem.
First rack of Junior Open hits the track. Who's on the outside? Got to be Lucas Webster, shopping for a whole shot, but it all went wrong for Lucas Webster on the backside of the triple into turn number 1. That leaves 3 riders on track, having a good old battle into that second turn. JTL Simpson-Davies stuck it on a podium yesterday. He's in there at about 3 at the moment, chasing down Finn Phillips in 2. Heath Thomas, though, put it on a podium at the European Championships not so long ago, but he's under pressure now in that final corner. Pro Star BMX going to take the win in this one. Finn Phillips steals that 2-spot back off of JTL Simpson-Davies at the line. We've also had a what looks like an axle bolt handed in at commentary. I mean, it's not going to do you much good now because it is completely stripped of the thread. But if you just so everyone check your front and back wheels, it was lost during practice this morning. So if you are missing, well, just check your bikes. If you're missing an axle bolt, it's probably best to go and get a new one because this one up at commentary isn't going to do you much good now. Put your hands together for Lucas Webster, ladies and gents. He's up to his feet. And also another quick shout out from the club. A very, very polite reminder to just have no cheers up against the fence, please. The fence is for spectating, standing spectating only. Please do not put any deck cheers up against the fence surrounding the track. Thank you. Once again, don't forget about our traders over in Trader Village. Had a quick walk through there this morning. We've got Pure Bikes, Crucial Racing, Sorted Race Gear, B73's over there, Green Machine, DC Cycles. All of your BMX needs answered over in Trader Village this weekend as we take a look at the second rack of Junior Open heading into turn number 1. James Clitheroe, Kai Bowen, both going airborne over that triple. That looks like Everly in there in about 3. Oh, it all went wrong for him. Through the Dragon's Back on that second straight, managed to somehow keep that one upright. But out in front, Bowen going 1 and 2 with Junior. Dr. Smooth heading for the final turn. Cody Coker's worked his way into a podium spot. Brown's in 5, Everly in 4. Last turn action, Bowen spreads himself out from the rest of the pack. It's Clitheroe under all sorts of pressure at the line from Coker. Penultimate moto of the first rack hits the track. Super class men, Chad Hartwell all the way out of lane number 8 into that first turn, but it's Callum Russell leading this one out for Maber Bikes Continental team. Who's there with him? Got to be Sander Mavawani right, going 2 and 3 with Jared Hill into that second corner. Doing it for Pure Bicycles, that's Chad Hartwell back there in 4 at the moment. Danny O'Gorman in 5. It's getting busy through the pro section. Russell, yesterday's winner, separates himself out from the rest of the pack. Xander Mavawani Wright stuck it on a podium yesterday. He's happy with that 2-spot to bring it across the line. Hartwell's worked his way into 3. Just 4 riders on track then for the second rack. For the second gate of Superclass Men. 1 rider hits the deck. That was Ben Weiss. Let's hope that Ben's all right. George Hunt, Josh Marnham, Gabe Simpson. That's going to be your 1, 2, 3. Hunt managed to pick himself up the U23 National Champs jersey on Friday evening. Josh Marnham got second in that race to Cal Russell. That's how they're going to go 1 or 2 across the line. Gabe Simpson rounding out them podium spots. Put your hands together for Ben, ladies and gents. He's up to his feet, going to walk away. That's your first set of motos done and dusted, ladies and gents. Another reminder as well, do not forget that the BMX Race Hub is looking for some sponsorship for the 2027 season. So if you know anyone wanting to get involved in BMX or already involved in BMX in some way, shape or form, make sure you get in touch with one of the guys at the BMX Race Hub. We absolutely love our live streaming service. And whilst we're talking about videographers, our very own Aperture BMX turned 8 years old this week. So massive shout out to Alex. 8 years he's been following UK racing up and down the country. It's an absolutely thankless task that he does, putting up all of the videos on YouTube. So thank you very much to Alex. And also as well, while we've got you all, don't forget about our lovely photographers dotted around the track this weekend. There doesn't seem to be as many of them this weekend. I think some of them are hibernating by the looks of it. But all of the photos will be up on Roots and Rain after the weekend's racing, so make sure you get over there, check them out. And if you do use one of the photographer's photos, be sure to tag them in it, give them some credit. Another thankless task that we get in UK BMX. We are very, very lucky to have all of the media luxuries that we've got over here in the UK. So if you're using anything from the BMX Race Hub, Aperture BMX or one of the photographers, please make sure you give them some credit, tag them over on socials. I know they love a tag. They'd rather see an Instagram tag in a post than they would a pound coin. Don't forget as well, we are on the lookout for a set of keys. If you manage to find a set of keys dotted around somewhere that have got a fob on them, can you please return it? The keys have been found. Ignore me. The keys have been found and handed back. So thank you very much to whoever did that. As we get started with round number 2 of the motos heading through that first straight. 9 to 12-year-old cruisers getting busy into that first corner. Looks like Sammy Stack right there in that 2 spot doing it for Hackney BMX Club. He's currently chasing down your race leader. Looks like Freddie State out of Peterborough Phantoms BMX Club. Retro Racing inside the top 4. That's going to be Finley Kerr out of Andover BMX Club. Rider in 3. I think that might have been Albie Goldsworthy. Sorry, no, Bradley Grimm it is. In there in 3. Kerr in 4. The 497 of Goldsworthy in at 5. Grace Ledgerwood Barr in at 7. Chasing down Layla Dixon in at 6. Race 141. Tessa Johnson on track. Doing it for Retro Racing. Joseph Dewis, Regan Jones, Holly Bishop, India Bennett, Rocco Westwood and Killian Hanna. It is Westwood chasing Dewis into that final turn. looking for a way to go from 2 to 1 down that final straight. Drag racing right the way down to the line. Who's going to pick up this second moto win of the day? Looks like it might have just been the Fast Signatures rider, Joseph Dewis. Race 142, Bentanza on track. I can see him battling it out into turn number 2 with Josiah Burge. Didn't quite make the move stick, so it's Burge hanging on to that 5 spot at the moment. Who's in 4? Looks like BRE Racing's Sonny Youngs out of Bristol Jets. Cardiff have got a rider in there in 4. That's got to be Alfie Jones on the 31 plate. Sorry, in there in 3. Chasing down the Gosport NLT rider of Rory Smythe in 2 with your race winner, Leo Bradley. European number 7, Charlie Dowson on track, BMX Hype. An official team this year. Sean's been doing the rounds. Got a cracking team for the 2026 season. Flying in and out of that final corner. Looks like Team Air in there in that 2 spot, chasing him right the way down to the line. That is going to be Arthur Mason as we take a look at Arlo Steinmetz going at 1 and 2 with the Team Air rider. That's got to be Edward Worrell doing it for Andover BMX Club. Gosport National Race Team in there in 3. That's Colwyn Jones. Sorry, inside the top 4. Seth Robinson in 3 then for the Bruntwood Park National Race Team. MK got a rider in at 5. That is Seth Ritchie on the 5-2-2 plate, but down to the wire. Pushing it all the way to the stripe. It is Steinmetz holding off Worrell for that 1 spot. 13 to 16-year-old women's cruiser. Paige Cathcart Cunnison in at 5. Chasing down Elizabeth Graham in at 4. Emily Grimm in 3. Afia Pick in 2. And Ailey Watson in that 1 spot. Lucy Stevenson in there as well for Tempo BMX UK. But it's going to be BMX Wood of Photography. 2 wins out of 2 for Ailey Watson so far today. All sorts of stuff went wrong in that first turn for Harrison Barker, sorry. He's back up to his feet. Ended up into the airbags on that first turn. He's lost the chain. Put your hands together for Harrison. He's back up to his feet, walking away. I'm sure he'll be back for more in the next one. 13-14 cruisers up on the gate. Huey Hall, Finn Murphy, Bodie Markley, Benedict Marco, Urgent King, Jacob Aston, Oscar Abbott and Lucas Laurie. Here we go then, ladies and gents. Motor number 147 is a go. Benny Marco. Look at that for a first straight. He's absolutely blowing it to turn number 1. Who's there with him? Got to be Big Murph out of the Sunny Nunny crew. Finley Murphy chasing down Marco then as they bring it in that second straight. Huey Hall's in there in about 4. He's got Lucas Laurie in there for company in 5. Who's the rider? Splitting them up in 3. Looks like Bodie Markley out of Savage Racing, but the battle is out front. Big Murph putting the pressure on now. Marco's managing to hold him off into the final turn. Marco, Murph, down that final straight. It's going to be Benny Marco hanging on to that moto win. Looks like Hunter Malion. And I recognised him straight away because he's gone and put his Dutch jersey back on by the looks of it. Hunter van der Malion then. Out there on track. He's going to pick up that race win. He must have heard me in the last moto. Ben's T-Ball Kiss. He's going to go through in that 2 spot. Looks like Louis Sheffy rounding out them top 3 spots. More 13, 14-year-old cruisers. Duff, Spence, LeBras, Arnold, Fancini, Hughes and Ford. Adam Arnold leads this one out. Yesterday's winner going 1 or 2 with Dylan Spence doing it for Team Bunnies. Looks like the Hawks rider in there in 3. Gotta be Alfie Ford on the 24 plate, but he's under pressure. Crank BMX coaching right round the outside. Lewis Hughes. I think it's Lewis's birthday today as well. Happy birthday, Lewis. He's inside the top 3. A birthday move for him into that final turn in that moto as the 15-16 cruisers get busy in that second corner. Your world number 6, Robin Matten Alonso. Chasing down your race leader, Cooper McCrum. Into that second corner. The Aruba jersey. Loves to be colourful, does Robin. He's in there in that 2 spot at the moment. Chasing down that final straight. Newton Hindley, former world finalist, in there for 3. Race number 151. Oren Hanna, Alfie Sim, James Cottrell, Cooper Westwood, Ronnie Richards, Adam Stevenson, George Labras, Big Cotty, Alfredo Sim, That's your 1 and 2 at the moment. Roddy Richards under all sorts of pressure though as Stevenson looks for a way around the outside. Cooper Westwood in there at about 5 of the minute, chasing them through the final straight. Looks like it is going to be Richards hanging on to a top 3 spot as Stevenson settles for 4. DC Cycles, Hot Shot Racing, that's going to be a 1 and 2. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching in there in 3. Exeter Eagles in 4, that's got to be Addison Milburn in that 4 spot. Freddie Warwork in 3, Benjamin Dean in 2, but your race leader. Hadley Harding, DC Cycles are looking good at the moment through that final straight. Bournemouth BMX Club, he's going to pick up that race win as they take it across the line. 30-39 Cruisers. A jump in age, but not in speed. It is Martin Smiley Brown in there in that 1 spot, doing it for Smiley's Flight Club. Shout out to Telford Flyers, Squash and Pop. Out there at the moment for all of your BMX apparel needs. Smiley's out there in that 1 spot at the moment, picking up that race win. Nathan Abbott rounding out the top 3 spots. Race number 154, Dan Popel, Jack Hudson, Mitchell Smith. That's your 1, 2, 3. Looks like no legs. This is in there in that 4 spot, going right round the outside. It makes it count into that second turn. BMX High. He's got his own face of his own podcast on his own jersey of his own team. He's in there in that final turn inside the top 3. Yeah, it's a great idea, that is, isn't it? Nice and relaxed. Dan Popel, though, picking up that race win. Rob Harry's on track then, leading out race 155. 40 to 44-year-old Cruisers. Float Bicycle Motocross looks like Tom Stretton in there in 2, doing it for Derby BMX Club, who's picking up 3 and 4. It looks like an SVT Mongoose rider. Andy Groves in there in 4, putting the pressure on. The rider in there in 3, into that final corner. That is the 208 of Joel Marsden. Out of the Sunny Nunny crew, has just been shuffled back to 4 then. Battling it out down that final straight. Stretton puts the pressure on Harry's at the line as well. I think he might have nicked that moto win. Coltman, McAvoy, Fancini, Smythe, Evans and Moores. McAvoy leads it out. Chris Evsey in there in 2. Mr. Pine a Pint going well at the moment. Ian Smythe in there for 3. In and out of that final corner they go, and down the last straight, it's all about Kieran McAvoy. Picking up another race win to add to his collection this weekend. James Wilson, I think it was his first national ever at Gosport, and he picked up a couple of finals. I think he picked up a podium as well, actually. He was absolutely flying. He's going round the outside of Dylan Dixon in that second turn at the moment. Matt Eaton, though, at the front of the race. BRE Racing looking as smooth as you like at the moment. Who's in there inside the top 4? Got to be Jake Kempsford. In and out of that final turn. It's going to be Eaton, Wilson, Dixon, Kempsford in that order. And I'll hand you over to Rich.
Right, Moto 158, 2 Good Rollins, Merrin, Stevenson, Steele, Blanche and Marco. In and out of the turn, Norbert Marco doing it for DC Cycles. Looking good. Rich Stevenson in about 3, I think, at the moment, possibly even 4. As they head into the corner. 2 Good, Merrin. Yeah, Steele's in there as well, Blanche. And the rider with the Welsh flag on the sleeve, Matthew Rowlands, Climphy BMX. Good stuff. Looks like a really fun track, that one. Climphy, yeah, it does. Seen the photos? Yeah. Yeah, it's Climphy, I'm told. Jamie Rose, Tony Labras. Philip Duff, Ross Kennedy, Big Nige Smith, the unofficial mayor of Bradford. Ben Martin and Luke Brown, who is the assistant deputy mayor of Bradford. 3 Bradford riders in this one. So, yeah, you can almost smell muck and brass. Do you know what I mean? Right, 1729 Cruiser. Right, Molly Nice is in this one. She's out front. We have to give Molly a shout. She's doing a charity fundraiser in Brisbane at the World. She's doing a charity skydive in aid of cancer research. So if you see Molly's fundraiser online, please put a couple of quid in the pot, because she's raising it for a very good cause that's very close to her heart. So if you can sponsor Molly's skydive, that would be amazing. Thank you very much. You had Trinity Cam, Anya Mattern, Alonso Isla Radcliffe and Taylor Lee Moen in there as well. Hannah Drew leading out Moto 161. Where is Charlotte Jackson in there in 3? Allen'sBMX.com. Charlotte's a big deal in Chorley, just so you know. Don't know what for, but she is. Alicia Lynn Scott's in there. Jamie Hyam, Jamie Elwood, Carmel Allison. Moto 162. Izzy Hurry. Izzy was on it yesterday. She was absolutely flying. There's been some secret ninja training going on or as they call it in Nottingham, running away from the police. Amy Will, Jetska Hempstock and Megan Kirby. Yeah. She's not from Bulwell then, no. Oh, you're not anymore either. Oh, one of them expats who goes and lives near Trent Bridge or somewhere. Goes and you go and live in West Bridgeford, don't you? I know what you like. You're in Derbyshire, are you? I'll get you. Yeah, I bet you can see fields from your house and everything, can't you? Come to Wigan, mate, just as rough. Us ladies, while all that was going on, Grace Turner, Nikki Sitch, SJN. Oh, somebody's lost the chainring bolts. Now, the famous question from Coffee Chat: 3 stem bolts or 3 chainring bolts? Think 3 stem bolts. You think that'd be better, do you? Yeah, right. So yeah, 3 stem bolts it is. So we'll add that to the the collection of bolts. I'd love to say it's a particular bolt of a particular brand, but honestly, have a look, see if you've got any chainring bolts missing. If you have, it's probably up here with us, or just nip to one of our traders and go and buy from the traders, because they do need your help and support. We've got assorted race gear, DC cycles, Crucial, Green Machine, Pure Bicycles, B73. We've got the food trucks over there as well. The pizza. I've indulged in pizza this weekend. They've been very good. You can get toasties and all that kind of stuff. The coffee wagon. Oh my God, the coffee has been immense this weekend. So if you get a chance to go and grab yourself a frothy coffee, I highly recommend them.
You know it's good. If you've ever spent more than half an hour with Rich, Rich loves coffee. It's all he talks about. So for him to be raving about that coffee truck as much, it must be wicked coffee.
It is amazing, I can assure you. Do you know what? I have thought of that in the past, doing a BMX branded coffee selection. I had some names made up for it and everything, which some of them I can't repeat on the live stream. But yeah, brilliant. I should do it at some point. I've got the contacts to do it, because I used to work for a coffee company. It's not hard. So
I'd go for it. And then you could plug it.
Oh, hang on, here comes Paul Berry.
Oh.
Spoiling the party. What do you want? Right, there's been an iPhone handed in. Admin, if you can identify the photo, you can have it. Or, better still, if you've lost your iPhone, ring it. If they answer it in the admin truck, it's yours. So, there you go. If you've lost your iPhone, have a word in the admin truck.
We've got a lot of lost property so far today.
Have we?
Yeah.
We have,
yeah.
Chainring bolts.
That's an axle bolt.
That could be even worse.
Stripped. Yeah, it's completely gone. That wasn't doing anything anyway.
Yeah. Can you imagine pick up manualing for something and going whoop and just disappearing? Right. Sorry. Anyway, we've been banging on now for the last 5 minutes, and Darren Reed is on track, so we'll return to your regularly scheduled programme. Tim Porter, Ben Knight, Darren Reed, Albert France Brotherton, Mr. Matt Phillips, Darren O'Brien as well, the Kevin Bacon of BMX. If you do actually need an iPhone, Darren O'Brien is the man to sell it to you. So he's in there as well. There's Matt Phillips on his Stealth Cruiser. That's not a French brand, but might be a French brand. You better ask him about that one. So yeah, as we move on, that's Stuart Campbell, Astar Racing, Mr. Dave Lindsay. He's like the Peter Andre of Scotland. That's what he is. He's got the suntan and the teeth and everything. We love Dave Lindsay. Anyway, talking about handsome Scotsmen, here comes Raymond Reed, the McRock, going into that first turn in second place. And who's he got to deal with? Who's he got to deal with? Let's have a look. Billy Stupple, Stephen Needham, John Bentley, Tim Drew, David Wilcock and Mick Hood. So yeah, there's Benters in his Mirage kit. He's probably turned up in Alan Woods' 1984 red Porsche, if you remember that one from the magazines. So there's a drag race between Bentley and the McRock to the line. Bentley's got it. Stephen Needham, always giving it the beans as well. As we just chill it out a little bit and go to the 6 and under females. Our peddling princesses. We love them. They are amazing. Grace Snell, Isla Goodall, Adeline Wilson and Larissa Thoros. So 4 young ladies going around the track. The 6 and under females. So yeah. If the Cruiser ladies are the Spice Girls of BMX, these young ladies are the All Saints, if we carry on down that 90s pop theme. Isla, Grace, Adeline and Larissa. You're doing a fabulous job, girls. Keep it up. Look at the drag race down the final straight. 2 of them side by side, taking it to the line. Who's going to get it? I think it was a young Miss Snell in there in that second spot. Race 175, Ellis Dowson, Ellis Hitchings, Milo Ryder Bays, Theodore Purdue-Hurst, Rupert Garnett, Victor Anderson, Milo Gehring, and Cody Rowe. All in this one. That'll be young Mr. Gehring out in front, doing it for Decoy. Being chased down by the 346 of Rupert Garnett, doing it for the Source Jump Club. In there in that second spot, Ellis Dowsing in there in 3. BMXhype.com and Faster Than Sean is it. Race 176, Lewis.
7-year-old ladies on a track that looks like an ice bikes rider, leading the way at the moment. Amaria Gibson on the 139 plate, doing it for Preston Pirates BMX Club. She's got the mid-langs right there with her. Alice Laurie chasing her into that final turn. That is a 980 plate. Who's picking up the 3? Looks like the rider out of Ipswich, Evie Steele on the 705, rounding out them top 3 spots as they bring it through the final straight. Erin Thoros in there in 4th, doing it for the Hawks. And the rider in 5 is going to be Molly Cairns out of Merton Saints. And next up on track, more 7-year-old ladies. Race 177, Noah Kerr, Retro Racing, heading towards that final corner. Rusty Nut in there in that 2 spot. That's going to be Opal Jones. Peony Ford at the back of the pack at the moment. Not quite sure what's happened to British champion, but she's chasing down into that final corner. Senna Rose McCann in there in 3, doing it for Redditch Premiers. No Scott Beaumont this weekend, but I'm sure he's watching on the live stream. Watching his coached riders as we take a look at the 7-year-old boys. But have we got some podcasts to shout out? We've always got podcasts to shout out. The BMX Commentator podcast. There was a new episode released recently with Mr. Quillen Isidore. So if you're interested in Mr. Quillen Isidore's life or surrounding around BMX and the life after BMX, then make sure you go and give it a listen. It is a great listen. Anita Wong and Mike Whitaker. That's going to be the next 2 guests on the BMX Commentator podcast. So if you want to listen to Richie's dulcet tones, much more after a race weekend. And there's also the Late to the Gate podcast. They've recently dropped an episode solely for your journey here to Cardiff this weekend, or your journey home. If you're me, I'm going to give it a listen on my way home, as is Rich. There's obviously the 96 commentator podcast, the 96 podcast, getting them all confused. And then we like the Coffee Chatter as well, the Coffee Chatter podcast of Tori Nyhog and James Palmer from Canada. We give that a listen as we take a look at Alejandro Crudo Estevez. Absolutely flying out of that final turn for the Bruntwood Park National Race Team. Parker Gray and Mari Bamford Bird. That's going to be your 2 and 3. Who's picking up the 4? Looks like Billy Late out of Exeter Eagles right the way across the line. As a race 181 hits the track, the 7-year-old boys absolutely flying on the exit of turn number 2. Gotta be Luke Barron in that 2 spot, doing it for Allen's Factory Supercross. He's chasing down the fluent rider at the front of the pack. Your British champion is Jack Byrne, who's in 3. That's the 873 plate of Ruben McAllister, yesterday's winner, chasing down The two riders at the front of the pack, Byrne, Barron to the wire. Who's going to get the win? I think it might have been Byrne hanging on. Richard's just received a message. There's some kids around the track that want to know who Peter Andre is. Peter Andre is like a noughties pop star, is the best way I could put it. Can we play a bit of Peter Andre? What do we reckon? There we go. Peter Andre, Richard's inspiration for life. Courtesy of DJ Casey. I can't believe there's people that don't know who Peter Andre is.
Well, they've never lived, have they, really?
Oh, dearie me. Oh, what have BMX weekends turned into, eh?
Yeah, right, you can turn it off now. That's enough of that.
Right.
Can we have some Linkin Park on instead?
Shelby Yates just picked up a win in his way. I've got to get back to racing, otherwise I'll get sucked into the Peter Andre hole of music. We're not going to go down that route. Rustin and Racing on track. Jax Bradley leading the way. Crank BMX coaching chasing him down. Harrison Slater, Preston Pirates. That's going to be Lou and Jamira Rab racing in there in 3. Who's picking up the 4? That's going to be Jax Bradley in there for 4. So the rider out front is Charlie Bromelo, Bromelo out of Preston Pirates picking up that race win. Absolutely flying down that final straight as we take a look at race 185. 8-year-old boys in and out of that second corner. John J. Blundell in there with Charlie Thorne, Sandy Saunds, Harry Merrin, Benji Ross Foster and Isaac Perry Allett. It is Sandy Saunds. Had a crash in yesterday's racing. Repping the Hill Skills jersey though. At the front of the pack, heading through that final straight. That looks like it could be Merseyside BMX in there in 3. Benji Ross Foster rounding out them podium spots as race 186 gets underway through that second straight. Got to be Ruben Lamb, hasn't it? Merseyside BMX going 1 and 2 with Oliver Bridle, repping the crucial colours. Exeter Eagles in there in that 2 spot. Will Beckett in 3. Smiley's Flight Club, and that looks like it could be Andover BMX in 4. Noah Taylor. MCR in 5, that is Ioannis Chorkos. Ruben Lamb though picking up that race win. Race 187, Dodd, Hill, Taylor, Simmers, Taylor, Gregory and Eels. Jasper Eels leading this one out in his away kit for the Sunday racing. He's been chased down though, Mongoose SVT. Harry Taylor on the 983 plate. Heading in towards that final corner, the 822 in there as well. That is Henry Dodd out of the mid-lanks. The 325 in the mix. That's got to be Jacob Taylor out of the Bruntwood Park National Race Team. He's going to round out them top 5 spots as they take it towards the stripe. Race 188 on track then, heading in that second corner. Looks like we've got the ladies on track. 9-year-old girls. Looks like BM Racing, Abigail Henning, Preston Pirates leading this one out. Look at that for a battle out front. Your British champion doing it the hard way. Around the outside, Mabel Pine goes from 2 to 1. PCR and Exeter Eagles at the front of the pack then. BM Racing in there in 2. The front 2 ladies have checked out from the pack. Who's picking up the 3? Looks like Millie Moore out of SVT Mongoose BMX Race Team. Taking it across the stripe. Izzy Moore, Susie Wyatt on track in race 189. That looks like Miss Wyatt in there at about 5 of the minute. Got a bit of work to do. She chases down Izzy Moore. In there in 2. But it's Maggie Devine. European number 7 out front. That looks like moves being made on the inside. Flick Brentnall, Allen's Factory Supercross. So it's Devine, Moore, Brentnall, Henry, Wyatt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Verity K going to round out the top 6 as your European number 7 picks up that race win. Paula Jewis. In this moto, race 190. Looks like it is Tilly Hewitt out front though. Ollie Hewitt, it's Tilly's dad's birthday today. Ollie Hewitt around the track somewhere. I got told a story earlier on. I'm going to tell it. I don't know if I'm allowed to, but he once went to the hospital for a splinter. He went to the hospital, I was told. It was very good information I was given this morning, but it's Ollie's birthday and he actually went to hospital for a splinter. So happy birthday, Ollie. We've just dropped probably the most embarrassing story possible for your birthday, but we wish you a happy birthday nonetheless. As we take a look at Teddy Gorman, Pure Bicycles, going to 1 and 2 in that final corner with Arlo Payne. Where's the Viking, Vlad Lepidatu, out of the MK crew. He's in there at about 5 or 6 at the moment. That looks like Pekka BMX in there in 4. That's going to be Alan Wong rounding out them top 4 spots. 9-year-old boys, Jonah Taylor out of 0-1 Racing, having a good old scrap into turn number 2. Connor Rowe, Albie Blight, Jack Hale, Lewis Francis, Brotherton, Alice Lewisfield and Oscar are rather fast. It is Oscar leading the pack, doing it for Sorted Race Gear. Atlas Lewisfield in there in 2. Who's picking up that 3 spot? Looks like that could be the 5:30 plate, I think that was. Jack Hale out of Birmingham, heading through that final straight with Albie Blight in tow in 4. Frankie Jones on track, BMX Hype, with Rapid Roman. He's in this one, doing the business for the Pro Star BMX crew. In race 193. Is he in there? I can't find him. Oh, he's there. He's in 4. He's got a different kit on. That's why. It's completely thrown me off, that has. Rapid Roman in there in 4. Chasing through that final straight. Looks like that might have been Toby Brook in there inside the top 3.
Right, moving on. Moto 194. Finley Kerr, Lucas Ruscombe King, Cooper Crowley, Alfred McGarvey Miles, Billy Cadwallader, Henry Bragg, Logan Acito, and Mr. Max Peets. Logan's in 1. Max is in 2. Right, and as they head down the straight, it's Logan, Max. Who else we got in there? Finley Kerr in 3. Cooper Crowley doing it for the Brunty Massive. And that is Mr. Joseph Clayton, I think, on track there at the minute. So this will be moto number 196. Stimson, Bartolini, Bunchich. Olivia, Underhill, Claydon, Appleton and Ford. So it's Peckham out in front, Petar Bunchik. Mr. Claydon in there in 2, Mr. Appleton in 3. Oh, yeah. Right, race 195. Now I've finished sneezing. Archie Fisher, Theo Harris, Rory Kempsford, I think that is. Fergus Lillywhite, Arlo Hatch, Oliver Pritchard, Jude Shearer. Jude had a great day yesterday, making the main. Rudy Pleasance Ford as well. So the boys are absolutely on it. Rudy's in there in 3 at the minute. Chasing down the rider out of Cardiff, Oliver Pritchard. I've had a full breakdown on the Cardiff riders from Adrian Ridley. I will try and shoehorn some of that in later on, because we've not got plenty of time to fill. As we move on to moto number 197, Ella Grant, who was very unlucky at the Euros because of what happened on the gate. So that was a big bag of bum, wasn't it? You don't like that kind of thing happening. Ella Grant, Grace Ledgerwood Barr, Mabel Kiff, Poppy Weatherly, Tessa Johnson, Evelyn Smith. Could have called it something else, do you know what I mean? Tried to use my best primary school insult there. So, yeah. So better luck next year, Ella. I'm sure you'll be fine. I'm sure you'll make that main. And I won't be appropriate by describing it. Autumn Moore, Lauren Snell, Madison Stupple, Layla Dixon, Maisie Dyson, and Panonica Castro Latch. So, the 17, that is Panonica, in the Ireland jersey, rocking it, looking really good in the process. We love an Irish jersey, for obvious reasons for us. Race 199, Emeka Gibson, Alice Barron, B. Smith, Megan Keller, Amelia Brain. Amelia is one of Adrian's coached riders. I think, if I remember rightly, he said she's taking 5 seconds off her lapped personal best. Sport her second ever national. Amazing attitude and making main. So Amelia, well done. Fabulous. So that's the first Cardiff rider breakdown that we've had. As we move on, that is a young Mr. Christian Garbachick in his Peterborough club jersey. I know I've mentioned it before, but I love a club jersey at a national. And he's battling with Mr. Milton Keynes Charlie Blakeburn in another club jersey. As we move on to Moto 201, Felix Sakina, Jack Colwell, Lawson Hitchins, Antek Perebny, Khan Guran, Dominic Zapanos, Hotshot X Romania, Jensen Jessup as well. So Antek taking it to the line. Dominic's in there in 4. Big battle for that second spot as the guys go across. And we move to race 202. Finn Yerbury, Sam Baber, Alex Vitals, Callum Woods, Leo Britz, Oscar Marco and Vernell Challenger. So talking to decoy families, we've had Mrs. Ritchie's on again as well. They're on a primary school weekend, I think, so they've not turned up. And they apologise for the lack of biscuits for us. So, people know how we work now, do you know what I mean? Lewis said apology almost accepted. Josh Bean, Nathan Franklin, Big Hens, where is he? There he is. The E1, the European champion. If he ever changes his helmet or his bike, I'll never recognise him ever again. That's how we pick him out. Noah Northcott, Oliver Ford, Bodie Cleverly Smith, Jensen Me, and James Todd in Moto 203. Lewis, I don't know who Peter Andre is. Rothwell, Alexander Gilbert, Jack Barter, Joey Fraser, Seb Perry, and Elias Mont. So the question is, how colour coordinated is Lewis Rothwell today? And the answer is pretty well colour coordinated. So he's in there in that 6th spot. As right across in. And we move to Moto 205. Sonny Youngs as Zachary Meyer, Thomas Stanakaitis, Harley Laker, Oakley Hill, Jordan William Kearns. And there is Oakley out in front. Again, another colour coordinated rider with his luscious blonde locks flowing out of the back of the helmet. So I'm only jealous, Oakley. And that was Moto 205. You're doing 206, Lewis?
11-year-old girls on track. Florence Kay, Roxy Rowlands, Gabriella Malloy, Roxy Morgan, Emma Dean, Rosie Geddes, Una Svanson, and Holly Bishop. It is your world number 8. Holly Bishop leading the pack. Heading in towards that final corner, Rosie Geddes. In there in that 2 spot, doing it for Astar Racing, the 7 of Swanson. In there in 3, doing it for MCR. Being chased down by the hotshot rider, Emma Dean. She's going to round out them top 4 spots as they take it across the line. Second rack of the 11-year-old ladies. Puyet Lam in this one. She's in there in that 2 spot at the moment, chasing down your racer leader. That is Florence Dyson. Leading the charge for the Bradford Bandits crew. Looks like Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Molly Tomlinson in there in 3. The 11 of Arabella Denter did it for Brixton BMX. In there in 4. That's how they're going to bring it through at that final straight. Looks like we might have lost a rider somewhere in this first turn. It was the 16 of Ruby Evans.
We have already mentioned Karen's birthday, her 40th, but we'll mention it again. Karen Evans, Cornwall BMX Club, happy 40th birthday.
Put your hands together for Ruby, ladies and gents. She's up to her feet, going to walk away. Right, back to the racing then. Race 208, the 11-year-old boys are now on track, heading towards that first corner. Looks like the 12 plate of Ollie Bird, Allen's Factory Supercross. Whole shotting in and out he goes. Who's there with him? Got to be SVT Mongooses, Tobias Groves. Picking up the 3 spot is LVG, NRTs, Chester, Grocock, TNT in for Oliver Hawker. Doing it on the 30 plate, the front 4 riders running away with this one at the moment. As they bring it through that 3rd straight, Birds under pressure. Groves looking for a way into that top spot, into the final turn. Didn't quite manage to find it. Looks up the inside, wasn't quite close enough. So he's going to try and drag race down the final straight. Bird, Groves to the line. Who's going to pick up that moto win? Oh, it got tight. Bird slipped his pedal at the line. Managed to just about keep it upright. Rex Ford, Halo Wheels race team leading out the following race, going 1 and 2 with Jesse Rose out of the northeast. It looks like we've got an LCC rider in there in 3. Got to be Jack Haynes after that mega move in that second corner yesterday. He's flying in there in that top 3 spot at the moment. The 866 in there in 4. Not sure who that might have been. Could have been Hayden Kinsey out of Blackpool. As we take a look at race 210, Eric Kincaid in this one. Doing it for the Scottish Massive. Shout out for the Belfast BMX Club. Got all sorts of confused then. Eric was in a Belfast jersey, but he's got Cumbernauld on his sheets. Sorry?
Please, yeah, some water.
Race 211, the 50 plate, Hudson Edis. Bournemouth BMX Club, Seb Staines. Absolutely flying at the moment is Seb. Used to coach him not so long ago, and he's showing us exactly what he's made of in that Derby jersey. He brings it down to the line in that 2 spot. Next up on track in race 212, who's leading it out? Got to be the W4 and the European champion, Betty Wills. Doing it for the ladies and Pro Star BMX in this male 11s class. Going 1 and 2 with the 11 plate of George Spencer out of Reactive Racing. The 21 plate in there in 3. That is Alexi Carlos. Doing it on his home track here at Cardiff. He's under pressure though as Aston John Lee pushes it down to the wire for Astor Racing. Not quite close enough. It's going to be Carlos for 3. Rory Smythe on track. Doing it for the Gosport National Race Team. He's in there in about 3 at the moment. Being chased down by Jack Kitchen. Doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross, but the battle is out front. Hayden Baptiste and Seth Kacharik. Radco Racing in there in 2. Looking for a way round Baptiste on the exit of that final corner. Baptiste, Kacharik. That's going to be a 1 and 2 as they take it across the line. Smythe in 3. Looks like we've got race 214 on track. Freya Montfort doing it for Sorted Race Gear. Going to 1 and 2 with the rider out of the Hawks. That is Rachel Pritchard. Dragon Riders in there as well. Darcy Pine. On the 25 plate. GB jersey in there inside the top 4. Looks like Erin Toogood out of Derby BMX. She's being chased down by Izzy Dolan, Brumwood Park National Race Team. She's going to round out them top 5 spots as Freya picks up the race win. Jamie Puddock, Bonnie Dudley, April Wood, India Bennett, Izzy Underhill, Maisie Surtees, Neve France Brotherton and Jessica Cox. Race 215. Looks like that could be the 10 plate. Leading it out, Izzy Underhill, Decoy BMX, the 28 plate in there behind her. Neve France Brotherton, Merton Saints, heading through that final straight. That's the 113 of April Wood in there inside the top 3 with Bonnie Dudley and Jamie Puddock in 4 and 5. Race 216. Amelia Rowe on track. Doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. She's in that 2 spot at the moment, chasing down your race leader. Trixie Trains doing it for Evolve Collective. Maisie Egan, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching in there in 3. Manchester inside the top 4 with Ellie Beat on the 8 plates. We are looking at race 217, the 12-year-old boys in and out of that second corner. That's got to be the European champion, Finn Munro. What a lap that was as well, by the way, at the European Championships not so long ago in Surrey Arms.
I was more impressed when he won the Midlands regional.
He won yesterday's national, won the European Championships and won the Midlands regional. You take your pick on what is the best achievement out of that 3.
The last one.
The last one, the Midlands regional. It's like the epitome of Richard's race season, the Midlands regional. Evolve Collective on track. Benny Jackson heading into that final corner. Evolve Collective, Edward Cordery in there with him in that 2 spot. Rex Beasley, Otto Parr, Edward Worrell, Ted Malkin, Lucas Twold, Albert Turner all on track as well. Looked like that was Twold in there in that 3 spot. As we take a look at race number 219, Ronnie the Landshark leading this one out, going 1 and 2 with one of his mates, Teddy Jones. LCC, BMX Hype, that's your 1 and 2. 36 on the plate in 3. That is Ollie Thorne out of Exeter Eagles. Moves being made in that final corner. Alfie Jones goes from 4 to 3, makes that one stick as Jones and Wood go 1 and 2 across the line. Race 220, 12-year-old boys on track. Looks like that could be Connor Hemhill leading this one out. Your British champion, Sorted Race Gear, going 1 and 2 with the G195 rider. That is Hugo Dayton. His dad was watching on from turn number 1 yesterday. And he's flying at the moment in there in that 2 spot as to bring it through that final straight. Race number 221, Freddie Ray Orland on track. He's in there, inside the top 3, chasing down the Tempo BMX rider. Kylan Gordon, Seb Hewitt, in there in 4, but your race leader, Powell Racing, Preston, Newmarsh Powell, Redditch Premiers. Birmingham BMX Club. He's leading it in towards that final corner. Here comes the challenge from Freddie Ray Orland. Wants a piece of the top 2 pie as they take it down the final straight. It's going to be Powell, though, picking up that race win. Gordon, Orland in that order. Looks like we've got Zach Everly on track. Maybo Factory Team UK. Sorry, that's Joey McAvoy. Don't know how I missed it was Joey. Picked up an A final yesterday, did Joey. Absolutely flying. Out there in front at the moment. Mac Finley in there in 2. Crank BMX coaching in 3 with Ted Harvey on that 21 plate. Olivia Johnson, Sunny Nunny crew. On track, she's in there in about 5 at the moment. Got a bit of work to do. She chases down Elsie Blight in 4. Doing it for the Absolute crew. Looks like that could be Team Mind in 3. That is Millie Ross on the template, but the battle out front. Freya Harris, Iris Hyder, where the battle's been all weekend long. In this age group, for the 13-year-old girls, it's going to be Freya picking up the advantage in the second race of the day for them ladies.
Well, so C24 on track. Barter, Hopkins, Kirby, Adams, Gerard, Headley, Gould and Mara McCarran. In this one, as they come down the straight, it is Miss Grace Gerard. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, leading out Mara McCarran into that final turn. Poppy May Kirby, I think, in there in that third spot. The 14 belongs to Lexi Adams. The DC Cycles, Rusty Nut Racing's Lily May Gould getting involved, giving her some trouble down that straight, stealing that 4th place away. Race 225, Winnie Andrews, Tyler Davenport, Elizabeth Graham in this one. Beth Hewitt, Lauren Keller, Hannah Mackey and Miss Seren Pritchard. She's in there in that 2nd spot at the minute. Chasing down the 9 plates, I think it is. That is Lauren Keller. Gosport National Race Team, Tyler Davenport. Putting some effort in down that final straight, looking for that 2nd spot. Elizabeth going through in 4. As we move on to 226, Hughes, Harding, Swales, Belton, Hamill, Brazier, Laughlin and Jones. Leighton Harding leading Harry Swales into the corner. That'll be Zach Hamill in there in 4, chasing down the Reactive Racing rider. That is Lucas Belton. Akeem Brazier getting all kinds of crazy down that final straight. Race 227, Fancini Payne, Jamira Bell, Kieran Brownson, Jet Thompson and Theo Davis. That is Ronnie Payne in there in 1, Archie in 2. Mr. Jamira in there in 3, hashtag food delectable, hashtag beef curry is life.
How are you, all right?
Let's have a look. Who else have we got in there? Where's James Bibby out in front? Bibby in 1. The 30, that is Finley Murphy out of Sunny Nunny. Finley had a good day yesterday. Nice solid main event. We've got Jacob Aston in there for mid-lanks as well. And Jacob Jameson doing it for the Irish collective, Belfast City BMX Club. Race 229, Leo Rowlands and the 3 plate belonging to Archie Crocker-White. Maybo and Absolute going 1 and 2. Milton Keynes, Oliver Taylor in 3. That'll be Teamers, Bram Heaver. Rounding out the 4 with Reactive Racing in there in 5. That was Harrison Doe. Zach Everly doing it for Maybo. That is Zach Parsons in there in 2. Zach and Zach on the attack. Now that was a cliche 80s saying there. Sheen King, Deaglan O'Lone, Jack Perver, Luca Milne, and who else have we got in there? I think that's everybody. As we move on to 331, Divine, Cheffy, Smith, Buttery, Bagwell, Challenger, and Ford. And Isaac Smith in that 3rd position. So I'm sure Ant's got his new shorts on again. Best dressed man in Darwin, Ant Smith. As we move on to the young ladies, Nair O'Connell and Martha Cottam in this one. Looks like Esme Ward leading it out. Imogen Kennedy in there as well. Eva Zerzek, Molly Fuma Carroll, Clara Salmon, Nora Syrett in there as well. In and out of the turn, battling with Molly Fumey Carroll. Dad's hopping around like a cat on a hot tin roof. Go on, go on, go on. We all do it. There's no shame in it at all. I'm like that when Nathaniel goes to tidy his bedroom. I'm like, come on, go tidy it. He never does, can I just say. Ruby Warren, leading out Moto 223. Anushka Jones in this one as well. Jump Club Source. She's in that second position with the Preston rider Eleanor Martin going through in 3 in the PWR race kit with the leopard print sleeves. Any race kit with leopard print sleeves, automatic style points. And as we move on to 234, Hunter Mallion, Roland Els, Charlie Wilcox, Ruben Bishop, Dylan Spence, Oliver Arnold, Charlie Bob Craig in 4, Dylan Spence in 5, Roland Els taking the win with Charlie Wilcox in 2. Race 235, Terblanche, Azubade, Jude the Dude Hoff, Harry Holmes, Jason Salter, Sully Collis. Where is Sullivan? There he is, out in front. He's had 3 shredded wheat for his breakfast, absolutely. Joe Douglas in 2. I don't know what Neil actually puts on those 3 shredded wheats. Probably pure aviation fuel, I would think, or something like that. 236, Lewis.
14-year-olds on track. James Miller leading this one out, your national champion from 2025. JP Jack Perkins in there behind him. Getting a bit squirrely through that third straight. He's being chased out by Max Vass, Savage Racing. Crucial, Hard Knock, Savage. 1, 2, 3. Hot shot in there in 4 with Ethan Crooks Martin. James Pipe on track in race 237. He's currently chasing down Louis Kacharik out of Radco Racing. Ben's T-Ball Kiss just in front of the pair of them. In there at about 5 at the moment. Looks like we've got Gilmore Green in 4. Adam Arnold in 3. Harley Steele in 2, but your race leader is the 15 plate of Riley Butt. Absolute Bicycle Motocross, smooth as you like down that final straight. He's going to wrap himself up another moto win. As we take a look at race 238, Lawrence Bojang. Absolute steely move in that previous moto that he had. Went from 3rd to 1st through this 3rd straight, but he's out front this time, no need for that one. He's being chased down though. Harry Tyres, Moto 1 and Muck-Off Race Team. Reactive Racing in there in 3, that's Rob Sowerby. Tempo Racing in 4. But it is going to be Bojang picking up that race win. Max McNulty, Freddie Parkinson. That's your 1 and 2. Race 239. Who's picking up the 3? Looks like it could be a Bruntwood rider. Sam Dolan. For the front 2 riders have checked out from the pack. Looking good for Evolve and Pro Start. Freddie Parkinson looked up the inside, tried to dive underneath, wasn't quite close enough, so it's going to be McNulty across the line. Next up, the Grand Better getting busy in turn number 1. Sounds like we've had a rider hit the deck. It is BMX Pete in there in 2. Fitzroy Bryce being chased down, though, into that second corner. Matt Haywood out front, Royal Air Force CA and Andover BMX Club. Christos Chalkos, one of the fallen riders. I pulled up in the car park this morning, pulled up next to Christos, had his sunroof down, had his tunes cranked up full volume. It was just pure vibes in the car park this morning from Christos. He'll be back for his next one, I'm sure. Picked himself up off the floor, the other fallen rider. I think that was John Bentley, actually, it was. John's up, riding away. Put your hands together for Christos and John. Next moto up on track, race 241. Graham, Little, Cheney, Blake, Knowles and Mill. It is Stu Little leading this one out. David Knowles in there at about 3 at the moment, chasing down Neil Cheney in there in that 2 spot as they bring it in towards that second corner. Ian Milne in there in 4. Who's in 5? It's got to be the rider out of Brixton BMX. That is Patrick Graham on the 15 plate. And the 6 spot is Martin Blake out of the Hawks. That's your 1 through 6, but Stu Little absolutely flying this season. Spent less time in the dark indoors over winter. More time on his bike, and it's absolutely showing. During the national season so far, Brett Knight, last straight specialist. Been throwing in moves since the 70s. Out front at the moment, aboard that 5 plate. Crucial Racing out front. Look at that for a lead in a Grand Vets moto. Brett Knight charging in towards that final turn. Looks like the 879 in there in the 2 spot. That's Jason Lynn out of Exeter Eagles, repping the KHRT merch. Out there in that 2 spot at the moment, rider out of Cardiff is Piers Stanbury rounding out their podium positions. Matt Eaton on track in there in that 2 spot, repping the BRE colours. Dylan Dixon leading it out though for Hot Shot Racing. That's your 1 and 2. Who's picking up 3? Looks like George Salmond out of Team A. Carl Svensson in 4. Bradford Bandits in 5. That's going to be Big Nige Smith. Rider out of Preston is Ben Martin. In there in 6. And the rider in 7 is Gosport National Race Team rider Jamie Scrivener. Vets on track. John Lillingston. Jumps into turn number 2. Oh, it got all sorts of sideways then. I think that was Mark Vries. Ends up at about the 5. I'd rather be in the 5 spot than on the deck. How on earth he kept that one upright, I have absolutely no idea. Mark Moore, the newly crowned professional BMX racer, is in there in that 4 spot. High seat post specialist. Chasing across that line as we move on to the Masters. One of my favourite categories at the minute, Billy Luckhurst. Big Bill out front, Stay Strong Racing. Palm Dog in there in 2, the original Tom Palmer. In and out of that second corner, the front 2 riders having a good old scrap. George Higley in there in 3, Jump Club S&M Source. Looks like Mitchell Smith in 4. And that's got to be Romney Wybrow Parker. Rocked up in an Alpine this morning. Looks absolutely wicked. He's going to pick up that 5 spot. Is it bring it down to the line? Take a look at race 246. Sean Issett. No last straight legs, but he's out there in front at the moment. He's got Billy Irwin for company in 2. That's Matthew Bourne in 3. It looks like Dangerous Dave James in there in 4. Darren Utley in 5, doing it for Jump Club S&M Source. In and out of that final turn they go then. Issett's going to pick up a moto win. Rolling back the years. BMX Hype out there in that 1 spot as 15-year-old boys get going in and out of that first corner. Elvis Lawrence, Heath Osborne, that's your 1 and 2. Who's picking up 3? It looks like a GY95 rider, got to be Dexter Beer up. The front 5 riders go airborne into that second corner. Harrison Barnes in there for 4. It looks like we've got Henry Shenton, LCC race team in 5, but it is out front. Osborne looking for a way round Elvis Lawrence. Can he find it through the final straight? Lawrence, Osborne. That's going to be your 1 and 2 as they take it across the stripe.
Right, Guppy Lynch and Jewel 1, 2, 3 into the corner. Got Harry Bailey in there as well. Oliver Tyers, Spencer Lynch and Jacob Nesbitt as they go in and out of turn number 2. Guppy's leading it out. Absolute bicycle motocross. Jewel looking good in 2. Toby Lynch having a better day today than yesterday. Very unusual for him to go out in the quarterfinals. He's in there in 3. Tyers in 4. Bailey in 5. Race 249, we got Freddie Wall working this one, doing it for the Hard Knocks, massive. Brody Geddes, Caden Thompson, Adam Stevenson, Tristan Clark, Benjamin Dean, Tom Westmore, and Jack Murphy Pattison. Geddes, Astar Racing in there in 1, Dean in 2. Teamer going through in 3, Thomas Westmore on the charge. Freddie Wallwork rounding out the top 4 right now as they go in and out of the corner. Caden Thompson chasing him down to the line. Geddes taking the win. Little Corty into that second turn. Maxwell Lawrence right on the back wheel. Those guys going 1 and 2. Got Tommy Redmond, Ben Fogadich, Morris, Percy Bradley, Oscar White, Dominic Challoner in there as well. As they go in and out of the turn, it's going to be Cotty and Lawrence. 1 and 2. Race 251, Evan Bartley, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, leading it out. Wood, Moore, Fraser, Hamilton, Hannah, Allison and Jones. In and out of the corner, Hamilton getting alongside Evan Bartley as they come out of turn number 2. Bartley just gets his nose out in front. Into that final corner they go. 0-1 Racing in there in 3. That's going to be Blake Allison. Battling away as well with BRE in there in 4. That's Dexter Moore. Rayford leading out moto number 252, Tom O'Brien in there as well. Tom had a great day yesterday. Alfie Underhill, Robin Matter and Alonso, 2 bikes. Looking good on both. He's in there in that second spot. Under pressure from Newton Hindley into the corner. Ronnie Richards in there in 4, O'Brien in 5. Scrapping away. Callum Howe right there with him and Alfie Underhill. As we move on to the girls, 15, Maddie the Baddy Dixon in this one. In there in about 5 at the moment, Emily Grimm, Ellie Moore, Libby Coppin, Katie Millar, Phoebe Blackwell, Sophie Coulson, Ella Blue Chidley. But it's BRE Ellie Moore. Katie Miller in there in 2. Emily Grimm been super consistent this weekend. She's in there in the 3. Battling with Libby Coppin. And that'll be Sophie Coulson rounding out the 5. As we move on to moto number 254. Afia Pick in this one. Having a birthday this weekend apparently, so happy birthday to her. Anastasia Muha, Sidoni Cleve, Evie Malkin, Jalaya Patel, Eaton. Leading it down the straight, Rin Serafina Gianolino. In there in that second spot, Sidoni Cleve taking the 2. Green Machine Tribes Afia Pick in there as well. Race 255, Teddy Headley. One down in the corner. That was the 30 plates. Teddy Headley out of Peckham BMX. Let's hope he's all right. He's being looked at as we speak. So, bit of a tough one for him. David Opre Mehar was in that one. Henry Radcliffe and Cooper McCrum. Still looking after Teddy in the first turn. All right, we're just looking after Teddy. Just making sure he's all right. All right, we're lifting him up. Teddy Headley, Peckham BMX Club.
Round of applause for Teddy Headley, ladies and gents. We hope to see him back. We wish him a speedy recovery. Looks like we are going to get racing resumed. Race 256 up on the gate. We are straight back into it then. The 16 open class heading towards turn number 1. Check out Bradley James out of lane number 5. He's going to pick up the whole shot. In and out of that first corner they go. James out there in front. Who's there with him? Looks like it could be Harry Ellison out of Barnsbury. They're queuing up behind him though. Into that second corner. Looks like it could be Chase Barnard getting involved. It's got to be Peckham BMX in there in 2. Eli Price. So it's James Price, the 61 in 3. That's Khalil Baptiste out of Peckham BMX. That's going to be your front 3 riders as they bring it through the final straight with Chase Barnard in 4. Race 257, Stan Mason on track. Stan the man. He's in there at about 5 or 6 at the moment. Moves being made in turn number 2 though. Looks like Elijah Jamira's getting busy. Didn't race yesterday but he's back on track today. Showing us just what he could do racing up an age group. He's right there with the rider out of MK. That is Ollie Terblanche. So it is Jamira, Terblanche, Boone, 1, 2, 3 across the line as we take a look at Freddie Franklin, Rustin Up Racing leading out race number 258. 16-year-old boys into that second corner. Got to be Finn Cranage in there in about 3 at the moment, chasing down the rider in 2. Looks like that could be the 52 plate. That's Mark Hewitt out of Bournemouth BMX Club. Dylan Jones in there as well, out of Team Bunny. So Team Bunny's currently going through in 3 and 4. Franklin, though, picking up that race win. Lucas Seeley's on track. Rab Racing looking good in towards that second turn. Freddie Entwistle, Manchester BMX Club in there in 2. Evolve Collective rider Alex Dunkley rounds out them top 3 positions as things stand. Decoy BMX Club inside the top 4. That's Tom McGovern doing all he can to close the gap down to Dunkley in there in 3. But it's going to be Seeley out front picking up that race win as the 16-year-old girls enter turn number 1. That looks like Smiley's Flight Club inside the top 3. Chasing down Atana Price in 2. Emily Dean then it is in 3. Jessie Leasley in 4. Gosport National Race Team in 5. That is Felicity Brewer on the 13 plate. But they're all tracking down the 1 of Lottie Brown. Absolute bicycle motocross. So it's Brown out front with an absolute massive gap to the rider in 2. There's a battle on at the moment. Look at Emily Dean trying to work her way up the inside of Price in that final corner. Didn't quite make it stick. So Price is going to hang on to 2 as race 261 gets underway in towards that second turn. Summer Glynn out there in that 3 spot at the moment, looking to track down Ailey Watson at the front of the pack. Who's in there for 2? That is Green Machine's Grace Birch, just been shuffled back as Summer Glynn gets involved in the top 2 party. So BMX Widow are 1 and 2 at the moment. It's going to be Watson, Glynn in that order as they take it across the stripe. 17 to 18-year-old ladies now out there on track. Sophie Elwood is going to hold shot into that second corner. Who's there with her? Gotta be Maybo Factory Team UK, Esme Brooke, doing all she can to close her down through that third straight. Ice Bike UK in 3. That's Imogen Cockrell on the 16X. Eleanor Curtis in 4. The battle is out front. Elwood looking good, though. She's going to hang on to it as Brooke settles for 2. Sabrina Ashman and Rustin at Racing out on track, leads it into that second turn. She's got Amelia Reveley, a former European and world finalist, in there in that 2 spot at the moment. LVG NRT inside the top 3. Gotta be Sophie Kynaston. She's being tracked down there by the 17X of Bethany Coates out of Decoy BMX Club. That's going to be your front 4 as Ashman picks it up across the stripe. 17 to 18-year-old boys heading towards that second turn. Kai Plains in there in that 2 spot. As things stand, where is Reactive Racing's Joe Nunn? He's in there in 4, tracking down John O'Haradine. His dad was actually fishing yesterday during racing. Was trying to catch what carp he could. As Jono tries to catch his own sort of carp down that final straight. Eli Smith, though, he's going to pick up the race win. Oh, he got busy in that first corner. Nathan Barata went down, swallowed up nearly everyone in the race with him. Amos Guppy left out on track. On his own, he's going to pick up the race win then. Put your hands together for Samson Townsend and Nathan Barata. It's the 13 plate in there in 2. Jack Clark, Lewis Collins Nemo in there in 4. Everyone's managed to pick themselves up. They're going to finish their lap. Moving on to race 2, 6 more 17 to 18 open. Heading towards that first corner. It looks like Malachi Price is on the inside. He's got Ollie copping for company into that first turn. But your race leader, 859 on the front of his bike. Henry Eyre out of lane number 8. Absolute bicycle motocross looking good at the moment. Copping looking to work his way into a 2 spot. He's just sailed off the gas on the exit of that second corner. And that lets Price track down your race leader into that final corner. It looks like we've got the rider on the 33 plate. That's Scott McCallum having a battle down that final straight with the rider out of Smiley's Flight Club. That's going to be Marky Reynolds rounding out them top 4 spots. Tom Millar on the outside of the top 2 looking into the moment. He's in there in 3, tracking down Malachi O'Reilly into that second turn. O'Reilly around the outside makes that one stick. So he's in that 2 spot, still chasing down your race leader. Finn Collis, absolute bicycle motocross dad, watching on from turn number 1. Here comes Millar getting busy in that final turn. Oh, Fawcett takes advantage. Malachi O'Reilly goes from 2 to 5 after he received a bow from Millar in that final corner, who chases down that 1 spot over the stripe. 19 to 29-year-old ladies on track then. You are looking at Green Machine Tribes, Megan Kirby on the 9 plate, leading it out, going 1 and 2 with Megan Gerard, last year's national champion in the 17 to 18-year-old class. She's stepped it up this year to the 1929s, and she's making moves round the outside. Rab Racing then, your new race leader, heading into that final corner. Gerard, Kirby in that order. Who's picking up the 3? That is Jamie Elwood doing it for Bristol Jets. The 9 X plate is Ornella McGarvey Miles out of Army Cycling Union. RTR Resilient Team Racing have got Claire Albert chasing down Suzanne Jenkins as they bring it into that final turn. More 19-29-year-old action from the ladies into that second corner. Remy Godfrey, Lucy Monday, 1 and 2. They were neck and neck in towards that second turn, but it stays strong with the advantage through that third straight at the moment. BMX Widow Photography in there for 3. That is Tilly McCrum being tracked down by the 11 plate of Amy Willits out of Retro Racing. BMX heading down that final straight then. It is going to be Godfrey out front. Yetska Hemstock on track. Imogen Gibson right there with her in the 2 spot. Molly Nice, Izzy Hurry going through in 2 and 3. That's got to be Emma in 3 and 4. Ella Lamb in 5. Just the 5 ladies on track at the moment, but it's going to be Yetska Hemstock leading it into the final corner as Gibson got enough left in the tank for her. In and out they go. Nice isn't done yet either. Looking to track down this final straight. It's going to be Hemstock, Gibson 1 and 2. As the 29-year-old men get going in and out of that second turn. Charlie Roy, Moto 1 and Muck-Off race team. Josh Wallace right there with him in that 2 spot on the 11 plate. Heading in that second corner. Ben Fitzsimmons in 3. Looks up the inside of Wallace, but Wallace manages to hang on. Scott Monroe Higgs and Kean Brown going through in 4 and 5. But it's Roy with the race win. Theodore Peterkin, Lamin Akareli are the Peckham contingent in race number 272. In and out of that second corner, they're chasing Jaden Seawood, who occupies that second spot. But it's Josh Cates out front, doing it for Braintree BMX. At the moment, Dexter Gambay working his way around the outside into a top 5 spot. So Peckham currently going 3, 4 and 5 through that final straight. Gambay looked like he might have just nicked a 4. Dan Kay on track, Maybo Factory Team UK. Looks like that could be Lamin Akareli. Theodore Peterkin in this one. He's in that top 3 spot. Alfie Bax, yesterday's winner out front though, looking up for Stay Strong BMX. Who's in there in 3 and 4? Alex Taylor in and out of that final corner. Taylor out of Manchester BMX. He's going to round out them top 4 spots as we take a look at the top of the big hill. Championship women.
Right, Championship women heading down the hill. Let's have a look. Annalise Cabin Carpenter found her jumping legs down that 8-metre hill into the turn and out in front. That is Lorianne Carruthers in there in 2, battling away. And we've got Megan Roy in the Evie Webster, Anya Matter and Alonso as well as they go in and out of the turn. But it's Halo Wheels leading it out. Annalise, like Luke Littler on a 9-dart finish, checking out. Lorianne going well. Megan's right there. Evie's trying to dive underneath in that final corner. She's going to end up in the top 4. Anya Matter and Alonso in 5, but Annalise Cabin Carpenter taking the win.
Junior Open hits the track, motor number 275. Who's going to pick it up through the first straight? Junior, Dr. Smooth, James Clitheroe, 4 Hard Knocks Bike Coaching and Chase Bicycles. He's picking it up in and out of that first corner. Finn Phillips right there with him in the 2 spot. JTL Simpson Davies in 3. Looks like Heath Thomas going through in 4 and 5 with Sean Brown at the moment. Oh, lost one rider in turn 2. Finn Phillips hits the deck. So it's all about Clitheroe at the moment. Smooth as you like through that 3rd straight. Thomas up there in 3, chasing down yesterday's podium sitter. JTL Simpson Davies in there in 2. Clitheroe, Davies, Thomas, Brown, 1, 2, 3, 4. As Finn Phillips tries to pick himself up. Gonna just make sure the Finn's all right. Well, looks like he's gonna walk away. Put your hands together for Finn Phillips, ladies and gents.
Right, here we go. More Junior Open heading down the hill. Let's have a look. Noah Everly, Cody Coker and Kai Bowen. Noah Lucas Webster in this one. Just 3 riders heading down towards that second corner. And it is Kai Bowen out there in front. Everly in 2, Coker in 3. In and out of that second turn. Winding it up for the 3rd straight. Bowen still in control. Noah Everly right on the back wheel, trying to make a move on the inside as they go into the final corner. Bowen shuts the door. He's going to take the win. Bowen, Everly, Coker across the line.
Penultimate moto of the second rack hits the track. Carl Russell, George Hunt, they're neck and neck into turn number 1. Oh, he got a bit squirrely through the triple. It's going to be Russell though. Mabo Continental team going 1 and 2 with LCC race teams. George Hunt into that second corner. Gabe Simpson's rounding out their podium positions at the moment, but he's got Jared Hill and Ben Weiss battling for a spot in there in 4 and 5. Last turn action then, looking good for Russell. George Hunt, smooth as you like through that pro section. It's Russell, Hunt, Simpson, Hill, 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Right, last moto of the second round here on the Sunday at Cardiff. In and out of the turn we go. It is Josh Marnham leading it through. Marnham, Hartwell, Xander, Marvel, Vanny, right, Daniel Gorman, 1, 2, 3 and 4 into the we. Marnham still leading it through. Pressure coming from Chad Hartwell down that third straight. He's looking for the move on the inside. Can't get close enough. In and out we go down that final straight. Marnham, Hartwell, Xander, Marvel, Vanny, right, Danny O'Gorman in that order across the line. What's that? All right. Casey dropping some 90s bangers. We like that kind of stuff. Yeah. Absolutely love this tune. Reminds me of when I had a full head of hair and visible abs. So that was a while ago. Oh, Ice Pops are back. Sorry, trying to shove an ice pop down my face and getting like an ice cream headache when the gate drops. It's not ideal. Anyway, Bradley Grimm, Charlie Dowson, Seth Ritchie, Leo Bradley, Killian Hanna, and Layla Dixon. These are the 9 to 12-year-old open cruisers. Most number 279, I think. There's going to be Leo Bradley, followed by Charlie Dowsing. Moto 290, Westwood Youngs, Kurt, Mason Bennett, Worrell, and Bean. In and out of the turn we go. Maybell Factory Team leading it to the final corner, Mr. Rocco Westwood. Something about Riz or something that Lewis was on about. I don't do youth speak, as I'm over the age of 50, so that doesn't help. Sonny Young's going across the line as well with Finley Kerr. Josh Bean as well. So Moto 281 now on track. Ollie Bishop, Josiah Birch. Rocco Jenkins, Seth Robinson, Emma Dean, Albert Turner and Albie Goldsworthy. Albie out of the Burnham Club. Holly leading it out. Being pursued by Rocco Jenkins. In and out of that final turn. Seth's in there in 3. Doing it for the Perunti Massive. Emma Dean rounding out the 4. 282 is Yamoto, Colwyn Jones, Jack Swales, Grace Ledgerwood Barr, Ronnie Walworth, Benjamin Tanzer, Tessa Johnson, and Joseph Dewis. Joseph in that first spot, I think. Got his teammate with him, Jack Swales, in there in 2. That's going to be the 318 or the 319 of Colwyn Jones. Gosport's national race team, King Ron, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, going through in that 4th position. Race 283, Freddie Walsh, Regan Jones, Arlo Steinmetz, no doubt clad in free rider apparel. Colourful race kit, yes he is, heading towards me. Big shout out for Sean, down there at Free Rider, because we are in Wales and he's a Welsh lad. Did the custom Irish race pants for the 2025 Worlds at Copenhagen. We had Sammy Stack, Alfie Jones, Frederick State and Rory Smythe in there as well. 13-16 cruiser, Elizabeth Graham, Paige Cathcart Cunnison. That is Ailey Watson out there in front as well. Lucy Stevenson going through. The 885, a FIA pick, I think it is. Actually, we got that wrong, didn't we, last time? It's a FIA pick, yeah. Birthday girl. Doesn't like us talking about it, but you don't get much of a choice with me and Lewis, unfortunately. Race 285. More 13. Kieran Brownson in this one as well, doing it for Doncaster. Lewis Fancini, Sam Dolan, Finley Murphy, Huey Hall, and Bram Heaver. As we move to race 286, Lane Harding taking it to the skies in that second turn. Got Lucas Stoneman and Josh Lewis for company. Toby Duff, Hunter Mallion. Hunter, obviously you can tell he's in Brixton because he's got a Dutch jersey on. Not sure how that works. Joshua Lewis doing it for Merseyside BMX Club. As we look at the next rack of cruisers, Adam Arnolds from Braintree, Zavi, Oliver, Benedict, Max, Jet, and Jacob all in there as well. So it's Adam in 1, Benedict Marco in there in 2, Zavi Fox Cooper in 3, Jacob Aston doing it for Midlands BMX Club. We love the Midlands Massive. Race 288, Barker, Markley, Swales, Spence, Kiss, King, Scrivener, and Charlie LeBras from Bradford's in there as well. Harrison Barker doing it for Tempo BMX. I've got a feeling he's out there in front at the moment. Spence in 2. Fast Signatures in that 4th spot. That's going to be Harry Swales. As they go towards the line, 289, Addison Milburn. Robin Mattern Alonso. And Alfie Sim evolved at Bicycle Motocross, leading it out. Looking very comfortable on his cruiser these days, is Alfie. Putting the work in down at Preston BMX Club. Rocking that new Evolved kit. You can think the Brandon Chappell, Robin Mato and Alonso in there as well. Race 290. Tom O'Brien, George LeBras, Cooper McCrum. Got 2 BMX Widow photography guys in this one. Adam Stevenson, Ronnie Richards, Logan Young, Freddie Wallwork. In there in about, 5th spot at the moment. And Jack Walford taking it down that final straight, Moto 291. And I will hand you on to Lewis.
15-16 cruisers on track. That looks like Cooper Westwood in there at about 4, heading in towards that second corner. But your world number 3 leads it out. Rabbit Racing, James Cottrell, Big Cotty. That's how much he's grown, gone from little to big. The 5 plate in there in 2. That's going to be Eric McSwitty out of BMX Widow Photography, heading through that final straight. Max Surridge, Samuel Wood at Cooper Westwood. That is your 2, 3, 4 and 5. 39-year-old cruisers. Dan Popo, your British champion, leads this one through. Stuart Laurie, Kieran Wood, Chris Hearn, Ryan Jones, John Lillingston and Ash Richardson all out there as well. Richardson in there in 5. Chris Hearn in that 3 spot. Lillingston in 2. A rider out of the south. That's going to be the 10. Kieran Wood, that is, inside the top 4, but it is Popo and Lillingston 1 and 2. Race 293, where's Jack Hudson heading in towards that second turn. Oh, it looks like we've lost Nathan Abbott. It got squarely into that second corner. Abbott's hit the deck. Short is it. Martin and Smiley. Oh, that's our second blowout of the weekend on track. That was Mitchell Smith. Sean Issett, Martin Smiley Brown, Jack Hudson. That's your 1, 2, 3. Romney Wybrow Parker in 4. Put your hands together for Mitchell Smith, ladies and gents, as he runs over the line. Not very often you see that. We've had 2 this weekend alone. We're just going to make sure that Nathan's all right. He went with a big old smash. Put your hands together for Nathan Abbott, ladies and gents. He's up to his feet and walking away. Getting things back underway though with a race at number 294, heading towards our first corner. Check out James Wilson out of lane number 7, Telford Flies. He's going to hold shot into that turn and back out again. Who's there with him? Looks like we've got Rob Harris out of Fluid Bicycle Motocross. Ian Smythe in there for 3. Looks like the Broadwood Park National Race Team. We've got a rider in this one as well. That is Craig Platt on the 735 plate. He's in 5 at the moment, chasing down the rider in 4. Looks like that could be the 14 of James Moores doing it for Royston Rockets. Smythe has worked his way from a 3 to 2. He's now putting the pressure on Wilson down the final straight. Smythe looking like he's going to be a race winner across the stripe. Kieran McAvoy, Dylan Dixon, 1 and 2. Jay Kempsford in this one as well. He's riding through inside the top 3 as they go in and out of that second corner. We've got Andy Groves in there in 4. Crank BMX Coaching got a rider in this one. That's got to be Chris Coltman on the 12 plate, riding out of the northeast with the rider out of the Hawks just in front. Nick Lewis in there in 5. Kempsford's getting busy down the final straight. McAvoy, your race winner. Dixon, Kempsford 2 and 3. Matt Eaton in there in that 2-spot race at number 296. Mr. Pine a Pine in there as well. That is Chris Evans. Smooth as you like into that final corner. Joel Marsden in this one, the 208. Inside the top 3, here comes Dylan Stratton, though, putting the pressure on down that final straight. Has he got enough left in the tank? Oh, they touched elbows as they came through the tabletop. Just about managed to stay upright. Marsden and Stretton across the line in 3 and 4. 45-49 Cruisers. Big Nigel Smith in this one. He's in there in 3 at the moment, chasing down his Bradford Bandit. In there in 2, that's got to be Anthony Lebras, Richard Stevenson. But that was Norbert Marco picking up the race win. Simon Toogood on track. Simon Toogood, Derby BMX. That looks like Jesse Rose in there in 2, doing it for the North East. A rider out of Moto 1 and Muck-Off race team, Kev Merrin. In there in 3, MK have got Neil Turblanche inside the top 4. The Centurions in 5 with Ross Kennedy, but it is going to be DJ Toogood picking up the win in race 298. 17, 29-year-old women's cruiser. We've got 2 ladies out of the sorted race gear team on a track. That's got to be Olivia Firth and Taylor Lee Mohan going 1 and 3, who's splitting up the sorted party. That's Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Trinity Cam in there in 2. Izzy Hurry's in about 5 at the minute, chasing down the rider out of Hot Shot Racing. That is Arla Radcliffe in 4. Taylor Lee Mohan's made her move to go from 3 to 2, so it's going to be Firth, Mohan, Cam, Radcliffe, Hurry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the 6th spot going to go to Carmel Allison. Molly Nice on track, race 300. Don't forget, Molly Nice is doing a charity skydive over in Brisbane during the World's Week. For all in aid of Cancer Research UK. So if you see any of the fundraising going off on social media, please make sure that you donate to that. It's a great cause and an absolutely fantastic way to be raising money for such an amazing charity. So well done to Molly for that one. As race 301 exits turn number 2. That is Hannah Drew, your former national champion from 2025. Jetska Hemstock glued to her back wheel as they bring it in towards that final turn. The 11 plate in 3, Alicia Linscott doing it for Exeter. The front 3 ladies have run away with this race, but it's going to be Hannah Drew picking up that race win. That looked like a Hill Skills jersey on track. Race 302, that was Abby Hill. She's in there in 3 at the minute, chasing down Emily Eilert, repping the Urban Air jersey in 2, but the race leader, Michelle Stupple, your world number 5. Gosport National Race Team. She's left the rest of the pack at the moment. Claire Albert in there as well. Joe Gray, Ornella McGarvey-Miles, Lisa Tarling and Grace Turner. The 2 Team Bunnies ladies chasing down Joe Gray. In there in about 5 as they go in and out of that final turn. So it's going to be Stupple, Eilert, Miles, Hill, Gray, Turner and Tarling in that order.
Race 303. Becca Goal out in front. Claire Mardell, Suzanne Jenkins, Nikki Sitch, Annie Jaziwa. Birthday girl Karen Evans in this one. She's in there in that 4th spot. Turning the big 4-0 and celebrating at a BMX race. Probably wishing she was in the pub somewhere. But she's riding a bike round the track here at Cardiff. Happy birthday, Karen. As we move on to the next 30-plus female cruisers, this one includes SJN, Sarah Jane Nichols, Marcia Brook, Amanda Hemstock, Lindsay Cuman, Ro Beckett, Liam Eden and Susan Ferroni. One rider goes down on that gate, went a little bit too early in the 17 to 29 cruisers. As Dan Wilson, the E7, the new E7, leads it in and out of turn number 2. Not sure who it was who had a roll round on the floor. We will find out very soon. Stanley Palmer in there in 2. John O'Harradine doing it for all the single ladies in there in 3. Joshua Cates, it was, who took the tumble. He is up and okay. Yep. We are blessed with the weather here in Wales as we watch Alex Brooks head into that first turn. It's got Rocky O'Brien right there with him, Ethan Abbott, Matt McHugh in there as well. We used to call him the Flying P many years ago. Do you remember that? I don't know what happened to that nickname. Maybe it's just the fact he doesn't wear that green helmet anymore. We need a new one that's suitably annoying and embarrassing for him. I'm sure Suzanne will... We couldn't get another one, could you not? Yeah, Big Hens has got one. EMV Graphics and Signage, I'm sure they'll wrap it in green for him. So, but yeah, always good to see Matt out there. Had a nice little chat with him and his mum in the bar the other night, which was mega. As we watch Max Henderson Goodfellow, I think it is, and Luke Davis Hayes. Is it a cruiser thing with all these double barrel names? I'm not quite sure. You know, there's Jack Watson, Theo Pope, Zachary Tier, Lewis Barnes, who's also had a birthday this weekend, Kean Brown, Conor Blythe, and Matthew Russell. Head towards the final corner with Theo Pope. Still rocking that Sun bike. He's ridden Sun for as long as I can remember as Theo. Must love a French bicycle. Was that just a random laugh that you threw in then? Why? What were you going to say? What, Daz Reedy? What, Gary Carver? What a palaver. Oh, Gary Carver, what a palaver. In there in that third spot. Chasing down Stuart Little and Darren Reedy. Oh, Brett Knight. Crossing the line. I was trying to think of a joke with Brett Knight then and couldn't get one out quick enough. As we move on to 310, Alan Hill. In the look at that, he's been led out by the Kevin Bacon of BMX. He's done a new advert lately, Kevin Bacon, hasn't he? And I can't remember which one it is. Oh, right, that's going to drive me mad now. I cannot remember. Pete Butler, the beast from the northeast. I'll probably just refer to him like one of Ant and Deck. I don't know which one. He's a bit more like Ant than Deck, isn't he? I don't know whether that's a good thing or not. Anyway, Stuart Campbell leads it into the turn. Oh, Bentley's changed his kit between motors. Look at him. Right, diva. The devil doesn't wear Prada. The devil wears a Mirage race jersey and rides Cruiser. Not that that's disparaging about John, but you know what I mean. We like Benters. He keeps us entertained. Billy Stupple, Paul Adams, Mick Hood, Tim Drew, Graham Davis, Dave Knowles, and Mr. Chris Madron, the James Bond of the Northeast. Oh, wait, what's going on? Oh, no. Our little ladies have all had a roll round on the floor. 3 out of 4 of them down on the first jump. No, no, no. So that leaves Eiley Goodall to nip off out. Let's hear it for our 6 and under pedalling princesses. Adeline Wilson, she's got herself up. She's in there in 2. Grace Snell in 3. That leaves Larissa Thoreaus from the Hawks picking herself up. Come on, Larissa. Oh, somebody's run off with a bike. She could have finished the lap. Oh. We could stick her back on. Nobody would be watching. We could let her finish her lap. Oh, we love our 6 and unders. The lads and the girls, they do a cracking job. Come on, big, big round of applause. Make some noise for our girls. 6 and unders bringing the thunder. Oh. We'll go and round up some stickers from somewhere for our 6 and under young ladies. And we'll make sure they get looked after. Oh. Larissa's walking off. It's like, can I go for a kebab now? She's like, I want an ice cream. Pint of Stella. Something like that. Anyway, more 6 and under action. These are the boys. Victor Anderson. Rupert Garnett, Milo Ryder Bays, Ellis Hitchings and Ellis Dowsing. God, I'm turning the page before the race is even finished. Anyway, Battle Royal out front. Let's have a look. Milo, Gehring, Rupert Garnett. Look at these two boys. Elbow to elbow. Rupert getting his nose out in front. 6 and unders bringing the thunder. Dowson in there in 3. Victor Anderson in the mix as well. I think he's in there in 4 at the moment. The Braintree rider is Milo Ryder Pace. Heading down towards the line. Cracking laps from our 6 and under boys. 7-year-old girls. We're on.
Race 315, the 7-year-old girls are flying through the third straight at the moment. Your British champion Peony Ford leading it from one of the riders out of the Gibson gang. Ice Bikes UK and Maria Gibson on the 139. Look at the battle for 3. It's Erin Thoros shutting the door into that third corner. Works her way into a top 3 spot. Rider out of Ipswich is Evie Steele in 4. Race 316, Senna Rose McCann on track in there at about 3 at the moment. Being chased down by Opal Jones in 4, doing it for Rustin at Racing. But out front, Noah Kerr doing it for Retro Racing. Alice Laurie out of the mid-ranks in there in 2. It's McCann in 3. Jones in 4 and Molly Kearns in 5, doing it for Merton Saints. Last straight action, your front 2 ladies, Kerr, Laurie in that order. Race number 317 hits the track. The 7-year-old boys are getting busy into turn number 2. Ruben McAllister's in near at about 3 at the moment, chasing down the rider out of Green Machine. That's Freddie Mitchell-Moore. But your race leader, your British champion, Jack Byrne, taking it to him. The 4 spot looks like that could be Oliver Savage, riding for Gosport National Race Team on the 033. The front 4 looking clear at the moment. We got Leon Zucchina out of the Bristol Jets, massive in there in 5. But it's all about Byrne out front, your race winner. As a race 318 enters turn number 2. Looks like that could be Reggie Rice. Where's Axel Genex? He's in there in 3. Doing the business with Amari Bamford. Burr in 2. Rice out front. The 4 spot looking like that could be Blake Russell out of the Gospel crew. Heading for the final turn. Callum Ind in there in 5. Looks like that could be a rider out of Telford in 6. That's Billy Edwards being chased down by the rider in 7. That is Clodovio Castro Lag. But your race winner, that was Reggie Rice. More 7-year-old action heading in towards that second turn. Where's Alejandro Crudo Estevez? He's in the 2 spot at the moment. Billy Late's banging bows in there in 3. It's getting all sorts of busy for that 3 spot at the moment. Crudo Estevez makes his move to go from 2 to 1. That's Albie Howe in there in 3. Look at Jackson May. He was a rider banging bows with Billy Late in that second turn. He's worked his way up to 3. Late's in there for 4. Who's going to get 5? That's going to be Isaac Buck. Race 320. Tinniswood, Schrader, Barron, Bond, Dyke and Gray. Parker Gray's in there in 3. Luke Barron's in 2. But Jensen Dye doing the business at the moment at the front of the pack, showing us what he can do when he keeps it rubber side down. Died then into that final corner, large and in charge through that final straight. Barron Gray going to round out them top 3 spots with the rider out of Telford in 4. That is Milo Fox Bond. Rider down in turn number 1. That was the 574. That is Ada Porter. Let's hope that Ada's all right as we take a look at your race leader. In the 8-year-old girls, that is looking like the 0-1. Esme Anderson, Moto 1 and Muckoff Race Team Crank BMX coaching. Have got Sophia Reese in there in 2. That is Erin Dunny out of Chesterfield BMX Club. Put your hands together for Ada Porter, ladies and gents. Don't forget, Chesterfield have got a brand new BMX track opening very, very shortly. Sometime in August. They're having a full-on open day and everything. That track has been around longer than you will imagine. It's great to see them getting some upgrades, some well overdue upgrades. Get a new start hill, new track. At one point in time, they actually had the first ever tarmac corner and the last ever tarmac corner to be done in the UK. They were the club with the first ever tarmac corner, so make sure you get yourself over to Facebook, onto Chesterfield's Facebook page to get all of the details for their open day. 8-year-old boys out on track. That looked like Roberts Catskins throwing bows down that second straight as it got tight with the rider out of Rab Racing. That's Lou and Jamira. Jamira shuffled back to 3 then, but Oliver Bridle, check him out. Crucial Racing looking good at the moment. Here comes the pressure around the outside. The 5.93. Jackson Gregory out of Tiverton BMX Club works his way into a top 4 spot as Charlie Bromelo leads out race 3-2-3, doing it for the Pirates on the 163 plate. Who's there with him? We've got Nico Jocelyn Black, Harry Merrin, Ionis Chorkos, Jacob Taylor and Henry Dodd. The 822 of Dodd in the mix at the moment. He's in that 2 spot, being chased down into that final turn. That's the 675 of Nico Jocelyn Black, looking to make moves, not quite close enough yet. He's going to have to settle for that 3 spot as Bromelo picks up that race win. Race number 324, the 8-year-old boys are on track. Looks like Arthur Kinge leading out for Gosport National Race Team. Isaac Tomlinson, Fluent Bicycle Motocross in there in that 2 spot. Heading down that final straight, it is going to be Kinge with that race win. Next up on track, we are looking at race 325. Taylor, Beckett, Brown, Slater, Yates, Ons and Murphy. Sandis Ons on track. Where is he? He's in about 4 or 5 at the minute. Swapping and changing spots as they bring it towards the final turn. Shelby Yates, so he's got more YouTube subscribers than you. He's bringing it through that final straight. Who's in there in that 2 spot? Looks like that's got to be Harry Taylor out of SVT Mongoose. Jasper Eels on track, race 326. Benji Ross Foster in there in about 3 as well. Ruben Lamb, his club mate, occupies that 2 spot. So Merseyside BMX Club going 2 and 3. But it's all about Eels, your British champion at the moment. Who's picking up the 4? Looks like that could be Pekka BMX as they bring it in towards the final turn. That is Alexander French on the 133 plate, but he's under pressure as they start scrapping it out for the 5. That looked like Soren Rock Hatfield trying to work his way to a top 5 spot, not quite close enough. Looks like we've got the 9-year-old ladies on track. Verity K in this one for MCR and Manchester BMX Club. Tilly Hewitt, it's her dad's birthday today. She's looking to give him another birthday present as she picks up another moto win. Who's in there with her? Got to be the rider out of the Titans, Madeline Malloy. In and out of that final corner, Isabella Henry rounding out them top 3 spots for Hackney BMX. That's going to be how they take it across the line as Ola Jewis leads out the following moto race 328. That's got to be Abigail heading on the inside into turn number 2. Looks up the inside of Jewis, wasn't quite close enough. Mabel Pines in there in 3. Who's picking up the 4? BRE Racing's Izzy Moore. That's your front 4. Hennings just shuffled back to 3 as Pine starts getting busy. In and out of that final corner. Jewis, Pine, looking like they're trying to drag race to the wire. Who's going to get it on the stripe? It's going to be Jewis. Maggie Devine on track. Leading it through your newly crowned European number 7, Mabo Factory Team UK. Dixon, Brentnell, Barron, Forrest and Critchley all out there with her. Yesterday's birthday girl. Sorry, no, that's Flick Brentnell out there on track. Allen's Factory Supercross repping the DFS summer sale. In and out of that final turn they go, and through the final straight, Luciana Pins and Barron gonna round out them top 3 spots as the 9-year-old boys go in and out of that second corner. Where's Petter Bunchy? He's leading the pack, of course. Jude Shearer's right there with him in the 2 spot, doing it for the Centurions. Massive. Where are the Centurions? Is that you guys on the final turn? They're normally awake by now. It's 1 o'clock. They've had enough time to get some haggis. As we take a look at race 331, Logan Aceto in there in that 2 spot, doing it for Moto 1 and Muck-Off Race Team. He's chasing down the British champion, Archie Fisher, out front. Lodge and in charge. Who's in there in 3? Got to be Archie Walsgrove, doing it for the Telford Flyers. So the riders out of the Midlands going 1 and 3 at the moment. Aceto breaking up that Midlands party in 2. Who's picking up the 4? Moves speed in that final turn. That was the Hawks. Augustus Bartolini. He's going to, just shuffled out to the 4 spot over the line as Wolfsgrove had a crack in last straight. Vlad Lepardatu, the Vikings on track. Ladies and gents, he's in there in 4 at the moment. Having a good old scrap as he bring it towards the final turn. Who's the rider on the inside trying to make it happen? Not quite sure up to yet. We've got Luke Ford in there, Max Pete, Dougie Campbell, Rory Kempsford, Lewin Franz Brotherton, and Oakley Rider Bays all in that one. Race 333. Rapid Roman Birdfield in there in 4 at the moment. Being chased down by Cameron Joseph, doing it for the Brixton Massive. Who's that in 3? That's the 319 Oliver Appleton Bath BMX Club. Pretty sure Bath BMX have just had some changes made to their track, in and around the track at least. So if you get the opportunity, make sure you head over there, see what changes have been made to the facility. As we see Teddy Gorman, Pure Bicycles coming 1 and 2 with the BMX hypes. Frankie Jones as they bring it in towards the final turn. Oscar rather fast in there in 3. Moves being made by Team E. That's got to be Oakley Atlas Lewisfield. Shuffling around with decoys. Ollie Underhill. Underhill's going to nick that 4 spot back at the line. Race number 335. Vincent Olivier. Cracking name. He's out there on track at the minute, repping the Pecca BMX colours. Having a battle in towards that second corner with the Green Machine rider. That's Tommy Weatherly on the 002 plate. But out front, it is Rudy Pleasance Ford. RPF going 1 and 2 with one of the Claydon brothers. He's Joey Claydon in there in that 2 spot. Looking for a high-low on the exit of that final corner. Didn't quite find it. He's going to have to settle for that 2 as they bring it down to the wire. 10-year-old ladies are on track, then 2 on the plate. National number 2 from last year, Ella Grant, was unlucky in Sarians for the European Championships. But she's out there at the moment doing their business, showing us what she can do as she's chased down by the 5 plate of Maisie Dyson. The 5 of Mika Gibson in there in that 4. Who's picking up the 3? That's going to be Pananitra Castro Lack. Second rack of the 10-year-old ladies enters turn number 2. That looks like Lauren Snell in that 2 spot, trying to chase down the Exeter Eagle out front. That is Alton Moore on the 12 plate. Moore, Snell, who's picking up the 3. Alice Barron, yesterday's birthday girl, in the mix at the moment. The 18 is Poppy Weatherly in there in 4. Look at the drag race out front. Lauren Snell, Alton Moore. Snell made the move in the corner, didn't quite make it stick at the line. Race 338, Amelia Brain, Clinthy BMX Club leading this one out. Mabel Kiff, Madison Stupple in there in 2. Evelyn Smith, Megan Keller, and Layla Dixon all out there on track. That's Dixon in there in 4. The 5 plate looks like that could be Keller looking to find a way around Stupple through that final straight. It's going to be the 2 Gospel ladies going through in 2 and 3. Looks like we lost riders in turn number 1 in race 339. It was a reactive rider, Noah Northcott. Back up to his feet, finishing his lap. Oakley Hill out there in front though. Alfie Thorne having moved, stuck on him in that final corner. That's Jack Colwell getting busy. Thorne works his way back into that 2 spot. Colwell for 3, Christian Garbashik in 4. Dominic Zapanos out there at the moment. Our very own Romanian gunslinger heading in towards that second corner. Who's there with him? Gotta be one of the Marco brothers doing it for the DC Cycles crew. That's Oscar Marco being hunted down though. Bristol Jets have got Felix Zucchina inside the top 3 heading into the final turn. That's a rider out of Merton Saints. William Cairns on the 30 plate in there in 4. Huge pile up in turn number 1 in the following moto. Ethan the Great White. Not again. The Great White's hit the deck for the second time today, I think. Oh no, he's not on track. He must be resting up after his crash earlier on. We wish him well. The 754, that was Thomas Stanikaitis one of the fallen riders, and the 33 of Jack Barter. Let's hope that them two gents are all right. They're up to their feet, walking away. Put your hands together for them. Put your hands together, ladies and gents. Thomas Stanikaitis back up to his feet as Jack Barter walks away. We are back to the action then. Race 3, 4, 2 on track. Big Hen Sullivan, European champion, and leads it into that first corner. Who's here with him? We've got Smith, Blakeburn, Mason, Guran, Hatch and Gilbert. Good to see Colin Guran back on track after his crash in his second moto. He's chasing down Charlie Blakeburn into that second corner for Big Hens out front, looking good. Who's in there with them? Looks like we've got the Fluent Bicycle Motocross rider coming on round. Alexander Gilbert, Elliot Hatch chasing him down. Team Air in there as well with Arthur Mason. This moto is absolutely stacked, but Big Hens picks up that race win. Edwin Calburn on the outside into turn number 2, race 3, 4-3, the 10-year-old boys on track. Who's out front though? Looks like Oliver Ford on the 23 plate. Ned Wills in this one. Leo Bridge, Josh Byrne, Lewis Rothwell and Zachariah Mora. It is going to be Ford out front. The MK Evolution rider, Brits, Calburn in 2 and 3. Going to be Lewis Rothwell rounding out them top 4 spots. And Tech Perebny, your world number 3 on track. Looking good at the moment. Vernal Challenger in this one as well. He's in about 4 or 5 at the moment. Swapping and changing moves in that second corner. The 3 spot, that's got to be Caleb Tewalder on the 44 plate. Joel Pritchard going right round the outside. They're doing it the hard way. Chasing Seth Perry now through the final straight. Perebny, Perry, Pritchard, 1, 2, 3.
Right, race 3, 4, 5. The girls are on track. Uda Svensson, Holly Bishop, River Henderson, Agnes Lamb, Molly Tomlinson, Arabella Denton, Florence Kay and Roxy Rowlands. Heading down that third straight. Holly out in front. Una's in there in about 5 at the moment. And Agnes in that second position as they go in and out of the turn, the 6. That belongs to River Henderson out of Peckham BMX Club. 3 Manchester riders in this one. Florence Kay in there as well. And Roxy Rowlands taking to the skies over that last tabletop. Race 3, 4, 6. Dean, Evans, Geddes, Dyson, Knight, Malloy, Graham and Morgan. And it's B. Radford, Florence Dyson leading it into the turn. Rosie Geddes, Astar racing in 2. Emma Dean in 3. Denton going through in 4. Abby Graham in 4. For Brixton as they cross that line. 3, 4, 7. Ethan Shaw, Ollie Bird. Probably somewhere inside the top 3. Tobias Groves, Oakley Lewis Field. Have we got Tom Giles in there? I don't think we have. He was the other sorted rider who had a roll round on the floor yesterday. Jacob Russell and Aidan Baptiste in there as well. Aidan doing it for Peckham BMX Club. Groves just passing Bird down that final straight. Ollie still picks up a top 4. Race 348, Donaldson, Denny, Kacharik, Grocock, Melia, Kincaid. 2 Irish riders in this one. Otto Watmore Randall out of Bournemouth BMX Club. It is the 9 and the 8 battling into the turn. Donaldson and Kacharik. Grocock having a great lap this time around. He's in there in 3, doing it for the LVG. National Race Team Kincaid inside the top 5. Melia pushing hard as well. Battling with Louis Denny as we move to 349. Arnold, Schrader, Hawker, Spencer, Haynes, Staines, Kowalski. Oliver Hawker hitting that tarmac in turn number 1. He's up and all right. It's the 11 and the 5. Haynes and Spencer having a battle down that final straight. Derby Rider in there in 3, Seb Staines. As Moto 350 leaves the gate. Edith Kane, Callum Lee, Dewey Smith, Anna Dowsing. BMXHype.com. In and out of the turn we go. Dowsing looking good, the 866 in that second spot. That's going to be... who is that, by the way? It doesn't register on the... Oh, it's the 30. That's not even here. Oh, Oliver Hawker. Sorry, Oliver. Right, I'm lost. Where are we up to? Work it out in a minute when they come round. There we go. 351 Yamoto. Rex Ford, Alexi Carlos into the turn 1 and 2. Derby's Charlie Sheriff in there in 3, slipping a pedal but still keeping that momentum going. Jack Kitchen, I think, rounded out the 4. 352, Forrest Wills, Ryder Bays, Smythe, Tramontano, Edwards and Jesse Rose. It is Miss Wills on the W4. Is Luca Tramontano on that 36. He sounds like a member of the Mafia. You do it. So he do you not understand by now my brain works? You'd love to spend a day in my brain. Some of the random stuff that pops up in my head you would not believe. Race 353. That is Freya Monforte just trailing Trixie Trays across the line. Somebody's had a roll round on the floor. Who was that? Was that Jamie Puddock? It was. Spin to Win Bicycle Motocross team. She's up and okay, which is good to see. Oh, one down on the first straight as well. Not sure who that was. Right, I have a feeling that is Ellie Beats picking herself up on that first straight. Judging by the fact it's a Manchester jersey, let's hope Ellie's all right. Are we cycling through all the 90s classics here, Casey? Is that what we're doing? Yeah, yeah. Gen Z locker. Should we call him that from now on? Gen Z locker. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah, with your Insta talk and your face snap. Hey.
You've just sat here and taken a selfie. What do you mean?
Yeah, to send it to another Gen Zer who's at home. It's a self-portrait to us Gen Xers. When's the what? Well, it's not. Nobody wants any of my merchandise, I can tell you that for certain. Oh. Yeah, they won't care. Absolutely.
You would honestly not believe the conversations that go off up at commentary. Honestly.
Yeah.
Me? Not one person stood around this BMX track would listen to my podcast.
Yeah, the locker room. I can only imagine what might get discussed.
Nothing BMX related.
No, you'd be talking about cement, wouldn't you, and breeze blocks. Hey? There'd be you and a builder called Terry in Essex listening to it. That'd be about it.
Adam at Awesome Finishers, he'd listen to my podcast. He'd
listen to it?
Yeah. Adam from Awesome Finishers, Maybo.
All right, yeah, that's fine.
Just to plug Awesome Finishers once again, Adam.
Oh, hello.
For all of your bike spraying needs, make sure you get over to Adam at Awesome Finishers. Does a cracking job. There was one I recently saw. He's turned a Maybo BMX frame into the replica of a rally car, which is absolutely insane. Well, looks like we're about to resume racing.
I think what I need to do is, the next time I get a frame for Nathaniel, I'll take it to him and I want it in like a candy apple red colour. The JMC Darryl Young from 1984. Nathaniel will hate it, but I love it.
Nathaniel won't have a clue what that is, just like me.
You've not got a clue either, and you're 20 years older than he is.
You've completely lost me there.
Yeah.
20?
Yeah.
You've just had 10 years to be there.
Well, that's all right. You behave like a pensioner.
I feel like one as well. Right, on track. No idea what race that is. Race 354, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, Maisie Egan. Out there in the one spot, the 113. In there in three, that is April Wood. Doing it for the Bournemouth BMX crew. Merton Saints got a rider in there in that two spot. Neither France Brotherton. Race 355, Milne Holmes, Surtees, Pritchard, 2 got Dolan, Underhill and Rowe. That looks like Amelia Rowe on the inside into turn number 2, making moves. Getting busy, banging bows with Rachel Pritchard out of the Hawks. For your race leader. Couple of riders hit the deck in the 12-year-old boys. Not quite sure who picked up the win in that one. Put your hands together for your fallen riders, ladies and gents. Edward Cordery up to his feet. Crank BMX coaching lost a rider there as well, Ted Harvey. And Cardiff's Fraser Pashk. Race 357 hits the track then. These are your 12-year-old boys. We've got Wilson Eaton out of lane number 1, Jones, Turner, Finley, Jones, Grant, Dustin and Jackson all heading in towards that first corner. It's Betty Jackson in there in that 2 spot. But your race leader, Teddy Jones out of BMX Hype, heading in towards that second corner. Jackson goes airborne, right round the outside, makes his stick, so goes from 2 to 1. Who's picking up the 3? Looks like Mac Finley out of BRE Racing. Wilson Eaton in there in about 5 of the minute, chasing down the rider out of Peckham. BMX has Noah Grant on the 154 plate. Last straight action, Benny Jackson. He's going to pick up that race win. Next up on track, Preston Newmarsh Power out of Power Racing. He's leading it in towards that second corner. It's Preston's dad's birthday today. He's looking to give him a birthday gift as he looks for a moto win. That's Seb Hewitt in there in 3. It's his dad's birthday as well. Must be the motto of dad's birthdays today for this one. Hugo Dayton in there in that 3 spot. Just been shuffled back as Seb Hewitt picks up that 2 spot as they bring it down to the line. Temper BMX UK, Carlin Gordon, Ryan Raysack, Ted Malkin, Josiah Birch, Freddie Ray Orland, Jadon O'Connell, Leo Bradley and Finley Hewitt. That is Freddie Ray Orland in there in that 2 spot, chasing down Gordon. Ruston at Racing got a rider in there. Leo Bradley in 4. The 620 plate is Jadon O'Connell. Moves being made in that final turn. Freddie Ray Orland works his way from a 2 to 1 to pick up that race win. Next up, Lewis Rothwell. Sorry, no, that's Murray Watson. Is that? They look the same. They've got the same helmet. Looks the exact same. Right, Murray Watson, Ronnie Wood. That's your 1 and 2. Savage Racing in there in 3. That's got to be Bodie Markley. It's not. It's Otto Parr. This is an absolute mess, isn't it?
You're having a burr,
I know.
Hey?
I'm going to go back to bed. Right, we'll try again. Joey McAvoy on track. Thanks for that, Adam. Got reminded earlier on. So, Finn Munro, your European champion out there in that 1 spot, doing it for Allen's Factory Supercross. Joey McAvoy in there in 2, doing it for Maybo Factory Team UK. Looks like the 42 plate in there in 3. Lucas Tewald with the 35 in 4. That's got to be Edward Worrell out of Team A, bringing it down that final straight as a European champion picks up another race win. Freya Harry's out there leading through race 362. Your world number 7. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching in there in that 2 spot. That's going to be Grace Gerard. She's been chased down by Elizabeth Graham, doing it for the Cumbernauld Centurions Massive. Crank BMX Coaching in 4. That looks like Seren Pritchard in 5, doing it for Evolve Collective. The Crank Rider, that was Tyler Davenport. She's going to round out them top 4 spots as your World 7 picks up that race win. Race 363. Looks like we have got an absolute rider lead in the pack at the moment. That's Elsie Blight. Lily Mae Gould out of Ruston at Racing in this one as well. She's in about 5 at the moment. Looks like Olivia Johnson in 3. Got to be Poppy Mae Kirby in 2. But they're all chasing Blight into that final corner. Paige Cathcart Cunnison in there in 4, doing it for Savage Racing. But it's going to be Blight, Kirby, Johnson, Cunnison. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4. As Iris Hardy, your national champion, leads out the following race for Pure Bicycles. Team Mind's got Millie Ross in there in 2. Radco Racing in 3. That is Mara McCarran heading towards that final turn. Gosport National Race Team in there as well. Lauren Keller aboard that 9 bike, but it's all about Hyder down that final straight. She's going to be a race winner aboard that Pure bike. Max Livingston doing it for Gosport National Race Team. He's on track at the moment. Noah Ford, Jack in, Deagle and O'Lone. Harry Swales in that 2 spot. Lewis Fancini and Leighton Harding. He is your race leader. DC Cycles are looking good at the moment. Him and Swales checked out from the rest of the pack as the 375. Lewis Fancini. Bournemouth BMX Club repping that south at Jersey. In there inside the top 3 as they bring it through that final straight. W3 heading towards that second corner. Leo Rowlands are looking good at the moment. Who's in there with him? Looks like we've got a Rab Racing rider. Isaac the Sender Smith in there for 4. Reactive Racing in 3. That is looking like Jack Laughlin with Atar Jamira in 2. Rab Racing. So Rab going 2 and 4 with the 38 plate. Bram Heaver out of Team Air. He's in 5, but it's all about Rowlands at the front of the pack in that one. Chub Club S&M Source have got Ronnie Payne. Zach Everly in there in 3. Archie Bell in 2. Emil Challenger in this one. Where's Emil? He's in there in that 4 spot, chasing Everly through that 3rd straight. Looks like Reactive Racing got a rider in there as well. Lucas Belton out of Exeter Eagles. He's going to round out them top 5 spots as Payne gets pushed to the line by Archie Bell. Tight on the line for that 1 spot. Akin Brazia in there in 2. James Bibby, though, leads it out in towards that 2nd corner. Harrison Doe in there in 3. Kieran Brownson doing it for Team Bunnies. He's in this one. Louis Sheffy out of Team Mind. Finlay Shaw and Zach Hamill all headed towards that final corner. Hamill in there in 3. Brazia in 2. But it's going to be James Bibby picking up that race win.
All right, moving on, race number 369. We have got Finlay Murphy out of Sunny Nunny in this one as they head down towards that first turn. But I'm looking at Archie Crocker White battling away into that turn, but the man out in front at the minute. Hang on a minute, am I on the right one? Because there is a Mabel factory jersey in there. 369 or 370. Jack Devine, have they moved them on a bit? Right, possibly. Yeah, Jack Devine going through. MK, that's going to be Oliver Taylor. Just keeping us on our toes. Cody Hughes is in there for Smiley's Flight Club. Jet Thompson for Gospel NRT. Right, let's see what happens when they get. I've got a feeling that these are the girls, and that is Esme Ward heading towards us. Yes, it is. Esme Ward doing it for Stay Strong. Ruby Warren out of Pure Bicycles. They are going 1 and 2 out of the turn. Anushka Jones in there in 3. Molly Fumey Carroll. Rounding out the 4. Lily Yerbury out of Bath BMX Club as well. Pushing hard. Imogen Kennedy. So we have had a mechanical in 370. So that's what switched it all around. In there in 5. Team that's going to be Clara Salmond. The Hawks have got Georgia Surtees in there. Shout out Scott Dick if he's watching. The 854 of Imogen Kennedy. 372. The next moto up, Martha Cotton out of Manchester. Out in front, that is Naya O'Connell. In 3, Eleanor Martin out of Preston. In there as well. She's in that 5th position, I think, chasing down the rider from Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, Bella Gerard. She had her birthday yesterday. And we'll mention it again because we like Bella a lot. Happy birthday, Bella. The 13, that belongs to Amara Fife. Sophie Mee, Nora Syra, Eva Zerzek in there as well. As the 14-year-old boys head towards us. And that is the familiar figure of Ethan Crooks Martin doing it for Hot Shots. Robert Cardoza watching out in Arizona, USA, in there in Phoenix. Probably warmer than it is here, I'm sure. Be about 120 degrees. If you're not aware, Robert Cardoza was in the film E.T., one of the bike riders in there as well, chasing through the streets with E.T. in the basket. If anybody comes up to me and says, what's E.T., what's that film? Right, you need to educate yourself. All right, it's BMX history. Go home, have a look on your streaming platform of choice. Go and find the movie E.T. and make sure you watch it, because that brought BMX to the mainstream. It's still an amazing movie. So, yeah, as we go in and out of the corner. As we take a look at the next moto. It's got Sullivan Collis in it, so I'm assuming we've gone over a page. We have. I've missed about 3 motos. Sorry, guys. James Miller in this one anyway. Miller out in front. Freddie Parkinson in there into the templates. That is Roland Els. He's in there in 3. Sullivan Collis rounding out the 4. Being chased down the straight by Lawrence Bojang. Charlie Bob Craig trying to pick up another spot of the line. Couldn't get it done. 377. Riley Butt, Jude Hoffman, Harry Tyers, James Pipe, Sam Dolan, Hunter Mallion and Darwin Shepherd. James Pipe doing it for the SAS race team. He's in there in 5 at the minute. The man in 2, that is the 11 of Harry Tyres. But he's chasing Absolute Bicycle Motocross Riley Butt. Down towards that finish line, Hunter Mallion in there in 3. Sam Dolan doing it for the Brunty Massive, race 378. Walsh, Holmes, Arnold, Salter, Wilcox, Barker and McNulty. Harvey Walsh also out of the Brunty Massive. But we are looking at Max McNulty scrapping away with a 24. That is Charlie Wilcox out of Team Mind. Adam Arnold in there in 3, and Braintree rounding out the 4 with Harry Holmes. Race 379. The old, the infirm, Little and Bryce. Fitzroy Bryce in 1, John Bentley in 2, Stu Little in 3. Little making his move over Bentley in that turn, trying to pick up. Fitzroy Bryce down that final straight. Stuart Little taking it down the inside, crossing that line in front. Evolved Bicycle Motocross picking up a moto win. 380, Matt Hayward, Justin Somerville, Brett Knight, Davey Knowles, Anton Fogadich, Pat Graham and Matthew Knight. Sergeant Matt Hayward leading it into the turn. Brett Knight in there in 2. Take it easy, boys. You've got work tomorrow. Look at that. Brett might sprint into the line. There's Christus Chalkos and Neil Waddington. A lead out Moto 381. Neil Cheney in there as well. Basil Hull. Good to see Basil back on track. He's not ridden his bike much lately, so he was telling me. John Perkins and Ian Milne in the mix as well. But it is Christos Chalkos and Neil Waddington going 1 and 2 to the stripe in Moto 381. 382, Hatfield, Boudet, Lillingston, Scrivener, Big Nige, Smith, Dylan Dixon and Mark Vries. It is John Lillingston into the corner. These are the vets. Mark Vries out of Manchester. Big Nige Smith, the Mayor of Bradford. I want him to turn up with like one of those gold chains around his neck. Cut some ribbons somewhere, kiss some babies. Act like a proper mayor. Do you know what I mean? Oh, it's been a long weekend, Lewis. It's been a long weekend. Hey. Danny Taylor, Grant Yerbury. Carl Svensson, where's Carl? He's in there in 3rd or 4th. He gets extra style points for riding a standard 125R. Steely's reel and all that rigmarole. And we've missed the opportunity to take the mick out of Mark Moore as well. As the original Tom Palmer heads down the straight. Where's Sean Issett? He's in there trying to take that 2. Battling with Billy Irwin and Billy Luckhurst. Leads out more 385. Darren Utley in the dangerous David James. We believe that's his new nickname. Mitchell Smith and Rodney Wybrow Parker. He's a man with some cars. Actually, talking to cars, I believe YouTube sensation Mark McCann has been at the race as well, if you follow any of the car YouTubers. You don't. Which one? 369. Yeah, we're not going back. We're not going to have time to get there, are we, really? We'll try and figure it out as we go along. It's Absolute Bicycle Motocross leading it into the turn. That's Finley Murphy in there in 2. Chasing down the 3. We've got Milton Keynes in there as well in that 3rd position. We'll do it by club or team. So Absolute Bicycle Motocross in 1. Nuneaton, Finley Murphy in there in 2. The MK Evolution squad going through in 3. Team Mind in 4. That is Cheshire Ghost Riders going through in that 6th spot. That's going to be Archie Hall, I think. Archie Bell even, sorry. I think. Anyway, it doesn't matter now. That race is over. On to the 15s. Can you tell it's getting near lunchtime? Brody Geddes and Nate Hamilton scrapping away into the turn. That is Henry Shenton in there in 4. Henry's been on it today. He's been looking good. So go on. 387, Lewis.
Oh yeah, so we are. Race number 388 on track. That is the award number 2, Kobe Rayford. Stay strong, leading it in towards that final turn. Going 1 and 2 with the 2-plate of Ned Guppy. Toby Lynch in there for 3. Looks like we've got Heath Osborne in there for 4. That's how they're going to bring it across the line. Evan Bartley leads out the following rating race. 389. Morris, Jones, Lawrence, Thompson, Alonso, Howe and Tyres. Evan Bartley, Oliver Tyres. That's going to be your 1 and 2. Elvis Lawrence in 3. Robin Matten Alonso in 4. Caden Thompson in there in 5. But it's looking good out front for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Evan Bartley, smooth as you like through that final straight. He's going to pick up that race win. Harry Bailey, after all sorts of acrobatics in yesterday's semi-final, managing to avoid carnage. He's out there in front at the moment. Who's in there with him? Looks like we've got a rider out of Braintree. That's Max Lawrence. Sam Wood in there at about 4. Chasing down the Hard Knocks rider. That is Freddie Warwork. Oh, it all went wrong for Sam Wood. Down that 3rd straight, Harrison Barnes took advantage, works his way into a top 4 spot as Harry Bailey picks up that race win. All right, you are looking at Oscar Jewell leading out the following race, going 1 and 2 with Thomas O'Brien as they head towards that 2nd turn. Who's in there for 3? Looks like we lost a rider out of CGR. That was Dominic Challoner. He's back up to his feet, finishing his lap. Put your hands together for Dominic. But Oscar Jewell out front, team here in Andover. Absolutely flying this season is Oscar. He's flicked a switch over winter and he's absolutely charging. Thomas O'Brien for that 2. 15-year-old ladies hit the track. Then that looks like Rin Gianolino from the outside, looking for a whole shot into turn number 1. Evolve Collective. Oh, bows were banging in the turn. 3 riders swallowed up in the carnage. Jalala Patel just couldn't quite get across. Rin Gianolino, Libby Copping, Evie Malkin. That's going to be your 1, 2, 3 in that one. Big hard slam for Jalala. We're going to hope that she's all right. Going to get some medical attention. Put your hands together for Jalala Patel, ladies and gents. She's up to her feet, going to walk away. Race number 393, the 15-year-old girls are a go. Emily Eaton looking to pick up a whole shot into turn number 1. Eaton leads it. Who's here with her? Looks like the 4-plate of Sidonie Cleve in that 2 spot. Katie Millard in 3 aboard that 1 bike from 2025. She's being chased down by the rider out of her team here. Looks like that could be Emily Grimm on the 764 plate, but Emily Eaton, Pro Star BMX, looking absolutely rapid into that final corner. Stay Strong's Cleve in there for 2. Can anyone catch these front 2 ladies? I think not. Moves being made by Pick, working her way into a top 5 spot, just shuffling Sophie Coulson back a spot or 2. Race 394, Lucas Seeley on track. Doing it for Rab Racing. Who's there with him? Got to be Jack Davey. Doing it for Cornwall BMX Club. That's going to be your 1 and 2. Looks like we nearly lost Joshua Bradford as he went through that second straight, but he managed to keep it upright and on track. So it's Seeley out front, yesterday's winner, taking it across the stripe. As we look at Henry Radcliffe leading out the following race, going at 1 and 2 with the rider out of Evolve Collective. That's Alex Dunkley. Where's Eric McSwitty? He's in there in about 4 of the minute, chasing down Finn Cranage out of Team Bunnies. But he's looking good for Radcliffe at the moment aboard that 13 bike. In and out of that final turn. Radcliffe, Dunkley's run away with this moto. Eli Price getting busy in there in 5. Looking to switch it up for a 4 spot on the line. Cranage hangs on to 3. Bradley James on track. Doing it for Reactive Racing. Where's Thomas McGovern? He's in there at about 4 at the moment, chasing down the rider in 3. Looks like that could be the rider out of the Irish contingent on the 25 plate, David Opremeyer. He's rounding out them top 3 spots at the moment, but the rider in 2 got to be Ollie Turblanche out of MK Evolution. Race 397 on track. Elijah Jamira currently chasing down the Rustin Up Racing rider. That is Freddie Franklin. Remy Collican in there as well. Logan Widdowson not on track for this one, so it's all good out front for Jamira. And Franklin is to bring it in towards that final corner. Rusting Up, Rab Racing in that order. That's how they're going to take it down that final straight. As race number 398 goes in and out of turn number 1. Led away by Freddie Entwistle. Stan the man Mason in there at about 5 of the minute. Got a bit of work to do if he wants to catch the rider in 4. That's Khalil Baptiste. It looks like we've lost the rider in that second turn. That might have been Khalil actually. Cooper McCrum. Oh, it was Freddie Entwistle that went down, so Cooper's out front. MCR in 2, that's Human B. Standard Mason in 3. Khalil's up to his feet, looks like he's going to walk away. Put your hands together for Khalil. Freddie Franklin's up as well, ladies and gents. Put your hands together for Freddie. Straight back into it then, race 399, Leesley, Price, Watson, Dean and Glynn all heading for turn number 1. It's going to be Ailey Watson on the 0-1 plate, your British champion, leading it going 1 and 2 with her teammate Summer Glynn. BMX with her photography looking good at the moment. Who's picking up the 3? It looks like Atana Price out of Peckham BMX Club. Leesley's in there in 4. That's got to be Emily Dean out of Smiley's Fly Club in 5. Team Bunnies in 4 then, but out front the battle is between the BMX photography ladies. Here comes Glynn looking for a way round the British champ. In and out they go down the final straight. Watson, Glynn, that's going to be the 1 and 2. Next up on track, race 400, Lottie Can't Stop, Won't Stop Brown leads the way, going 1 and 2 with Grace Birch doing it for Green Machine Tribe. Who's picking up the 3? Looks like Eliza French doing it for BRE Racing. Ruby Walford's in there for Evolve Collective, rounding out them top 4 spots. But she's being chased down by Felicity Brewer out of Gosport National Race Team into that final turn. But it's all about Brown through the final straight. She's going to pick up that race win as the 17 to 18-year-old ladies get on track through that second straight. Esme Brooke chasing down Sophia Wood. That's going to be your 2 and 1. Rosie O'Brien in there in 3. Doing it for the BMX with a photography crew. Who's picking up the 4? Looks like that could be a Hill Skills jersey as they head towards that final turn. It's the 17 plate of Bethany Coates out of Decoy BMX in and out of that final turn and down the last straight. Elwood, Brooke That's your 1 and 2. Sabina Ashman on track, going 1 and 2 with the other Maybo Factory team rider in this age group. That is Amelia Everly, Sophie Carniston, Cockrell, Curtis, Radcliffe and Charlton all in there as well. It looks like Eleanor Curtis in there in 3. Sophie Carniston, though, working her way right round the outside for the LVG NRT crew. She's now inside the top 3 spots. Curtis back there in 4, Cockrell in 5. Hotshot Racing in 6 with Radcliffe as the 17 to 18-year-old men get on track. Who's leading it into turn number 2? There was some bows banging as they jumped into that corner. Looks like Sam Hamling is at the front of the pack at the moment. Who's picking up 2 and 3 is the 22 plate in 2. That is Daniel Henry out of Birmingham BMX. He's being chased out by what looks like Ethan Abbott. I think that could be out of Barnesbury BMX Club. Rounded out them podium positions. Race 4:04. Where's Eli Smith? Looks like he's been caught up in a bit of traffic. He's back there in about 4 at the moment. Battling it out with Lewis Collins Nemo. But you're 1 and 2. Got to be Jaden Fawcett leading it from the Peckham rider Malachi Price. So it's Fawcett, Price, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching at the front of the pack at the moment on that 4 plate. He's going to rack up this moto winners to bring it down to the wire. Price chasing him to the stripe. Next up on track, Henry here going 1 and 2 with Tom Miller. It looks like Marku Reynolds is in there as well for the Smiley's Flight Club contingent. Where is Nathan Baratta? I think he's reeled it in for the day after his crash in his moto earlier on. John O'Haradine, his dad was out catching carp yesterday. He's looking to throw a net of his own as he brings it through that final straight. It's going to be the Irish rider in there in 3. That is Malachi O'Reilly. Where's Ollie Coppin in the following moto? He's in there in about 3 at the moment, looking for a way around Samson Townsend into turn number 2. Coppin manages to find it. He is a corner specialist and he's worked his way into that 2 spot, chasing down your race leader, Henry Air, Coppin, Townsend, Collis, 1, 2, 3, 4. Kai Blaine in there in 5, makes his move, goes from 5 to 4 with a high-low on Collis. 19, 29-year-old women on track. Izzy Hurry in there in that 2 spot, battling it out. She's elbow to elbow with what looks like Imogen Gibson, who's shuffled back to 3. But your race leader, Lucy Monday, out front looking good. TNT heading towards that final corner. Gibson has worked her way from 3 to 2. Hurry back there in 3. Goal in 4. That is Ornella McGarvey Miles in 5. Claire Albert in 6. But Lucy Monday, your race winner. Mega Gerard on track aboard that 1X bike. Who's there with her? Amy Willits is in about 3 at the moment, chasing down Molly Nice in 2. Don't forget about Molly's skydive that she's doing over in Brisbane during Worlds Week. All for the good of the cause for Cancer Research UK. So if you see that anywhere on any of the social media sites, make sure you donate, please. It's all going to a great cause. So she's in there in that 2 spot, chasing down Megan Gerard as Remy Godfrey leads out Tilly McCrum in race number 409. We've got Jamie Elwood, Yetka Hemstock and Megan Kirby all in there with them. It's Hemstock in the 3 spot, Kirby in 4. That's Elwood in 5. In and out of that second corner, they're going through the 3rd straight. Remy Godfrey looking good into that final turn, doing it for Stay Strong BMX. BMX with her photography in that 2 spot. Tilly McCrum doing all she can to close the gap down. She's not going to get close enough. It's going to be Godfrey out front. 19 to 29-year-old men out on track. Alfie Bax, Dan Kay, that's going to be your 1 and 2. Who's picking up 3? That looks like Charlie Roy out of Moto 1 Muck-Off race team. Josh Cato's picked himself up after his crash earlier on, and he's in there in that 4 spot as it stands. The 10X is Lamin Akareli. He's inside the top 5, putting the pressure on Cates down the final straight. Got it a little bit wrong, but managed to keep it upright in 5. Race 411. SAS race team leading this one out. Ben Fitzsimmons in there as well. Sam Hamling, though, leading the way. Luke Davies-Hayes in that 2 spot. Looks like we've lost one of the Peckham riders. That was Joshua Simpson-Jacobs. Let's hope that he's all right. Hayes being chased down by Fitzsimmons in there in 2 and 3. Kean Brown in 4. Looks like the 26 plate is Finley Randall. In there in 5. Joshua Simpson-Jacobs has picked himself up. Alex Taylor might have been the other fallen rider. Put your hands together for Josh, ladies and gents. Alex Taylor's up to his feet. Put your hands together for Alex Taylor, ladies and gents. He's up, going to walk away. It's what we like to see. Race number 412 up on the gate, last of the 19 to 29-year-old motos. Before we look up to the top of the big hill. Nineteen to 29-year-olds up on the gate. Seaward, Gambay, Bosby, Wallace, Hill, Peterkin and Monroe Higgs. Race number 412 hits the track. Looks like Theodore Peterkin out of lane number 7. He's going to look for the whole shot into that first corner. Jaden Seaward's right there with him, glued to his back wheel on the exit of that first corner. Josh Wallace has worked his way up to 3. Looks like Scott Monroe Higgs is having a good old battle with Dexter Gambay in 4 and 5. In and out of turn number 2. Peterkin under pressure. Seaward doing all he can to close that gap down, heading for the final corner. Has he got enough left for him in the tank? In and out they go. And down that last straight, Theodore Peterkin, Jaden Seaward, that's going to be your 1 and 2.
Right, Ice to the Sky, 8 metre hill, championship women about to hit the track. Right, the championship women are Go 5 riders heading down the hill. Annalise Cadman Carpenter on the inside looking for the whole shot. Webster rounding out the top 3 at the moment. Lorianne Carruthers in 4, Anya Matta and Alonso in 5. But Annalise Cadman Carpenter, she's already had some World Cup experience this season and she's bringing it to bear in championship women here at Cardiff, leading it into the corner. Megan Roy, the only person close enough to perhaps make a difference. It's going to be Carpenter, Roy, Webster, Carruthers, Anya Matta and Alonso in that order.
Motor number 414, here's the track, the first of the junior men. Check out junior Dr. Smooth. It's James Clitheroe going airborne into turn number 1. Clitheroe, Everly, J. Teal, Simpson, Davies, Asher 1, 2, 3. Sean Brown's in there in 4, chasing them down into that second turn. But it is Clitheroe out front, looking good. Everly doing all he can to close the gap down. Last turn action as he coming through the pro section. Oh, it's getting squirrely. Oh, how on earth they've managed to all just about stay upright, I have no idea. Clitheroe, Everly, Davies, Brown.
Well, the headwind on this third straight is causing all kinds of issues as they go through the pro section. Let's have a look if it makes a difference this time around. Cody Coker taking to the skies. In and out we go. It is Kai Bowen. Oh! Cody Coker. Slight over jump. Down he goes. Wow, wow, wow. Meanwhile, Kai Bowen, everybody rolling through the sections. Finn Phillips in there in 2, Heath Thomas in 3. Taking it to the line. Bowen, Phillips, Thomas. Our concern is for Cody Coker. Let's hope he's okay. Oh, looks like he took a bit of a whack to the old back. The old Cilla Black. Is that what you're referring to it as? That Cockney rhyming slang? I wouldn't know, as I'm from the north, darling. Where we speak proper, yeah.
I'm not going to rise to that. I'm not going to rise to that.
Yeah, you're not even from the north or the south, are you, Lewis? You're just confused.
No one will claim us. That's the
No, that's it.
We're just sort of left stranded in the middle of you all. But we're the ones that talk normally, I'll have you know.
You what?
We're the ones that talk normally. Reckon I've just started a north-south divide there.
North-south divide. You're in the Midlands. It's like the demilitarised zone. That's
no man's land.
Yeah,
that's what
no
it is.
man's land. Yeah, no.
Whoa, whoa. Dina's here as well. Dina's from Derby.
Yeah, Dina's from Derby. She just wants to live somewhere else.
I'm moving into your spare room in Wigan. That's what I'm going to do.
That's the coal bunker in the garden. That's what that is.
Well, by the sounds of it, that's better than where we live.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Right, let's hope Cody's okay. He's clearly taking a whack. Right, don't forget, we have got our traders in the Trader Village. You've got your last opportunity this afternoon to go and pick up some BMX goodies. Go and see Crucial, Green Machine, DC Cycles, Sorted Race Gear, Pure Bicycles, B73 for all your National Series merchandise and quality athletic apparel. You can go and get yourself a pizza. I can heartily recommend the pizzas. They've been amazing. As has the coffee. I have sampled both this weekend. They have been amazing. So the toasties are good as well, apparently. I haven't had one yet, but apparently they're great as well. The rugby club have got their snack wagon open. I had bacon, sausage and egg barm this morning. It were absolutely banging. Whoa! Yeah, the tuck shop's up there as well. So you can go and indulge in some intercontinental banter if you want to. Oh yeah, got some good prizes in the raffle as well. I don't know when they're drawing it. Yeah, so the raffle is next to the admin trailer. If you want to buy some tickets, you can win some fabulous prizes. But yeah, our traders, DC Cycles, Sorted Race Gear, Green Machine, Crucial, B73, Pure Bicycles. Make sure you nip over and see them. Putting your money directly into the BMX economy and supporting those that support the sport. So we are very grateful. Thank you. Raffle tickets, food trucks, coffee wagon, ice cream man. If he's here, is he here? Right, the ice cream man's here. We missed out on our tactical ice cream yesterday, so that meant Casey didn't have to get his wallet out. So we're going to change that one later. Yeah. The 20 quid he was going to spend on ice creams for us all is going in Nathaniel's back pocket. All right, Cody Coker, he's been taken away for further assessments. Let's hope he's all right. Big round of applause for Cody, please.
Did you just say something about a barm cake by any chance?
No, what?
Someone's been talking about a barm or something.
Yeah. Sausage, egg, bacon,
John
barm.
Goodacre is not happy at all.
It's a barm cake. You can
It's a
argue
cob.
about it, but you'd be wrong.
Cob roll.
No, not having it. It's not a
Bap,
cob,
yeah,
it's
I'll
not a
allow
roll.
Bap, yeah,
It's not
Bap's
a bap.
acceptable.
If it's got 3 letters, it's wrong. All right, end. Discussion over. Zip, zip, zip. It's a barm cake. You can argue all you want. It's a barm cake.
Right, let's put down the bread rolls for the time being, and we'll talk a bit more about BMX. So there's a BMX Fantasy League going on at the moment. Make sure you head over to the BMX Hype page or the Late to the Gate podcast. Get your picks in for today's racing. It's a great little thing that they've got going over there. It's all online. You just basically go and put in your 3 picks for an age group. And it's like a fantasy league, so there's a scoreboard, a leaderboard, and all of that sort of good fun. So if you're interested, get yourself over to the BMX Hype Instagram page. He's got all of the details over there, has Sean. And make sure you get involved in that before a war kicks off up here between barm cakes and baps and rolls and cobs and all sorts of stuff. Oh. Honestly, there was all sorts of fighting talk then. You should have heard them all. Well, it looks like we're ready to get back into the racing. Superclass men up on the hill. Gate goes down. Jared Hill, Chad Hartwell and Josh Marnham. Just the 3 of them in this race. Josh Marnham looks like he's going to receive a bow in turn number 1. Chad Hartwell leads it out. 94 coaching out there in that 1 spot. Looks like Marnham in there in 2. Last year's national champion. Was over in Sarians for the European champs not so long ago. And he worked his way into a semi-final. Got the dreaded 5th. But he's worked his way back in front of Chad Hartwell in this moto. In and out of that final corner. Marnham, Hartwell, Hill. That's going to be your 1, 2, 3.
Right, the very last moto of the weekend here in Cardiff. Wright, Simpson, O'Gorman, Russell and Hunt heading into turn number 1. It is Russell picking it up. George Hunt in there in 2. Xander Mavalvani Wright in 3. Battle going on for 4 at the minute between Danny O'Gorman and Gabe Simpson as they go in and out of that turn. Callum Russell still leading it through. Keeping it low through the pro section. George Hunt almost too low as he clipped it as he went across the gap. But it's going to be Russell, Hunt, Wright, O'Gorman, Simpson in that order. Motos are done. We are going to go to our break, which I think will be 30 minutes. Unless somebody tells me otherwise. Give me a thumbs up, Pete, if that's the case. Yeah, 30-minute break, people. 30 minutes. We're coming back at 5 minutes to 3 o'clock for your quarterfinals. 5 minutes to 3 o'clock for your quarterfinals.
You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on You set my soul on fire.
Quarter final number one making their way up to the top of the hill, ladies and gents. Our 9 to 12 year old cruisers are going to kick things off for round number 8's knockout rounds. Andy Whitworth's getting right into the tunes.
They don't call him the Tamworth Raver for nothing, you know.
That's Richard's forte, dad dancing. Quarter-final number one, up on the gate, we've got Goldsworth, Hannah, Warwick, Grimm, Richie, Bishop, Worrell and Bradley. Final number one is to go the 9 to 12 year old cruisers are battling it out, top four taking it through to the semi-finals. The bottom four, their day is unfortunately done, and it's a 9 of Leo Bradley, Rustin on Racing and Burnham BMX Club leading this one through. Team here right there behind him, that is Edward Worrell doing it on his big wheel bike. Who's picking on the 3? That's the 16 of Holly Bishop out of Halo Wheels Race Team. The 4 spot currently occupied by Bradley Grimm on the 736, but he's under pressure. The 522 working his way around the outside. Seth Ritchie goes from 5 to 4 and he's looking to take it through to the 9 to 12 year old cruiser semi-final. Bradley, Worrell, Bishop, 1, 2, 3, Ritchie for 4.
Right, the Fast Signatures boys are leading it out in quarter-final number 2. It is Jewis and Swales, 1 and 2, in and out of the turn. Now we're looking at the Cardiff guys in there in that 4th spot. I've got a feeling that's Alfie Jones on the 31. No, it's the 30. He's under pressure though now as they go into that corner. Jones, has he given up the position? I think he has. Who's going to take it away from him? Gosport NRT, Rory Smythe to the line. Cardiff. Oh, your man's gone out in 5.
Westwood, Steinmetz, Robinson, 1, 2, 3 in quarterfinal number 3. Who's in 4? Looks like a rider out of the Bristol Jets crew. That's got to be Rocco Jenkins. So Rocco going 1 and 4 at the moment. Mr. Sigma Riz leading the way into that final turn though. Rocco, Westwood, Mayberg Factory Team UK, Arlo, Steinmetz, Seth Robinson. That's going to be your 1, 2, 3. Rocco Jenkins rounding out the top 4.
Moving on, last of the quarterfinals for the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Arthur Mason, Charlie Dowsing, RTR Racing's Freddie Walsh is in there in 2, but they are chasing Dowsing down towards that turn. The 33 getting in is Arthur Mason, who's battling for the 4. It's the 317 of Sam Stack, scrapping away with Emma Dean at a hot shot. Stack versus Dean down the final straight. Who's going to get it at the line? Stack from Dean.
Soren Rock Hatfield is on the outside looking in. This is going towards turn number 2. The wind just picking up on the exit of that second corner. Jasper Eels though, no problems for him whatsoever. Your British champion Roberts Catskins on an absolute charge, heading for turn number 3. Eels, Catskins, that's your 1 and 2. Tomlinson's in there in 3. Soren Rock Hatfield has got it all to do on the exit of that final corner because he's chasing down Benji Ross Foster. Foster's going to hang on to that final qualifying spot.
Right, 8-year-olds quarter-final number 2. He's got more YouTube subscribers than everybody here put together. It is Shell BX out of Birmingham. Harrison Slater, John Joe Blundell, William Beckett in there as well. Alex French is doing it for Peckham BMX Club. He's there on the inside. He's in the 5. He's looking for the 4. He gets shuffled back that little bit, so he's on the outside looking in. 663 and the 641 making the way in. Harrison Slater, William Beckett still on the outside. He's French. He's got to chase down the rider in that 4th spot. It's going to be the 393 of John Joe Blundell to the line. French stealing it right to the stripe.
Ruben Lamb must have had his lunchtime ice cream coated in hot sauce the way he was blowing down that first straight in his quarter-final. Charlie Bromelo glued to his back wheel as they bring it into that final turn. Lou and Jamira's on the bubble in there in 4 as they bring it into that corner. Henry Dodd looking like he occupies that 3 spot. Jamira's under pressure. Nico Jocelyn back Black putting the pressure onto the line. Who's going to get it? Jamira and Black. Oh, that was tight.
Bridal, Kinge, Ounds and Taylor, 4 absolute flyers out in front at the minute. This one's looking pretty much set. It just depends on the order. Bridal's going to lead it into the turn. Kinge in 2. The Mongoose guy, Harry Taylor in 3. Sandy Sounds in 4. That's how they're going to finish unless something drastic happens on that final straight.
A Mill Challenger got it all wrong through the Dragon's back, and that swallowed up the 28 of Noah Bagwell. Bibby's out front, Swales in 2. That's Isaac the Sender Smith in 3. The 35, Jacob Jameson on the bubble in 4. Who's picking up the 5? Louis Sheffy throws it a high-low, makes it stick. Sheffy from 5 to 4 takes it through to the semi-finals. Put your hands together for Noah Bagwell, ladies and gents. He's up to his feet, finishing his lap. Put your hands together for Emil Challenger, ladies and gents. He's up to his feet, going to walk away.
All right, back to your regularly scheduled programming. Leo Rowlands, Finley Murphy, Zach Everly in this one, Oliver Taylor, Oisin King, Lewis Vancini, Harrison Doe and Archie Malkin. In and out of the turn we go. That is Leo Rowlands out in front. Finley's looking good in 2. Me, but we're having a great time because Zach Everly's in there in 3 and Oliver Taylor in 4. Being chased down by Harrison Doe from Reactive Racing. Leo Rowlands has checked out like Luke Littler on a 9-dart finish. He is out in front at the moment and stealing this one away. Who's going to pick up that 4th spot? I have the sneaking suspicion it will be Oliver Taylor, Everly and Murphy going through as well.
2 riders down in turn number 1. Jack Devine hits the deck and that swallows up the Rab Racing rider Atai Jamira. Just got caught up in traffic and boxed in. That leaves Harding out on track, leading it from Bell and the 22. That is Jack Laughlin, Reactive Racing. Zach Hamill in 4. Moves being made in that final corner. Laughlin goes from 3 to 2. Harding, Laughlin, Bell, Hamill. 1, 2, 3, 4. Put your hands together, ladies and gents. Jack Devine back up to his feet. Mixing it all with the guys a couple of years older than him. Put your hands together for a time. Ladies and gents, he's up to his feet, going to walk away. These 13-year-old boys leaving it all out on the track.
Once again, back to the action. This is the last quarter-final for the 13-year-old boys. Archie Crocker White, Ronnie Payne, Zach Parsons, Lucas Belton into the turn with Brazier, Thompson, Livingston and Mill. And it is absolute bicycle motocross. Archie Crocker White leading it out. Akin Brazier taking to the skies. Oh, couldn't get the jump into the turn. Cut off by Belton, who didn't even know he was there. Crocker White's leading it through. Payne's in there in that second spot. Zach Parsons in 3, Belton in 4. I honestly thought Akin Brazier was going to make the pass down the second straight. It looks like he's going to go out in 5.
James Miller had a 2 to 3 by-length lead into that first corner, and he is checked out into turn 2. Oh, Sully Collins getting busy in the turn. Looked up the inside of the 31 of Adam Arnold. The 13 is Joe Douglas on the bubble at the moment, but he's got Gilmore Green glued to his back wheel into the final turn. And Green got enough left in the tank. Last straight action. Miller's gone, and he's taking it through. Arnold, Collins, Douglas in that order.
Right, moving on, second quarter final for these 14-year-old boys. Oh, Freddie Parkinson making his move, carving that corner like a Christmas turkey, working his way to the front. McNulty, Els and Wilcox are in there. Bojack is waiting for the opportunity to strike, but it's not going to happen. It's going to be Parkinson, McNulty, Els and Wilcox.
Riley Butt tried to work his way into a top 4 spot in that first corner. Ethan Crooks Martin goes airborne into turn number 2, goes from 4 to 3. Dylan Spence's in a world of trouble now as Riley Butt chases him for the final corner. JP, Charlie Craig, that's your 1 and 2. They've left the pack. It's going to be the 7 of Crooks Martin in 3. Has Spence got enough to hang on to it? I think he's going to hang on in 4.
Right, Max Vass and Harry Tyers threading the needle in that first turn. That looks like 0-1 Racing's Harley Steele, who's in there in 3, and Ralph Sowerby is the man in 4, but he's under pressure from Louis Kacharik into the final corner. No, it was Oliver Arnold Arnold stealing it away. That last qualifying spot from Sowerby. It's going to be Vast, Tyres, Steele and Arnold.
15-year-old quarterfinals on track. Kobe Rayford, your world number 2, leading this one out, going 1 and 2 with the 50. Peter Oscar Jewell doing it for team here. The 23 is Max Lawrence out of Braintree BMX Club. The 54 in there in 4th. Blake Allison's in trouble though. The 11 of Harrison Barnes looks for a way through. Who's going to get it down to the wire? Allison Barnes. Allison just hangs on.
Right, sorted race gear. Toby Lynch making up for yesterday's disappointment. Out front, Evan Barley in there in 2. Elvis Lawrence in 3, and that is Robin Mattern Alonso in there in 4. There is a big gap to 5, and that is Ronnie Richards on the 19. So these 4 are going to go through. It's going to be Lynch, Barley, Lawrence and Mattern Alonso.
Quarter-final number 19, the 15-year-olds are scrapping it out through the first jump and down the first straight. Guppy, whole shots into the turn. Brody Geddes, got caught up in the traffic behind Heath Osborne. Osborne hangs on to 2, Geddes in 3. Who's in 4? That's Newton Hindley. And it looks like his teammates in 5. That's Tom Westmore. He's got it all to do to catch Newton Hindley as they bring it into the final turn. Guppy, Osborne, Geddes are safe and clear and through. Hindley looking like he's just about opening up a gap through the final straight, taking it through to the semi-finals.
Right, last quarter-final for the 15-year-olds. That looks like Nate Hamilton out in front. In that second spot, it's not Salil Cotty. He's got some pressure coming now because Oliver Tyres is right there next to him. Harry Bailey's in there in 4. The man in 5 is the 21 of Dexter Beerup. Beerup's got to wait and try working way in. He couldn't get round Harry Bailey down that final straight. Hamilton, Tyres, Cotty, Bailey. Oh, Freddie Walwork having another nightmare. When it's not your weekend, it's not your weekend, is it? Isaac Moore as well. Both boys are all right.
16-year-old quarterfinals hit the track. Check out Freddie Franklin, rusting and racing, leading it into the corner. Who's there with him? Ollie Blanche out of MK Evolution. We've got a Evolve Collective in 3, being chased down by the rider out of the Irish contingent. David Uprimay here, but he's under pressure now as the move comes from Eli Price. Price is looking to pick up that final qualifying spot. Dunkley in 3, to Blanche Franklin 2 and 1. Here comes Price. Last turn action. Mayer down the final straight. Can he hang on? I think he will. Ireland pick up that final qualifying spot.
Right, let's keep it going. I've lost my page now, believe it or not, but we're on the 16s. Everything's gone pear-shaped. I'll just make it up as I go along. That's what I normally do. That looks like Bradley James, I think, out there in 1. Jamira in 2. Not quite sure. He's got the 4 at the moment. As they head down the straight, looks like that Manchester rider heading for the stripe. U and B going through.
Quarter-final number 23 is led away by Lucas Seeley, doing it for Rab Racer aboard that 3 bike. Where are the BMX winner photography riders? Cooper McCrum, Eric McSwitty. They're going through in 2 and 4 at the moment. Who's splitting up their party? Ollie Kirby's in 3. Decoy in 5, sorry, that is Tom McGovern. McGovern tracking down the final straight. McSwitty and McGovern to the line. Oh.
Right, last quarter-final for the 16-year-olds. Found my page again. Jack Davey, Henry Radcliffe, and Freddie Entwistle in there in 2 at the moment. The man leading it out is Jack Davey, so it's Davey Entwistle. The 13 and the 40, Henry Radcliffe and Finlay Cranage. There is a big gap to 5, so these 4 boys are going to make it through. Taking it across the line.
Archie Fisher, Logan Aceto went airborne through that first jump, and they're going 1 and 2 at the moment in the first of the 9-year-old quarterfinals. Who's in 3? Joey Clayton, PCR and Exeter. The 4th spot occupied by Atlas Lewisfield. Doing it for Team A, but it's got Retro Racing's Finley Kerr in 5. Kerr's coming back at Lewisfield through the 3rd straight. There's a big old scrap going on for that final qualifying spot. Archie Fisher's left the pack. He's done and dusted for his quarter-final. Clayton's worked his way into 2. Aceto, he's safe in 3. Lewisfield picks up the final qualifying spot in 4.
Oh, we've lost two of them in the quarter-final, and one of them was Rapid Roman Birdfield, I think, who went down coming out of turn number 1. Who's out front at the moment? That looks like Petr Bunchik. And Max Pete's in there in 3, the 130. That is Augustus Bartolini doing it for the Hawks. He's in there as well. Who's got that 4th spot? It's going to be a tight squeeze because there's pressure coming. Frankie Jones is under pressure from the treble 5. That was Jonah Taylor. He didn't quite make it through. Rapid Roman Birdfield's day done. We think it was Lewin Franz Brotherton who hit the deck. Roman's all right. He seems to be anyway. Yeah, that facial expression tells me everything I need to know. Roman needs an extra large ice cream to make up for that disappointment.
Quarter-final number 27, the third of the 9-year-olds up on the gate. Here we go then, Gorman, Rutherford, Payne, Walsgrove, Underhill, Crossley, Joseph Amberlight. It's Teddy Gorman, the first front wheel to show. He's going to hold shot in that first corner. Who's there with him? Oscar rather fast. Has ran into all sorts of traffic through that first straight and first corner. Who's picking up the 2 spot then? That's the 3-3-4 Charlie Crossley out of Tiverton. He's being tracked down by Arlo Payne. The 6-5-6 of the drum and bass man. He's in a qualifying spot at the moment. Rather fast, he's in 4. Archie Walsgrove has got it all to do with 5. He's queuing up behind them though. It's getting busy into the turn. Rather fast makes his move, goes from 4 to 3. It's Gorman out front. Going to be Tiverton's, Crossley in 2. Payne, Rutherford in 3 and 4.
Right, moving on, more 9-year-olds. Pritchard, Pleasantsford, Appleton, Hale, Kempsford, Shearer, the Vikings in there as well, and Billy Cadwallader as they come towards us on this first straight. Looks like Oliver Pritchard is the man leading it out. Jude Shearer continues his amazing fall. Oh, Appleton getting together, collecting Shearer as well. Kempsford working his way into a qualifying spot. Appleton's gone back from 3 to 5. It's going to cost the line. Wow.
There's a silver Vauxhall van that still needs moving, ladies and gents. FL18XHP. FL18XHP. If that is your van, you need to go and move it now, please. Thank you. Right. 10-year-old quarterfinals. Big Hen's going to pick up the win. Alfie Thorne, Callum Wood, Christian Garbachick. That's your 2, 3, 4.
Peremni and Zapanos into the turn we go, 1 and 2. Second quarter-final for the 10-year-olds. That looks like a concurrent of the Hawks in there in 3. Who is the man in 4? It is the 12, and that belongs to Noah Northcott, Reactive Racing and Decoy BMX Club. Pressure coming down the final straight. Noah needs to keep the pedal to the metal. He's going to hold it on to the line. Northcott through in 4.
Joel Pritchard has dropped it into turn number 1. Let's hope that he's all right. Vitos leads it for Derby. Who's with him? It's going to be Oscar Marco. Doing it for DC Cycles. Seb Perry in 3. The 4 spot is the 783. Jack Colwell on the bubble, but there's a rider there behind him glued to his back wheel. Who is it? It's got to be the 33 of Jack Barter. Had a crash earlier on, just didn't have enough left in the tank down the final straight. Put your hands together for Joel Pritchard, ladies and gents.
Right, 10-year-olds, the last quarter-final for these guys, and I am looking at the familiar figure of Oakley Hill, leading it into the turn. He puts rocket fuel on his Rice Krispies for breakfast, and he's leading them down this second straight. The Milton Keynes crew are in that second spot. That is going to be Charlie Blakeburn in there in 2. Zakina's having a scrap in 3. And the man who's right there next to him is Elliot Hatch from Rusting Up Racing. Meanwhile, Arthur Mason out of Team trying to be the spoiler of the party. Is he going to be able to catch up? Elliot down the final stretch. Taking it to the line. Who's going to get the 4? Wow, I think it was Zakina.
Oh, Oliver Hawker hits the deck after going from 6th to 4th in that first corner. Charlie Sheriff has now been shuffled back. Hudson Edith on the bubble, chasing the 11 of George Spencer into the final turn. Dowsing Kacharik, that's your 2 and 1. Down the final straight, then Seth Kacharik, Charlie Dowsing. They're going to take it right across the line. Sheriff unlucky in 5. Put your hands together for Oliver Hawker, ladies and gents. He's up to his feet, gonna walk away.
Right, looks like we've got a mechanical up there. One for the 11-year-old boys. That looks like Rexford, who's got his nose out front early doors. And moving in there is Aston John Lee, I think, as well, from Astar Racing. Here we come down the straight. It's getting very, very busy. LCC's Jack Haynes is working his way in to a top 4 position. And Chester Grocock is in there as well, in that 4th spot. But they are queuing up behind him like Greg's on a Friday lunchtime. And the 9 of Arthur Donaldson is trying to get into the queue first. He wants the last steak bake as they go into the final corner. Grocock's hanging on to it. It's going to be Ford, Aston John Lee, Haynes and Grocock making it in.
Ethan Shaw, Aidan Baptiste go 1 and 2 in quarter-final number 36. Ollie Burns in 3, but they're queuing on behind him. Seb Staines banging Burns with the 20 of Oakley Lewisfield. Who's going to pick up the final qualifying spot into the final turn? Field in there in 4, Staines in 5, drag racing down the final straight as Staines got enough speed to pick it up for the line. Staines is going to nick it.
Right, Finley Munro taking to the skies. Allen'sBMX.com. Teddy Jones is in there as well in that third spot. We are looking for the rider in 4 because the man in 2 is Edward Cordery. It's the 17 who's on the outside looking in. That's going to be Leo Bradley. Bradley has got to pick off Murray Watson down the final straight. Watson's gone to the sky. Bradley's pushing to the line. Bradley might have nicked it.
Connor Hemhill, your British champion, leads out Carlin Gordon in quarter-final number 38. That's got to be Joey McAvoy inside the top 3, doing it for Team Mabo Factory UK. An awesome finishes. Seb Hewitt in there in 4. That's how they're bringing it in and out of that final corner. Down the final straight, Hemhill, Gordon, McAvoy, Hewitt. That's how they're going to take it across the line.
Right, Lucas Sewalde in. Under pressure from the rider in 4. The man leading it through and down this straight. I've got a feeling he's Preston Newmarsh Pow. Being trekked down by Freddie Ray Orland. Sewalde in 3 and the 25 of Ollie Warner. He's in there in 4. Otto Parr is the man in 5. Parr, I think, has left himself too much to do too late. Crossing the line, Newmarsh Pow.
Benny Jackson on track, leading it from GY95 to Hugo Dayton. Rex Beasley is inside the top 3, but he's got the Landshark in there in 4. Ronnie Wood doing all he can to track down a top 3 spot. The 667 is Mac Finley out of BRE Racing. Finley into the final turn. Oh, it's gone from 5 to 3. Mac Finley looking to take it through to the semi-finals. Beasley ends up in 5. Ronnie Wood in 4.
Right, back to quarter-final number 34. Wills, Rose, Grove, Smythe, Carlos, Kitchen, Kincaid and Jewis. In and out of the turn we go. Betty Wills showing the boys the way to go. She uses chili sauce for chain loop. She's running hot right now. In and out of the turn we go. Tobias Groves in there in 2. The 7 is in there in 3 and the 14. Jesse Rose and Joseph Jewis making it in.
10-minute break, people. We're going to have a 10-minute break until we go semi-final racing. So at 3:40, you need to be in the pens, ready and awaiting your semi-finals. Thank you.
Right, we're going to go on to the inside line for the live feed. Go and have a chat to Mr. John Switching.
You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on You set my soul on fire.
Looks like we are ready to go semi-final racing. Our first semi-final of the afternoon is lining up at the top of the hill. Our 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Semi-final number 1 of round number 8 of the 2026 Lloyds Bank BMX National Series is to go. Check out Leo Bradley, 9 to 12-year-old cruisers getting busy in that first corner. Bradley going through in 1. That's got to be Rory Smythe in 2. Check out Mr. Sigma is diving on the inside, goes from 4 to 3. That leaves the 2 Team Air boys going through in 4 and 5 at the moment. They're going to have to battle it out and pick which one of them wants to take it through in that final qualifying spot. It's the 479, Edward Worrell in there at the moment. In and out of that final turn, Bradley, Smythe, Westwood. Who's going to get the final qualifying spot? Here comes Arthur Mason. It's tight on the line. I think Mason nicked it.
Right, Arlo Steinmetz has taken his Freerider apparel gear out into the lead. Dowson's in there in 2, Jewis in 3, and I saw Seth Robinson in the middle of that mix somewhere as well. Where is he? He's there in that 4th spot. The Brumty Massive, your rider's in position to qualify. Is he going to be able to hold it down the final straight? Robinson to the stripe, under pressure at the line. Oh!
Hunter van der Malion has stuck his Dutch jersey on for the afternoon, and he's absolutely blowing at the moment. The 1X is in there behind him. That's Leighton Harding. Dylan Spence in a qualifying spot inside the top 3. In and out of that final corner and down the last straight. Look at the bows though, banging in the turn. The 22 of Zavi Fox Cooper nicks the final qualifying spot on the line.
Right, looking at Ben Steeborkis in that 4th spot right now. 3 abreast into the 2nd turn. Taking to the sky. Adam Arnold out in front. And he's Benedict Marco in 2, Finley Murphy in 3, and T-Borkis is under pressure as they go into the corner from Harry Swales. Swales is going underneath, trying to make it happen. Kiss versus Swales to the line. Kiss holding on.
Hadley Harding has dropped it in turn number 1. Robin Mattern, Alonso and Jack Wolford are neck and neck in towards that 2nd corner. Looks like we've got one of the Swales brothers in there in 4. But your race leader, your world number 3, he wants to stick that big wheel bike back on the podium at the world champs. Rab Racing's James Cottrell leads it out. Alonso, Wolford, Swales, Richards in there in 4. That's going to be your 1, 2, 3, 4. Put your hands together for Hadley Harding, ladies and gents, as he picks himself up and completes his semi-final lap.
Right, 15-16-year-old semi-final number 2, Alfie Sim, Evolved Bicycle Motocross on the inside and leading into the turn. Sim out in front, looking good. Look at the battle for 3 and 4. McSwitty and McCrum are right in the middle of it. But here comes the spoiler right round the outside. It is Newton Hindley. So Hindley in there in 3. That means the BMX Widow Photography boys are going to have to fight it out. Oh, Cooper McCrum. How he held on to that, I have got absolutely no idea. McSwitty's going to take it to the line for 4. Sim for the win.
40 to 44-year-old Cruiser Bruisers on track for their first semi-final. Kieran McAvoy, sorted race gear, has checked out from the pack. Look how spread out these gents are at the moment. James Wilson in there in 2. That's got to be Ian Smythe in 3. The 966. That is Jake Kempsford in 4. Under pressure though, looking for a move in that final turn. That is the 208 of John Marsden, looking to chase Kempsford to the line. Not quite going to get close enough.
Second semi for the 40 to 44 Cruisers. Mr. Pie in a pie. Chris Evans out there in 1, Eaton in 2, Dixon in 3. That is Rob Harris, I think, in there in that 4th spot. Doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. But here comes Andy Groves looking for a way round, and he's stolen that 4th position away. Harris is back there in 5 with James Moores in 6. Ebsy taking it to the line. He's going to go through in 1. Who's going to pick up that 4th spot? Harris is having a go. Couldn't quite steal it from Groves.
The 17 to 29-year-old Cruiser ladies on track, and it is going to be Molly. Nice DC Cycles leading this one through at the moment. Who's in there in the 2 and 3? It looks like we've got Jetska Hemstock being chased down by the sorted race gear ladies in 3 and 4. That's Firth and Mohan into the final turn. They go Alicia Lynn Scott's in 5. Got it all to do on the exit of turn number 3. Nice Hemstock, Firth, Mohan. That's how they're taking it through.
Second semi-final for the 17 to 29-year-old girls. Hannah Drew into the turn. She's got Izzy Hurry with her. Izzy's been absolutely on fire this weekend. Fluent Bicycle Motocross, Trinity Cam in there in 3, battling with Anya, Matta and Alonso. Amy Willis is on the outside looking in. She's having a go in that final turn. Couldn't quite make it stick. I've got a feeling Trinity's going to hold on to it. Amy's chasing her to the line. Trinity gets it.
30 plus women's cruisers on track for their semi-finals. SJN, your world number 3, leads it up for Hot Shot Racing. Rowan Beckett in there in 2, doing all she can to close that gap down. It's looking like Liam Eden is in a qualified spot inside the top 3. Look at the battle for 4. The 15 of Nicola Wheeler has dived underneath Dickie Sitch into the final turn. Wheeler, Sitch, last straight drag race is going to be Wheeler hanging on.
Right, Becca Gold leads out semi-final number 2. Michelle Stupple in that 2nd spot. That is Magic Manda and a Healing Hands of Heaven in there in 3. Marcia Brooks in 4. Who's the person in 5? It's Karen Evans. 40th birthday incoming right now. She wants the biggest present of all, and that is a spot in the main event. Can she make it happen? She's got to catch Marcia Brooke down that final straight. Becca, Michelle, Magic, Manda, Marcia Brooke. Oh, Kaz is out in 5.
Rocky O'Brien opened the door that was shut on him down that first straight, and he's worked his way into a top 3 spot in behind Charlie Roy and Dan Wilson. That's your front 3 in this semi-final for the 17-29-year-old cruiser, guys. The Fast Signatures boys are in there at the moment. It's going to be the 2X of Stanley Palmer picking up that final qualifying spot, taking it through to the final.
Yeah, looking at Alex Brooks, I think it is. Yeah, in there in that lead spot. Where is the up? I've got a feeling he's in there in 2. Josh Cates in the mix as well. Yeah, Cates in 2. Pope in 3. Pete Watson in 4. Right now, Luke Davies Hayes is there in 5. He's really going to have to turn it all down. Hayes on the back of Pete Watson to the line. Oh, too close to call.
7-year-old semi-finals on track. Luke Barron leads them out. Alejandro Crudo Estevez in 2. It's Ruben McAllister in for the throw. He slipped his pedal into turn number 2. That led to Maury Bamford Bird get ever closer as they exit that second corner. There's now a traffic jam, and the 033 of Oliver Savage takes pure advantage into the final turn. Barron, Estevez out front. Savage has worked his way from 5 to 4. Bird's not done yet. McAllister for 3. Savage picks up the final qualifying spot.
Right, Jensen Deity's leading semi-final number 16 into the turn. These are our 7-year-old boys heading down that second straight. Dight in 1. Who's got the 3? That looks like the 0-1 of Jack Bean, and the man in 4 in the all reds. Let's have a look as they come round, because I didn't catch the number. Parker Gray's trying to work his way in as well. 95301. It is the 490, and that is Parker Gray from Clinford BMX in there in that fourth spot. We want a Welsh kid in the main event. It looks like he's going to get it done. Jensen's taking it to the line of 953. Freddie Mitchell-Moore. Game on for him in the final.
Jasper Eels looked like he just stepped into a corridor and slammed about 4 doors short as he came down that hill and worked his way into the front of the pack. Your British champion leads it out from the 821 of Ruben Lamb out of Merseyside BMX Club. Charlie Bromelo in there. It's getting busy for 4. Sanders Horns hanging on to it at the moment, but he's got a ride over there behind him. That's Roberts Caskins, who's absolutely flying through the final half of this lap. The 963, that is Harry Taylor out of SVT Mongoose Catkins, who looked up the inside of Horns into the final turn. Lamb gets it all sorts of wrong, manages to stick it upright. It's going to be Eels out front. Lamb, Bromelo, Horns.
BMX Club. We're trying to work out if he had more YouTube subscribers than Mark McCann. We're really not sure at the moment. Jelby Yates out there in front. The 312 and the 299 getting in there as well. Oliver Bridle, Arthur Kinch, Harrison Slater, Crank BMX coaching. He's the man out there in 4. He's going to take it to the line.
Tilly Hewitt on track, the 9-year-old girls semi-finals all go. Hewitt, that's your 1 and 2. Where's Madeline Malloy? She's in a qualifying spot inside the top 4 at the moment, making moves in that second corner. Where's Isabella Henry? She's in 5 at the moment. Malloy shuffled back to 4. BRE Racing's Izzy Moore is inside the top 3. Hewitt, Moore, Malloy. Moore and Malloy are banging bows through the final straight. How on earth they've managed to stay upright and hang on to their qualifying spots, I'll never know.
Abel Pine and Maggie Devine absolutely elbow to elbow in this semi-final. That is Abigail Henning in there in 3, and that looks like Flick Brentnall from Allen'sBMX.com. She's in there in 4, but she's been chased down by Freya Forrest of Rusting Up Racing. So Allen's versus Rusting Up for that final spot in the main event. It's going to be Divine and Pine. They're going to go 1 and 2. Abigail Henning looking good for the 3. Who's going to get the 4? Flick's going to hold on to it. Brentnall makes it in. Bentley will do a little dance.
How on earth Frankie Jones has managed to stay on his bike and in a qualifying spot, I have no idea. After he almost binned it on that first jump. Archie Fisher though, your British champion, check this kid out. Absolutely blowing through that second straight. Who's picking up 2, 3 and 4? Rather fast is in 3, Jones in 4. That looks like Augustus Bartolini in 5. He's got it all to do at the moment. He's just been shuffled back. The 767 is Oliver Pritchard on his home track here at Cardiff. He's in there in 2. Fisher, Pritchard, rather fast. Payne's made his move to go from 5 to 4. Payne's going to pick up that final qualifying spot.
Right. Sorry, Petter Bunchik out there in front. Teddy Gorman in 2. Joseph Claydon in there in 3, rocking the new Kenny Race gear. Chamlin is in a Yoris Dode in there in that 3rd spot, and look who's in 4. My good mate Logan Aceto always comes for a chat between races. He's in there in that 4th spot right now. He's chased down by Jude Shearer. Jude's just going to miss out, but the standard of his racing this weekend has been amazing. Well done, Jude.
Amelia Brain out of Clinford BMX Club inside the top 3 at the moment. She's being chased down though by Castro Light, doing it for COG on the 17 plate. That's you 3 and 4. But out front, Horton Moore, Lawrence Snell, that's your 1 and 2. Look at the bows that are banging for that 3 spot. It's Castro Light working her way through into a top 3 spot at the moment. Here comes Brain on the exit of turn number 3. The 10, that's got to be Tessa Johnson putting the pressure on Brain down to the wire. Who's going to get it on the line? I have absolutely no idea.
We're looking good at the moment. Dyson's in there in 2, and Ella Grant trying to make up for that Euros disappointment. She's out in front right now. Gibson in there in 3, but it's all about the 4. Where is Alice Barron? She is in there in that 4th spot. Yep, she had a birthday yesterday, and this is a cracking present. It's a spot in the main event. She's going to take that 4. It's going to be Grant, Dyson, Gibson, and Barron. 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Alex Vitols is chasing down the European champion. Big Hen Sullivan out there in the 1 spot doing it for Crucial Racing. Derby BMX and Vitols in 2. Green Machines, Callum Woods in 3. Who's in 4? It's the 9 plate of Oscar Marco. He's got Alfie Thorne and Christian Garbage queuing on behind him. Exit at turn number 3. Marco's under pressure. It's getting busy down the final straight. Thorne's going to nick it at the wire.
Right, the gate dropped and Antec Perebni popped the clutch and mashed that gas pedal, and he's out in front at the moment. The Hawks are in there in 2. That is going to be Conqueror, absolutely flying. The 13 and the 8 and the 6, is Oakley Hill. Oakley Hill for LCC being chased down by Charlie Blakeburn down that final straight. The 13 of St. Perry's going to make it in as well. Oakley gets in the 4.
Seth Chare showing us the fastest line through that first straight for himself as he leads it through for Radco Racing, going 1 and 2 with the Halo Wheels rider Rex Ford. Looks like SVT Mongoose have got Tobias Groves in 3. That's got to be Jack Haynes in 4, but he's being hunted down like prey. George Spencer's in 5, looking to do what he can to pick up a main event in and out of that final corner. Kachar at 4, Groves is safe and clear and through. Haynes has opened up a gap and going to take it through with 4.
The W4 out in front. No, sorry, it's the 1 at the minute, Ethan Shaw. So as they head into the turn, I was looking for Betty Wills. She's in there in the 3 at the moment. Shaw out in front, the 15 in there in 2. He's Ada Baptiste. Betty Wills in 3 and the 7 of Jessie Rose in 4. Ollie Bird for Allen's BMX on the outside looking in 5. The day is over for Ollie. Not making it through that semi, but he had a real good go.
12-year-old girls on track for their first semi-final. Trixie Trace leads them in and out of that first corner. Maisie Egan's right there behind her in the 2 spot. Who's picking up the 3? That's the 28 plate of Nee France Brotherton. Doing it for Merton Saints. She's looking for a way into a top 2 spot, and I think she's found it after she throws a bow in that second corner. Barney Dudley's in 4. She's got the 113 of April Ward. April Ward got it all sorts of wrong into that final corner. Barney Dudley takes it through with that final qualifying spot. April Wood left it all out on the track.
All right, folks, don't forget you still have the opportunity to nip over and see our traders. Pick up your lap. Sorted race gear, pure bicycles, B73. All your National Series merchandise if you're looking at any last minute bits. BMX economy. We're just looking at need a tactical ice cream after this.
I've already had mine.
Oh, that was nice, that was. That was lovely.
Big on the old legs. It's all right, that.
Hands together for April Wood, ladies and gents. She's up to her feet and going to walk away.
Here we go, semi-final number 30, Underhill 140, Rowe, Pritchard, Beat, Payne, Dolan and Aria Rosalie all in the mix, but it's sorted race gear. Freya 140 leading it into the turn. Let's have a look who's got that 4th spot right now. It looks like Rachel Pritchard out of the Hawks. Ellie Peter Manchester is in there in 5, but the second half of this lap is going to have to be spectacular if she wants to make it in. Monforte, Rowe, the 10, that belongs to Izzy Underhill. Pritchard's in there in 4. I think Ellie's left herself too much to do in 5. The front 4 are going to go through.
E1 on the front of his bike, it's Alan's Factory Supercross rider, Finley Munro, out in the lead into semi-final number 31. Who's here with him? It looks like we've got Preston Newmarch Power out of Power Racing. The 6 is Freddie Ray Orland doing it for Evolve Collective. Edward Cordery in there in 4, but he's got Lucas DeWall right there with him in 5. Doing the business down the final straight, trying to push Cordery all the way to the stripe. He's not quite going to get close enough. Cordery hangs on.
Right, Connor Hempill out in front with Benny Jackson. Where is Ronnie Wood? He's just been shuffled back into the 5 at the moment. It's going to be about sensible line choice and putting the pedal to the metal. He's got to catch the 667 of Mac Finley, and Mac's on his home track here. Oh, Ronnie's gone for the move. Oh, it didn't quite work. Hempill, Jackson, Mac Finley through in 4, Finley Murphy in 3.
Red flag, ladies, red flag. Red flag, ladies. Put your hands together for Ronnie Wood, ladies and gents. He's up to his feet and going to walk away.
He dived under in the final turn and tried to make it happen. If you're in 5th in the semi and it's the final corner, you just roll the dice.
The literal definition of leaving it all out on the track.
Yeah. Sometimes you need a 666, sometimes you roll a 111. Ronnie rolled a 111 on that particular occasion. It wasn't for the lack of trying, that's for sure.
He'll be back in Derby, I'm sure of it. All right, so we are going to rerun semi-final number 33.
Right, semi-final 34, here we go. Hyder, Blight, Ross, McCarran, Davenport, Pritchard, Gould and Webb. Into the turn we go. The 13-year-old Hyder setting this one alight as she comes out of the turn. Elsie Blight's in there. Oh, McCarran's gone on the track and back. Went down the inside, ran out of room, got clipped and ended up on the floor. Who's in there in that 4th spot right now? It looks like Olivia Webb. Olivia's under pressure from the 6 of Seren Pritchard. It's between Team Air and the Evolve Collective. Looks like Olivia's going to hold on to it and make the main. Blight and Olivia Webb.
Put your hands together for Maura McCarran, ladies and gents. She's up to her feet and going to walk away. Semi-final number 35 are lining up on the start gate. These are your 13 open class. Semi-final number 35 is to go the open 13s, head into turn number 1. James Bibby, Ronnie Payne there for company. Into that first corner, they're going back out again. DC Cycles are going to ride inside the top 3. That's going to be one of the Harding brothers. He's Leighton picking it up as he head in towards that second corner. Harding just about overshot that double, but he's still upright and absolutely flying through the third straight. The 16 is Zach Everly doing it for Maybo Factory Team UK. Bibby though, out from Pro Start, your national champion and yesterday's winner. Bibby, Payne, Harding, Everly in that order.
Yeah, Mabel having a good time here in these 13-year-old semi-finals because the man out front is the W3 and that is Leo Rowlands back on the bike. Archie Crocker-White in there in 2 doing him an absolute bicycle motocross. The 13 of Harry Swills for fast signatures and the 6 of Archie Bell. Bell's under pressure in the turn from Jack Laughlin. Is he going to be able to hold on? Bell versus Laughlin for the final qualifying spot. Laughlin out in 5. Bell makes it in.
Roland Nels teed up a move in turn number 1 to work his way into that 2 spot, but he's shuffled back again to 3. Oh, Wilcox hits the deck. Received a bow, couldn't keep it up straight. Parkinson, McNulty, Els, them 3 gents have checked out from the pack. That's going to be Ethan Crooks Martin in there for 4. Under pressure from the 8, not quite going to get close enough.
Semi-final number 2 for the 14-year-old boys. James Miller, JP, Jack Perkins, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching out there in front 1 and 2. Charlie Bob Craig's finally put a lap together. He's in there in 3 at the moment and looking for the main event. The 11 and the 20 fighting it out. Harry Tyers and Sullivan Collis. Collis is trying in the final corner. Looks like he's going to run out of time. Tyers is going to make it in. Sully's going to get the 5. Gutted.
Grand Vets on track, semi-final number 39. Check out the BMX Pete Fitzroy Bryce. Whole shotting into that first corner. Stu Little, Christos Chorkos exchanging bows into that first turn. Looks like Benters is up to 4. Chorkos on the inside into that second corner. Fitzroy Bryce has a quick check to see who it is. Throws in a high-low move of his own. So it is Bryce, Chorkos, Little, Bentley. 1, 2, 3, 4. Last turn action. Chorkos looking back up the inside of Little. Makes it stick. Fitzroy Bryce going to be a race winner. Stu Little, Christos Chorkos, John Bentley in that order.
Oh, hold on to your hats and update your life insurance. It's the second bet. In this one, going 1 and 2. Neil Waddington's in there in 3. Neil Cheney in the mix as well as they come out of the turn and down the bird straight. Sergeant Matt Hayward out in front and looking good. 836, Neil Cheney in there in 4. It looks like they're on that 2 spot.
James Cottrell had an absolutely blinding gate in his semi-final. Rayford's managed to work his way into that. Now you go in the final turn, gents. It's Rayford, Cottrell. Look at the move from Tynes, working its way into 3. Barley's in there in 4. That's how they're going to bring it down the final straight. Hamilton unlucky in 5. Whew. Well, looks like we lost a couple of riders in the Grand Vets. One of them was the 16, that was Piers Stanbury. Put your hands together for Piers, he's on his home track. The other fallen rider was the 14, I believe, the 15. Patrick Graham, put your hands together for Patrick.
On semi-final 42, the 15-year-olds. In and out we go. Toby Lynch looking to make up for the disappointment of round number 7. He's out front in the semi in round 8. Here comes Ned Guppy diving underneath. In there in 2. Oscar Jewell in 3. Who's got that 4 at the moment? We are looking at the 4 of Heath, the Beef Osborne, into that final turn in a qualifying position. The front 4 have got time and room. It's going to be Lynch, Guppy, Jewell, Osborne making it in.
16-year-old semi-finals are a go. Who's picking up the inside line, heading for that first corner? Here's Freddie Franklin. He's neck and neck with Jack Davey. Davey throws in a bow. Franklin exchanges with him, but it looks like Ollie Turblanche takes advantage of the carnage and works his way into that 2 spot. Davey, Turblanche with a high-low, makes his stick. Oh, they're banging bows as they enter the 3rd straight. Franklin on the outside. Oh my word, it's getting all sorts of busy. Looks like Alex Dunkley in there in 4, under pressure from McCrum at the line. Dunkley into the line.
Oh my word, he's just getting faster and more crazy. Lucas Seeley and Bradley James are going 1 and 2 as they come out of the 2nd turn. Let's have a look. The 11 is in there in 3, and that is going to be Jamira, and that is Freddie M. Whistle in there in 4. Eden Boone's in 5, and he's got 5 bike lengths to make up. Down the final straight, it's going to be Seeley, James, Jamira, and N. Whistle.
17 to 18-year-old semi-final number 1 hits the track. Check out Henry here. To the inside, absolute bicycle motocross going to lead it into the turn. Ollie Coffin threads the needle, works his way into 3. Eli Smith takes full advantage and works it into 4. It's Jaden Fawcett in 2. So here, Fawcett, Copping, Smith, that's your 1, 2, 3, 4. The 7X is Kai Blaine. He's got it all to do as they bring it into the final turn. Blaine in 5, hunting down Eli Smith down the final straight. Smith's going to hang on though. Blaine's unlucky in 5.
Right, checking him out. Where is Amos Guppy? He's in there in about 3rd or 4th at the moment. Thomas Millar is the man out front and in control. Malachi Price is in there as well and getting involved for a team. Is Samson Townsend. So Townsend, is he in a qualifying position? Yes, he is. He's got to fight it out with Guppy as they go into the corner. Looks like Finley Collis is the man on the outside looking in. He's going to have a go down the final straight. Can he catch Townsend? No, he can't.
It went wrong for Molly Nice over the first jump, but she somehow managed to rescue it and landed inside the top 4 as Megan Gerard leads it into turn number 2. Izzy Hurry round the outside of Imogen Gibson. Gibson fends her off though, so it is Gerard, Gibson, Hurry, Nice, 1, 2, 3, 4. Amy Willett in 5. Doing all she can to close the gap down. Has she got enough left in the tanker to go in and out of the final corner? Rab Racing, Kern 94 coaching, Mabo, DC Cycles, that's how they're taking it through.
He's getting busy in turn number 1 with these young ladies in the 19 to 29-year-olds. That is Remy Godfrey out in front. Tilly McCrum's in there in 2 at the moment. Where is Yetsa Hemscott? She's in there in 5. She needs a 4. The 7 or 4. The return of Lucy Monday, the part-time Northerner, in there in that 3rd spot. In and out we go. Megan Kirby is in there in 4. Yetska's in 5. Kirby's going to make it in.
There was all sorts of contact in that first corner. Look at Josh Wallace, ladies and gents, absolutely throwing it in every corner at the moment. backs. Seaward, Wallace, Gambe. 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like something's happened to the Lamin Akareli on down that third straight, so he's had to back out. Gambe's going to pick up that final qualifying spot.
Second semi for the open 19 to 29-year-old Sam Kay in that second spot. And trying to get involved is Luke Davies Hayes, and he's absolutely squeezing the guy in there in 5 and didn't quite pick up the number of 300. That is Charlie Roy in the 7. He's Joshua Cates, so it's Cates versus Luke Davies Hayes down that final straight. Luke's going to hang on. Josh is going to go out in 5.
This is the rerun of the 13-year-old girls of first semi-final, headed for turn number 1. Freya Harry's Moto 1 and Muckoff race team. She holds shots going 1 and 2 with a rider and a green machine. That is Poppy May Kirby. She's being hunted down though. That's the 3 of Grace Gerard doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Look at this scrap for 4. Paige Cathcart Gunnison throws in a high-low. Can she make it stick? She's drag racing with the 9 of Lauren Keller. Gunnison, last turn action. It's Harry's out front, checked out from the pack. Kirby's looking safe in 2. Who's going to get the 3 and 4? Gunnison pushing to the line. It's going to be Keller hanging on.
10 minutes. Right, 10 minutes to your finals, people. 10 minutes. 25 to 5. 4:35 p.m. We are going to go finals racing. I need a tactical ice cream. Oh. Hope. And looking at the state of Polly and New and Good, I don't think their blood pressure can cope either.
You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on fire. You set my soul on fire.
This isn't going. So if you're involved in the presentation, you need to be a bit high hill immediately after racing finishes. Is that right? Did I get there in the end? And if you've got a hired transponder, we'll give it a go with this one. If you've got a hired transponder, please make sure that you are passing it back to our admin team at the admin cabin immediately after you finish racing. Our admin team want to get home just as much as you lot. They don't want to be standing around at the end of the day waiting for the mass queues to dissolve. Please make sure you are passing your transponder back as soon as you finish racing. Thank you. Final number one at making their way up to the top of the hill. We're going to kick things off with our Cruiser B finals, then our Cruiser A finals, followed by 20-inch B finals, and last but not least, final number one, they're making their way onto the gate. The 9 to 12-year-old Cruiser B final. The 2026 Lloyds Bank BMX National Series round number 8 finals are a go, ladies and gents. 9 to 12-year-old cruisers hit turn number 1. It looks like Freddie State leading this one out. Doing it for Peterborough BMX Club. Who's there with him? That's got to be Edward Worrell doing it for Team A. Heading towards that second turn. That looks like RTR Resilient Team Racing's Freddie Walsh inside the top 3. In and out of that second corner they go. They're queuing up behind Walsh as they head through that third straight. It looks like we've got the rider out of Bristol Jets bringing it on through. That is Rocco Jenkins. Jenkins and looking for a top 4 finish. Worrell has gone from 2 to 1. Your new race leader, Worrell State 1 and 2. 13-14-year-old cruisers. One rider goes airborne into that second turn. I think that might have been Alfie Ford in there in that 2 spot. Your race leader, 338 Harrison Barker, Tempo BMX UK. He's going to lead this 13-14 Cruiser B final down the final straight with Harry Swales rounding out the top 3 spots. Hall pushes him all the way to the line in 4. 15-16 Cruiser B final. Cooper McCrum was unlucky to miss out on the A final in this age group, but he's out there at the moment showing us just what he can do. Benjamin Dean in that 2 spot. DC Cycles in 3. That looks like Hadley Harding. Max Surridge inside the top 4. In and out of that final corner and down the last straight. Cooper McCrum going to pick up that B final win. Next up on track, 40 to 44-year-old Cruiser B final. Just had a bit of stick apparently from some of the 40 to 44-year-old Cruiser guys. Mr. Chris Evans telling me about some of the conversations going off in the pens. But we are taking a look at Stretton leading this one out. Tom Stretton. James Moore's not in this one. It looks like Rob Harris being pushed all the way to the line by Joel Marsden, who's going to nick the 2 spots. 17, 29-year-old women's cruisers on track for their B final. In and out of turn number 2. Looks like Alan's Factory Supercross. Charlotte Jackson. Amy Willets. Who's picking up the 3? The 6X on the plate. Isla Radcliffe. Alicia Linscott in there in 4. Last turn action. Jackson looking as smooth as you like as to bring him through that final straight. She's going to pick up this B final win with Willets in that 2 spots. This looks like the last of the Cruiser B finals. 30 plus women's cruisers headed towards that first corner. Nikki Sitch, Fast Signatures race team. Looking like she's going to pick up the whole shot. Nearly. Nikki Sitch, Emily Arlett, that's going to be a 1 and 2. Looking like we've got Karen Evans inside the top 4. She's putting pressure on though as they head towards that second corner. Susan Parawan works her way up the inside to go from 3 to 2. Evans goes through as well. To 4, Sitch, Parawan. Evans, Islet, that's your 1, 2, 3, 4. Coach Chizzy getting busy. She's inside the top 5. Joe Gray in 6. Grace Turner in 7. Abby Hill in 8. Coach Chizzy giving it the beans down that final straight.
17 to 29-year-old Cruisers UB final. Oh, Luke Davies-Hayes has gone down in the turn with Max Henderson, Goodfellow. Both guys hitting the deck. That has left John O'Harity out in front. He's got Kean Brown to deal with as well. Jono in and out the final turn. This will make him popular with all the single ladies. A B final win. It's as good as winning the lottery. Right, Max and Luke up. Okay, done. Well done, guys.
9 to 12-year-old Cruiser A final lining up on the gate. Let's get you introduced. We've got Jack Swales, Arthur Mason, Joseph Jewis, Rocco Westwood, Charlie Dowsing, Arlo Steinmetz, Rory Smythe and Leo Bradley. Once again, put your hands together for Connor Blythe and Luke Davies-Hayes, ladies and gents. We're just going to make sure that the track's all right before we continue on with our A finals. He definitely doesn't work for the council.
No, he doesn't. He's running with a broom in his hands. Instead of leaning on it.
There's not an array of vans just sitting there waiting either, is there? Yeah. Just some of our cars.
They have done a cracking job this
weekend.
Cardiff Club in general have done an amazing job.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. Yeah.
That's my unofficial one right now.
Yeah, they've done brilliant this weekend. Well done, guys.
Don't let you copping see you throw that broom. Hey? If you're losing his rag, wouldn't he be like, do you know how much that broom?
9 to 12-year-old Cruisers then lining up on the gate. We've got Jack Swales, Arthur Mason, Joseph Jewis, Rocco Westwood, Charlie Dowson, Arlo Steinmetz, Rory Smythe and Leo Bradley. First A final of round number 8. The 9 to 12-year-old Cruisers hit the track. Your European number 7 looking to pick up a whole shot. Charlie Dowson is right there on the bubble into turn number 1. Dowson, Steinmetz, that's your 1 and 2. Leo Bradley's in there in 3. Rocco Westwood's working his way up the inside. He's up to about 4 or 5, battling it out with Rory Smythe, heading in towards that second corner. But it's all out from BMX Hype. European number 7 on the front of his bike. Dowson looking good. Has Steinmetz got enough left for him as they bring it through that third straight, heading towards turn number 3. Leo Bradley's getting involved in the top 2 action. Banging boots in the corner with Steinmetz. That leaves Dowson to check out. He's going to pick up the win. Bradley, Steinmetz 2 and 3.
Right, here we go with the 13 to 16-year-old girls cruiser final. Elizabeth Graham, Ailey Watson, A for pick. Lucy Stevenson, Emily Grimm, and Paige Cathcart Cunnison. Right, here we go. Girls heading down the hill. Ailey Watson, BMX, widow photography. Shot out of the cannon. She's in there in one. Aoife picking there into Lucy Stevenson. Getting involved as well as they head down towards that corner. That is Elizabeth Graham out of Cumbernauld in there in 4 right now. Emily Grimm looking good in the 3. But it is all about BMX widow photography. Heading towards that final turn. In and out we go. Ailey Watson going to pick up the win. After your pick, in there in 2. Doing it for Green Machine Tribe. Who's going to get that 3rd spot on the line? Emily Grimm under pressure from Elizabeth Graham. Oh!
Too close to call. 13 to 14-year-old cruisers up on the start. We've got Ben's T-Ball Kids, Savvy Fox Cooper, Big Finley Murphy, Benedict Marco, Dylan Spence, Adam Arnold, Leighton Harding, and Hunter van der Malion. Thirteen, 14 cruisers are a go. Spence didn't get the best of starts. Check out Hunter van der Malion. Out of the inside, he's going to hold shot into that first corner. Repping the Dutch jersey, yesterday's winner. Back there at about 3 or 2 at the moment, having a good old scrap with Leighton Harding as they're bringing it towards that second corner. Harding shuts the door on Arnold. That's shuffled him back to 3. Benny Marco's getting involved. He's banging bows with Spence in that second corner. Big moves in there at about 6, but it's all about Hunter Malion at the moment, in and out of that final corner. He's going to pick up the win in the 13, 14-year-old cruisers. Harding, Arnold, Marco, that's your 2, 3, 4.
15, 16 cruisers are up next. We have got Ronnie Richards, Eric McSwitty, Jack Walford, Robin Mattern Alonso, Newton Hindley, Adam Stevenson, Alfie Sim, and James Cottrell. Fifteen, 16s leaving the gate. Cotty's got an absolute flyer. Newton Hindley in there in 2. Alfie Sim, Evolved Bicycle Motocross, working his way into the top 3. That is Robin Mattern Alonso going through in 4. Jack Walford exits the wrong side of the track as Stevenson just closes the door. But it's Cotty taking it to the final turn. Hindley's right there with him. Alfie Sim waiting to strike. Can he get him down the final straight? Cotty, Hindley, Sim, 1, 2, 3. Who's going to get the 4? I think it was Stevenson.
30, 39-year-old cruisers up on the gate. We've got Jack Hudson, Nathan Abbott, Mitchell Smith, Chris Hearn, John Lillingston, Martin Smiley Brown, Sean Isitt, and Dan Popel. No Nathan Abbott in the 30 to 39-year-old cruisers after his crash earlier on. You are looking at Jack Hudson. He's got his 4-on wheel ahead into that first corner, but they're all swarming around him. It's going to be Popel out of lane number 8. Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Where's this? He's on the podium at the moment, chasing Livingston into turn number 2. Oh, that got tight. It goes right around the outside. BMX hard chasing Absolute then. Popel, Isitt, Lillingston, Hudson, 1, 2, 3, 4. Smiley's Flight Club in 5 and 6. That's Brown and Smith. Hearn in 7, but down Popel 0-1 for a reason. Taking a 30-39 cruiser win. Lillingston nicks the 2 spot from Isitt on the line.
Right, next up, 40 to 44 cruiser. We have got Andy Groves, Dylan Dixon, Jake Hempsford, Matt Eaton, Ian Smythe, Chris Evans, James Wilson, and Kieran McAvoy. Right, here we go, down the hill. Who's going to be the first to rise? Kieran McAvoy, Salted Race Gear. There's a big battle going on. Oh, Chris Evans! 1, 2, 3, 4 riders hitting the deck. Oh my word! McAvoy out in front, taking it away, unaware of the carnage behind. Dylan Dixon in there in 2, Matt Eaton in 3, Andy Groves in there in 4. Smythe's wondering what's happened to his bike. Kieran McAvoy taking the win. Dylan Dixon for the 2. Oh, Kempsford rolling past as well. Here he comes, Mr. Pie and a pint, Chris Evans. Oh, somebody squashed that pie crust.
45 to 49-year-old cruisers on the gate. We've got Neil Tiblanche, Mark Steele, Kev Merrin, Nigel Smith, Jamie Rose, DJ Too Good, Anthony Labras and Norbert Marco. "45 to 49-year-old cruiser hitters are a go. Norbert Marco is absolutely blindingly quick down that first straight. DJ Too Good doing all he can to keep glued to his back wheel. One rider hits the deck of the turn. I think that might have been Kev Merrin. Let's hope that he's all right. Straight back up to his feet. He's not happy with that one. Oh, he's getting busy. Into turn 2. Anthony Nebraska went round the outside of Jamie Rose, but they're queuing up behind Marco. Marco, Too Good, Labras, Rose. That's your 1 through 4 as he enters the final turn. Norbert Marco, though. Can anyone catch him? I think not as of yet. Marco to the line for DC Cycles. Anthony Nebraska is over the moon with that podium. Put your hands together for Kev Merrin, ladies and gents.
Moving on, final 15, the 17 to 29-year-old female cruisers. We have got Trinity Cam, Taylor Lee Moen, Yamata and Alonso, Olivia Firth, Jetska Hemstock, Izzy Hurry, Hannah Drew, and Molly Nice. It's time for the girls to go. 17 to 29-year-old cruiser. Tyler Tree and Pro starting to the turn first. Molly Nice in there in that second spot. She'll be raising money for cancer in Australia. Check out the fundraiser. Olivia Firth in there in 3. Izzy Hurry absolutely on it this weekend. There in 4. Taylor Lee Moen trying to get into a top 5 spot. She's battling with Jetska Hemstock and Yamata and Alonso, and the 7 of Trinity Cam in there as well as they go in and out of the turn. Molly Nice has stolen the lead away.
30-plus women's cruiser lining up on the gate for their final. We've got Marsha Brook, Amanda Hemstock, Nicola Wheeler, Michelle Stupple, Leah Meaden, Rowan Beckett, Sarah J. Nichols and Rebecca Goll. +30 women's cruiser. There was a long old pause for the gate. SJN is not phased though. She's headed for turn number 1, leading the pack out. Your W3 going to 1 and 3 with her world finalists from last year. That's the W5 and Michelle Stupple. Goal smack bang in the middle of them both. So it's all about Hot Shot Racing's SJN at the moment. Can she make it 2 for 2 so far this weekend? Oh, goal! Looks for the move in the turn. They're as close as can be. It's going to be Nichols. Goal into the final corner. Stupple's in 3. Who's picking up 4? Oh, Goal tries it again. Can she pick it up through the final straight? Nichols, Goal to the line. Oh my word. It does not get much.
Oh, transponders of truth, do your thing. As 17 to 29-year-old cruisers line up on the gate. Stanley Pete Wilson, Josh Cates, Rocky O'Brien, Charlie Roy, Theo Pope, and the Ram Racing duo of Alex Brooks and Dan Wilson. All right, folks, strap yourself in because this one's going to be absolutely full speed into the turn. Dan Wilson. Elbows are flying. Alex Brooks was getting into it with Joshua Cates in the first turn. Rocky's already having a look. See who's working his way up the inside. But the Ram Racing duo are going 1 and 2 at the minute. Into the final turn. He's having a go. Oh! Gives the elbow 1, 2, 3, 4. That. Wow. Alex serves up a portion of elbow with extra chili sauce and drops it on the hot dog of Daniel Wilson.
Put your hands together for him again, ladies and gents. Left it all out on the track. Absolutely insane stuff from the 17, 29-year-old cruisers. 50 to 54-year-old cruiser bruisers lining up on the start. We've got Mark Franklin, Brett Knight, Gaz Carver, Stu Little, Pete Butler, Alan Hill, Daz O'Brien and Darren Reedy. The old boys are waging war on their 24, the 50 to 54-year-old cruisers. Heading for the first corner. Reedy's on the inside. Looks underneath Hilly. Wasn't quite close enough, so your world number 7 leads it out. Reedy, O'Brien, that's your 2 and 3. Pete Butler's in there at about 4. Where is the palaver? Gaz Carver, he's in about 6 at the moment. Got it all to do, but it's Hilly out front, looking as smooth as you like. Pure bike sorted, race gear crucial racing. That's your podium spots as it stands. Doesn't look like it's going to be any changes down the final straight. Hilly with another national win, 2 for 2 this weekend.
Right, next up the 55 plus cruisers. Dave Knowles, Tim Drew, Billy Stupple, the McRock, Raymond Reed, Dave Lindsay, Chris Madron, John Bentley and Stuart Campbell. Here we go, 55 plus cruiser. Update your life insurance and take your vitamins. 2 riders down on that first straight. Dave Knowles hitting the deck along with the rider from Gosport, Billy Stupple. Stuart Campbell out in front from Chris Madron. Bentley holding on for dear life. Dave Lindsay in there in 4. The McRock in 5. That looks like Tim Drew in there in 6. But Stuart Campbell, Astar Racing, Scotland's finest, bringing it home. Madron, Bentley, Dave Lindsay, the McRock. That is your top 5. Tim Drew in 6.
B finals are lining up on the gate. The 7-year-old B final hits the track. Axel Jennings out of lane number 8, looking to get it done down the first straight, but it's going to be Jackson May, Sinead's Reed Academy, leading it across the whole shot line in that first corner. Jennings in there in that 2 spot, who's picking up 3 and 4. It looks like we got Reggie Rice on the 831 plate, bringing it through inside the top 4. He's looking for a way round Isaac Buck into that second corner. Oh, it's getting busy. The bows were banging, but it's May. On an absolute charge, goes from 3 to 2. Has he got enough left in the tank for the Sinead's Reed Academy rider? In and out of that final corner, May leads it. Oh, 2 riders hit the deck. Buck putting the pressure on May at the line, not quite close enough.
Right, B final for the 8-year-olds. I'm keeping a close eye on what's going on in that turn. Lou and Shamira. It through into the corner. Shamira in there as well. It got all kinds of busy. Henry Dodd in there in that second spot. Tomlinson going through in 4. John George Waddle in 5. He's like, I'm not happy.
Final number 22, the 9-year-old girls B final is on a track. Isabella Henry out of the inside, looking for the whole shot as she heads for turn number 1. Look at that for a lead, ladies and gents. She's going to bring it into that first corner for Hackney BMX. Where is Burnham's Freya Forrest? She put an absolute shift in the semi-final. Was unlucky not to quite make the cut. She's in there in that 2 spot at the moment, doing it for Rustin Racing. Being chased down there by the MCR rider of Verity K. Manchester's finest, in and out of that second corner they go. It's all about Henry at the moment. Hackney BMX absolutely running away with this one. The 172 TNT's Lottie Arnold in there in 4. That looks like Susie Wyatt in 5, doing it for Reactive Racing. But down the final straight, Isabella Henry gonna pick up this 9-year-old girls B final win.
Frankie Jones leading out the 9-year-old B final. We have got Rory Kempsford in there as well, and Jude Shearer. Jude's been on an absolute tear this weekend. I accidentally said he was in the 13-year-old age group earlier on. He's not, he's in the 9s. Never mind, maths was never my strong point. He's going well anyway. He's in there in 3, the 130. That belongs to Augustus Bartolini from the Hawks. Oh, we've lost one in the bottom of the jump. DC Cycles. We will look after him.
10-year-old girls on the track for their B final. Tessa Johnson leading the pack at the moment. Looks like we've got the rider out of Decoy in there behind her. That's the 15 plate. Repping the Hill Skills jersey, sorry. That is B Smith doing it for Peterborough Phantoms, heading in towards that final corner. Johnson, Smith in that order. Looks like we've got a rider out of Green Machine. That's Poppy Weatherly in there inside the top 3. Under pressure though as Layla Dixon pushes all the way down to the line, nicks that 3 spot at the stripe.
Right, 10-year-old boys, the B final. Charlie Blakeburn came up short in the semi-final. He's right there in that second spot behind Dominic Zapanos as they go into turn number 2. The Reactive Racing rider in there in 3 is Noah Northcott. Big battle going on for the 4 at the minute. Getting involved in it is Christian Garbachick, the 18 and the 9 in there as well. The 18, nice Felix Sakina. The 9 belongs to Oscar Marco, and he was less than happy when he went past us here at commentary.
11-year-old girls on track. River Henderson on the outside, looking into the moment as she enters turn number 2, looking for a way round into that 1 spot. But she's got MCR either side of her. That's going to be Una Svensson and Florence Kay. The 7 is Svensson leading it out. Henderson right there with her on her left-hand shoulder as they enter that final corner. Verity Florence Kay. It is inside the top 3. MCR going 1 and 3 at the moment. It looks like that could be Roxy Rowlands in there inside the top 4. Henderson with a late charge though. She's going to nick that 1 spot on the stripe.
Right, 11-year-old boys, the B final. Ollie Bird in there in 2, chasing down Charlie Dowson from BMXHype.com. I can see George Spencer of Reactive Racing in there in 3, being pursued by the 14 of Joseph Jewis and the 32, and that belongs to Seb Staines out of Derby. Hudson is in there as well, and down towards it's on back of him, can't quite make it stick.
12-year-old girls B final on track. That's got to be Darcy Payne. Dragon Riders leading this one through, but she's got company in the form of Ellie Beat, who sticks it right round the outside and goes from 2 to 1. It looks like April Wood is back on track after a crash in a semi-final, pushing hard for that top 4 spot, but she's in there at the moment looking to pick up a podium position in this B final, along with Erin Toogood in 4. The last straight action. Look at that for a lead now, ladies and gents. She's turned on the turbocharge. Ellie Beat, Darcy Payne, April Wood in that order.
Right, we are on to the 12-year-old boys B final. Teddy Jones of BMXHype.com being pursued by Lucas DeWalde, and the 18 of Moray Watson, the 3rd boy. McAvoy doing it for the Maybell Factory. Hugo Dean rounding out the top 5, but it's going to be another B final win for BMXHype. Teddy Jones.
Seb Hewitts picked himself up. Put your hands together for Seb. 13-year-old girls B final. Seren Pritchard, Evolve Collective, Paige Cathcart Cunnison, Savage Racing, and Crank BMX coaching on the 591. That is Tyler Davenport. That's your front 3, the 14 plate in 4. That's Lexi Adams out of DC Cycles. In and out of that final corner they go. Pritchard under pressure from Gunnison. Down the final straight, Pritchard, Gunnison, right the way down to the wire. Who's going to get it on the line? I think it might have been Paige Cathcart, Gunnison.
13-year-old boys, the B final. That looks like Inoni out there in front. Chasing him down. Jack Laplin's getting involved for reactive racing as well. There's two reactive guys in there. Jack Laughlin and Lucas Belton. You can barely tell them apart. In there in 5, Zach Hamill in 6. Moves being made in the final corner. Looks like the reactive guys got in there. Get it at the stripe. I think.
14-year-old girls B final on track, final number 32. That looks like a Hard Knocks bike coaching rider. Isabella Gerard. It was her birthday yesterday, so happy birthday, Bella. She's currently leading it out from the 12 plate of Clara Salmon. It was her birthday earlier on in the week as well, so the front two ladies, recent birthday girls, heading in towards that final turn out front. Salmon looked up the inside of Gerard in that final turn, wasn't quite close enough. It looks like that could be the rider out of Preston, Ellen and Martin pushing all the way down to the stripe. Lily Urbury is going to have to set up for 4 as Martin picks up 3. 14 open class on track. That's Joe Douglas into turn number 2 and back out again. Charlie Wilcox making moves. Works his way from 2 to 1. Douglas in there in 2. That is the 8 plate of Max Bass in 3. Sully Collis in 4. Adam Arnold 5. Dylan Spence in 6. It looks like Harley Steele in 7. And that is going to be Oliver Arnold in 8. But Charlie Wilcox, your race winner.
Right, if you are in an A final, you need to be at the back of the start hill right now. All A finalists at the back of the start hill right now as the Grand Veterans head into turn number 1. Dave Knowles and Ian Milne going 1 and 2. In and out of the turn, Justin Somerville and John Perkins in there as well. And it is Perkins of Brixton in there in 3. Also got Piers Standry, Patrick Graham, Jason Lynn, Ante Fogadich. But Dave Knowles, Manchester BMX Club, into the final turn, followed by Milne. Perkins trying to get on the back of him as they go into the corner. But it's going to be Dave Knowles, the 879. That belongs to Jason Lynn. He's going to pick up the 4.
15-year-old B finalist go Nate Hamilton's had a cracking start, but so has Newton Hindley heading in for that first corner. Hindley's going to hold shot. Harry Bailey's in there in about 3. Brody Geddes in 4. Looks like that is Elvis Lawrence battling it out with Maxwell Lawrence in there in 4, 5 and 6. They're queuing up behind Nate Hamilton at the moment. Hindley's looking for a way round Bailey. He's tracking them down as well. Heading for that final corner. But it's Maybo Factory Team UK. In and out of that final turn they go. It's going to be Hamilton, Hindley, Bailey. Geddes putting the pressure on down to the wire. Who's going to get the 3? I think it was Bailey.
Right, Eden Boone leading now the 16-year-old B final. That is Alex Dunkley in there in 3, being pursued by Eric McSweety. Trying to pick up the rider in 2. I've got a feeling it was Henry Radcliffe out of decoy. But Boone is leading it out, doing it for Savage Racing. Yeah, it is Radcliffe in there in 2. Dunkley, McSweety. And the guy in 5 is Ollie Kirby. 3 machine drive. Boone's under pressure. Boone's under pressure from Radcliffe. Holding on to the stripe.
Final number 37 as we near the end of the B final. 17 to 18-year-olds are a go. Got to be Kai Blaine picking up the whole shot after his crash in yesterday's A final. He's out there at the moment. Malachi O'Reilly in there behind him in the 2 spot. Looks like the 11. Here's John O'Harridy doing it for all of the single ladies out there in MK Evolution. O'Reilly sticks a move on Blaine out in the front of the pack. Who's picking up the 4? Looks like Finn Collis. His riders queuing up behind him though. One of them is Daniel Henry chasing down the SAS rider. They're going through in 5 and 6 at the moment. Harridene's under pressure as they bring it through the final straight. Blaine, O'Reilly, Harridene 1, 2, 3.
Females 19 to 29. Yetska Hemstock shot out of a cannon. She's out there in 1 at the moment. Willet's going through into Becca Gall on yet another race lap. In there in 3, the 21. That belongs to Lydia Webber out of Cardiff on her home track. She's in there in 4 with who's in there in 5. It looks like the other rider from Rexwell Racing, Ella Lamb. Yetska Hemstock bringing it home in the B final for the 19 to 29-year-old ladies. Willards for the 2, Gold for the 3, for the 4.
Josh Cates leads out the final B final of the weekend. in and out of that first corner, going 1 and 2 with the 10X of Lamin Akareli, doing it for Peckham BMX Club. Ben Fitzsimmons in there in 3. Scott Munro Higgs has just been shuffled back to about that 6th spot as he went in towards turn number 2 as he got squashed in the middle of the pack. Kean Brown inside the top 4. Fitzsimmons putting the pressure on Akareli, and Cates through that final straight. It's going to be Josh Cates picking up the win.
Right, on to the A finals. The first one lining up on the top of the gate. It is the female 6 and unders. The 4th moto total points for this one. We have got Larissa out of Decoy and Fluent Bicycle. Time here at Cardiff, round 8 of the British Cycling BMX National Series. 3 of these young ladies hit the deck in Moto 3, but they are the pedalling princesses. The 6 and unders bringing the thunder in and out of turn number 1. I am looking at the young lady in the Cumbernauld kit. That is going to be Isla Goodall. Out in front at the moment, being chased down by Grace Snell of Fluent Bicycle Motocross. In and out of the turn we go. Goodall bringing it down the 3rd straight. The 1,000-yard stir going on, the absolute determination. Grace is in there in 2, that's Adeline in there in 3. And looking like an absolute unicorn, it's Larissa Thoros in there in 4. Race kit of the it's me. Grace for 2, Adeline for 3, and Larissa taking the 4. Boys, another A. Also total points. Ellis Hitchings, Ellis Dowsing, Cody. Here we go again, the 6 and under boys. Look at absolutely fired. Rupert Garnett in there in 2. He's chasing down the 198 of Milo Guerin. They've been swapping wins all day long. And this is the 4th moto. They are battling for the overall. I have no idea of the points. I will leave that one to the transponders of truth. But Guerin, Garnett out in front, absolute standouts, the pair of them. The 460 is Ellis Dowsing, the 558 is Victor Anderson. Garnett's going round the outside, ducks underneath, Guerin and Garnett, oh! Ellis for 3. Well.
The 7-year-old ladies are lining up on the start for their A final. We've got Erin Thoros, Evie Steele, Opal Jones, Senna Rose McCann, Alice Laurie, Peony Ford, Amaria Gibson, and Noah Kerr. Final number 42, the 7-year-old little ladies all go. Where's Noah Kerr? She's on the inside. Peony Ford right there with her as he enter that first corner. Ford gonna pick up the whole shot. Your British champion leads it out. There was a few bows exchanged between Gibson and Laurie, and it's looking like Gibson picks up the advantage through the Dragons back on the 2nd straight. But out front, check her out. Braintree BMX Club, it is Peony Ford, your British champion, leading the way. Amaria Gibson isn't done yet. She's putting the pressure onto Noah Kerr in that 2 spot. Laurie's in 4. That's got to be Erin Thoros in 5. Last in action, in and out they go. It is going to be Peony Ford down the final straight. Kerr's going to hang on to the 2. Amaria Gibson rounds out the podium. 7-year-old boys lining up on the gate for their final. We've got Parker Gray, Oliver Savage, Freddie Mitchellmore, Ruben McAllister, Jack Byrne, Jensen Dyke, Alejandro Crudo Estevez, and Luke Barron. The 7-year-old boys are on track. Final number 40 through. The 43, a bucket load of them go airborne through that first jump. It's going to be Jensen Dyke making up for all of the mishaps this weekend. He's leading it through. Your whole shot holder. Who's that there with him? Got to be Luke Barron out of Allen's factory. Jack Baird, your British champion. He's in there in 3. Alejandro Crudo Estevez in 4. Parker Gray's in 5, but Jensen Dyke, Rusty Nut Racing and Bernard BMX, they are queuing up behind him. Look at them go. It's getting all sorts of busy. Estevez and Gray banging bows. It's going to be Dyke, Barron, Ben, 1, 2, 3. Estevez rounds out the top 4.
Right, moving on, 8-year-old girls are up next. 4th, Moto, Esme Anderson, Sophia Rees, Ada Warner, Elsie Hopkins, Ada Porter, and Erin Doney. Fourth Moto for the 8-year-old girls. This one's total points. I've got a feeling Esme Anderson is in control of it at the moment, but Sophia Rees is right there with her. Erin Doney in that 3rd spot. Bonus points for the 80s looking race kit. We love that one here at commentary. But out front at the minute, it is Esme Anderson. Moto 1 and Muck-Off heading into that 2nd turn. Sophia Rees is within striking distance, but Esme is going to have to make a pretty huge mistake if Sophia is going to get past. Esme, Sophia, Erin, the 366, that is Ada. The 574 is Ada Porter, and the 906 belongs to Elsie Hopkins. But I think it's going to be another win for Esme Anderson, taking it to the line. 8-year-old boys up next. Sandy Sounds, Harrison Slater, Charlie Bromilo, Ruben Lamb, Arthur Kinch, Oliver Bridle, Jasper Eels, and Shelby Yates. Here we go, the 8-year-old boy, Shelby Yates on the inside. He's got Jasper Eels right there with him. They are neck and neck into the turn, and Shelby gets his nose in front. So, Yates, Eels, who's got that 3rd spot right now? It looks like Merseyside BMX Club's Ruben Lamb. Charlie Bromilo's in there in 5, Sandy Sounds in 6. I was trying to pick up the rider in there in about 5 at the moment, but holding off Jasper Eels, but it's not over till they cross the line. Shelby has a little peek just to see where Jasper is. The answer right on the back wheel. Shelby to the stripe. Shelby from Jasper. Ruben in there in 3. And I think it was Oliver Bridle in 4.
9-year-old girls lining up on the gate for their final. We've got Flick Brentnell, Izzy Moore, Madeline Malloy, Abigail Henning, Orla Jewis, Matilda Hewitt, Mabel Pine, and Maggie Devine. Oh, it all went wrong out of the gate for the BRE rider, Izzy Moore. Not sure what happened, but the scrap headed for that first corner. Maggie Devine, Matilda Hewitt. That's going to be your 1 and 2 who's picking up the 3. Look at Abigail Henning throwing bones in that first corner. Orla Jewis has been shuffled back to 4. Here comes Mabel Pine in 5. Madeline Malloy in 6. Flick Brentnell 7. And that is Izzy Moore in 8. for third straight action. Your European number 7 leads this one through. The 184 of Tilly Hewitt is not done yet though. She's looking for a way round inside the top 2, in and out of that final corner. They're going to drag race, but it's going to be defined. Maybo Factory Team UK, who's going to get the 3? Oh, that was tight. I think Henning might have just gone. 9-year-old boys lining up on the gate for their final. We've got Logan Aceto, Arlo Payne, Oscar Rutherford, Oliver Pritchard, Joseph Claydon, Teddy Gorman, Petter Bunchik and Archie Fisher. The 9-year-old boys are bringing the noise. Wiz Fisher is on the inside, heading for turn number 1. The British champion picks up the whole shot. He's going 1 and 2 with Petter Bunchik out of the Peckham Massive, who's picking up the 3. He's here on his home track. That's gotta be Oliver Pritchard. Oh, but he's exchanging bows with the rider out of PCR, Joey Claydon. Claydon with the high-low makes his stick. He picks up the final podium spot. As things stand, Teddy Gorman back there at about 5 at the moment. Got it all to do if he wants to find a way past Pritchard into the final corner. It's Archie Fisher though, your British champion, gonna pick up the win on day number 2 here at Gosport, here at Cardiff. Who's gonna pick up the 2 and 3? Bunchik for 2. Claydon rounds out the podium.
Right, 10-year-old girls are up next. We have got Alice Barrett, Amelia Brain, Panonica Castro Larch, Autumn Moore, Lauren Snell, Emika Gibson, Maisie Dyson and Miss. Ten-year-old girls, this is going to be a pretty close final. Ella Grant taking to the sky. Maisie Dyson in there as well. Here comes Emika Gibson, Ice Bikes right in there on the inside. Barron in there in about 6 at the moment, but it's all about absolute bicycle motocross. The 12 in there in that 4th spot is Autumn Moore out of Exeter BMX Club. Lauren Snell rounding out the 5. In and out the turn we go. Grant doing it for absolute. She's about to pass her teammates into the final turn. Dyson's waiting for an opportunity. Is he going to come? In and out we go, down the final straight. Grant, Dyson, Dyson's getting closer. Dyson's getting closer. Steals it at the line. Wow, wow, wow. It was all Ella Grant till 2 bike lengths from the line. And Maisie Dyson stole it away. 10-year-old boys, here we go. Alfie Thorne, Oakley Hill, Callum Wood, Congaran, Seb Perry, Alex Fittols, Big Hens, Henry Sullivan and Antek Perebny. Ten-year-old boys, this is going to be an absolute banger of a final. And look at the 2 guys going at it. The World 3 and the European champion, Antek Perebny and Henry Sullivan, scrapping it out down the... Oh! And Perebny. Wow, wow, wow. See. Meanwhile, Henry Sullivan worked his way past the European champion. He's going to try and bring it home. Perebny's not done yet. He's... Alex Fittols, 1, 2, 3. For my word, Antek Perebny. Wow. Sport key, anyone?
Whew. That was all sorts of chaos, and that was only the 10-year-old boys. We've got the 11-year-old girls lining up on the gate for their final. We've got Abby Graham, Arabella Denton, Emma Dean, Molly Tomlinson, Rosie Geddes, Pia Lamb, Florence Dyson and Holly Bishop. The 11-year-old ladies hear the track. Where's Priya Lam? She's on the inside, but no one is going to catch your world number 8 into that first corner. It's all about Holly Bishop. Halo Wheels race team at the moment. Who's out of the Bradford Bandits crew? Right there with a glue to her back wheel. Florence Dyson wants to find a way round into that second corner. That's Lam in there for 3. Dyson looked under, wasn't quite close enough, so it's Bishop, Dyson, Lam in that order. That looks like Denton in there in 4. Here we go into the final corner. Has Dyson got enough left in the towel? Throws it under, tries to make it stick. Drag race it down the final straight. She's gonna nick it at the line, just like her sister did a few races ago. What are they feeding them kids back in Bradford? 11-year-old boys up on the gate. We've got Jack Haynes, Jesse Rose, Tobias Groves, Rex Ford, Betty Wills, Aidan Baptiste, Seth Kacharik and Ethan Shaw. 11-year-old boys. Aidan Baptiste gets a good start, but Ethan Shaw absolutely blowing for turn number 1. Seth Kacharik's on the inside. It's lanes 2 and 1, going 1 and 2 into that first corner. Baptiste, Jesse Rose tried to thread the needle, and he ended up in all sorts of traffic, so he's back there at about 5 or 6 now. But you're now a national champion from 2025. Ethan Shaw, look at that for a lead, ladies and gentlemen, in a national final. Shaw, Kacharik, Baptiste, Rex Ford's holding off all sorts of challenges from the 13 of Tobias Groves. Haynes is in there in 6, Rose 7 and Wills in 8, but no one is catching Pro Star's Ethan Shaw. Seth Kacharik picks up a podium finish after a cracking lap.
Next up, 12-year-old girls, we have got Bonnie Dudley, Rachel Pritchard, Maisie Egan, Izzy Underhill, Amelia Rowe, Neve France Brotherton, Freya Monforte and Trixie Trays. 12-year-old girls absolutely flying down the straight. Into the turn we go. Trixie Trays, Amelia Rowe, Freya Monforte in there in that 3rd spot as they come out of the turn. Looking at the template in there in 4. That is Izzy Underhill out of decoy. Maisie Egan back there in about 6, but pushing hard. But it's the 1 plate leading it into the final turn. Sorry, the 2 plate. It is Trixie Trays. She's Trays Amaze flying down the final straight. Here comes Trixie. Freya's looking for the 2, battling with the 5, taking it to the stripe. Wow. I have a feeling Amelia Rowe nicked the 2. Freya's going to end up with the 3, but Trixie Trays took the win. This could be the final of the day. Mac Finlay, Kylan Gordon, Edward Cordery, Freddie Ray Orland, Benny Jackson, Preston Newmarsh Powell, the European champion Finlay Munro, and Connor Hemphill. Hold on to your hats, people, because this is about to unload in the biggest way possible. Finlay Munro, the European number 1, in and out of the turn in front, but look who's tracking him down on that 2nd straight. Connor Hemphill, Benny Jackson, Preston Newmarsh Powell, 1, 2, 3 and 4. But Finlay Munro in the colours of Allen'sBMX.com. The confidence genie is well and truly out of the bottle. He's taking it home. Benny Jackson.
13-year-old girls up on the gate for their final. We've got Olivia Webb, Lauren Keller, Elsie Blight, Grace Gerard, Poppy May Kirby, Millie Ross, Iris Hyder and Freya Harries. Iris Hyder and Freya Harris have been going blow for blow all season long. Who's going to get the upper hand here on day 2 at Cardiff? It's going to be Harris with the whole shot. Hyder's not done yet though. In and out of that first corner, it's looking like we've got Green Machine inside the top 3. That's going to be Poppy May Kirby. Millie Ross is in 4. Looks like we've got a Hard Knocks rider, Grace Gerard in 5. Hyder though, hunting down Harris at the front of the pack. It's your World 7 and your national champion going into that final corner. Moto 1 and Pure Bicycles looking like Harris is going to hang on. Hyder taking it to the wire. It's going to be Harris though with the win. Who's running out of the podium? Millie Ross mixing on the stripe. 13-year-old boys up on the gate. Let's get you introduced. We've got Zach Everly, Archie Bell, Harry Swales, Leighton Harding, Ronnie Payne, Archie Croker White, Leah Rowlands and James Bibby. Leah Rowlands gets a cracking gate in the 13 boys. He's shutting the door as well as he heads for that first corner. Rowlands leads it out. Ronnie Payne takes advantage of what he performed, but he's just been shuffled back to 3 as James Bibby got involved in that first corner. Looks like we've lost Archie Croker White on the second straight. Bibby's not done yet. He's hunting down the W3. It's the world number 3 and the national champion going 1 and 2. The 9 is Ronnie Payne inside the top 3. The 7 looks like Leighton Harding. But Rowlands out front, looking like he could pick up this win. Bibby's not done yet though. He's going to keep him honest to the line. Mamo Factory Team, Pro Star BMX, Jump Club S&M Source. Put your hands together for Archie Croker White, ladies and gents. He's picked himself up and going to walk away.
Esme Ward. "14-year-old girls heading down the hill. It's a tough class. And 2 of the toughest are in 1 and 2. Esme Ward and Ruby Warren. Looks like Martha Cotton diving underneath, looking for that 3rd place. Being tracked down by Eva Zerzek and Naya O'Connell. That is your 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Molly Fumey Carroll in 6. Anushka Jones in 7. Nora Syra in 8. Oh, it's all change at the front. Ruby Warren has stolen it away from Esme Ward. Esme's got 1 more straight to pull it back. It looks like she might not have the time. Ruby Warren to the line. Esme for 2. Martha Cotton rounding out the 3. 14-year-old boys, another absolute banger of a final upcoming. Ethan Crooks Martin, Harry Tyers, Charlie Bob Craig, Roland Elves, JP Jack Perkins, Max McNulty, Freddie Parkinson and James Miller. The 14-year-old boys, I don't know if I want to commentate or just sit here and watch. JP, Jack Perkins, Hard Knocks bike coaching, picking up the whole shot. Miller's chasing him down towards turn number 2. Roland Ells in 3, Freddie Parkinson diving underneath, looking for that podium position. But it's the front 2, Perkins versus Miller into the final turn. Change of lines. Miller's lining him up for the drag race. Perkins and Miller to the stripe. Parkinson's gone down. JP gets it. JP from Miller. Meanwhile, Freddie Parkinson has a roll round in the final turn.
Put your hands together for Freddie, ladies and gents.
Yeah, he's all right, I think. You scratch that new helmet? No, that's all right then.
Grand Vets up on the gate for their final. We've got John Bentley and Neil Cheney, Neil Waddington, Christos Chilkos, Stu Little, Fitzroy Bryce, Brett Knight and Matt Haywood. Hold on to your hats, people. This one could get interesting. Fitzroy Bryce goes airball through the first jump. Jordan struggles to keep it upright, but somehow manages. He's banging boats into the turn with Stu Little, but Matt Haywood avoids all the carnage and goes round the outside. Haywood out there in one, doing it for the Royal Air Force. Fitzroy Bryce is under pressure. Brett Knight got squeezed. Stu Little having an absolute killer year so far. He's getting there in that 2 spot. Bryce and Chilkos heading for the final turn. Chilkos on the inside. Haywood, Little, them 2 guys have checked out. Brett Knight looking for a last straight to pick off Chilkos at the line. Chilkos is going to hang on.
Right, veterans up next. 40 plus, Danny Taylor, Matt Eaton, Mark Vries, Mark Moore, Grant Yerbury, Dylan Dixon, Zoltan Boudet and John Lillingston. Oh, somebody twitched and went well early. Not sure who that was. Meanwhile, Lillingston and Dixon heading into turn number 1. That's Mark Moore in there in 3. Battling away with Yerbury, I think it is. Oh no, it's Danny T. So Taylor in 3, Moore in there in 4. That looks like Boudet in 5, but John Lillingston, Moto 1 Mukoff, taking it into the final corner. He's got this one on lock. Lillingston takes it to the stripe. Dylan Dixon, and he's going to hold on to the 2. I think he gave up the 3.
Masters up on the gate for their final. We've got Mitchell Smith, George Higley, Matthew Bourne, Billy Irwin, Dave James, Tom Palmer, Sean Issett and Billy Luckhurst. Masters hit the track. Palm Dogs in this one, going neck and neck with Luckhurst down the hill, but Luckhurst gets his nose ahead into turn number 1. Billy Luckhurst, Tom Palmer, that's your 1 and 2. Where's Sean Issett? He's in there in about 3. Billy Irwin's in 4. Dangerous Davis in there in 5. Second turn action. Look at Issett tracking down a podium spot. Palm Dog's not done yet. He's trying to chase Luckhurst for the final turn, but Billy Luckhurst looking good for another national win in the Masters class. Luckhurst, Palm Dog, Issett, Dangerous Dave's worked his way to a top 4 spot. Matthew Bourne for 5.
Right, this is the one I've been waiting for all day long. The 15-year-old boys final. We have got Heath Osborne, Oliver Tyres, and Kobe Rayford. The Open 15s are living the BMX dream. Who's going to take the national win? James Cottrell into the turn. Cotty in there in 2. Guppy's going around for 3, but here comes Kobe Rayford. He's got skills. Cotty's got power. Who's going to make it count? Toby Lynch is not done yet. He's in there in 3. Evan Barley in there in 5. Kobe steals the lead away. Cotty gets swallowed up in the turn. He's been shuffled back to 4. Rayford, Lynch, Guppy, Cotty, Evan Barley rounding out the 5. Oscar Jewell picking himself up in the final corner. Unbelievable racing from the 15-year-old boys. It is literally my favourite class in BMX. Absolutely immense. Brilliant, boys, well done. Female 15s Afia Big, Emily Grimm, Katie Miller, Libby Coppin, Ellie Moore, Rin Serafina Gianolino, Sidoni Cleve and Amelie Eaton. "15-year-old girls trying to pick up where the boys have just left up, and Amelie Eaton, Pro-Stop BMX, absolutely firing at the minute. She's in there in one. Sidoni Cleave Stay Strong in two. We've got Crucial BMX's Libby Coppin on her home track, wanting to give the fans what they came for. Here comes Rin Serafina Gianolino, the one play belonging to Katie Miller, in there in five, swapping and changing in the final turn, but Amelie Eaton.
16 open class up on the gate for their final. We've got Cooper McCrum, Jack Davey, Ollie Turblanche, Freddie Franklin, Freddie Entwistle, Elijah Jamira, Bradley James and Lucas Seeley. The 16 boys all go. Two riders out of Rab Racing. Oh, Elijah Jamira was absolutely shot out of a cannon, but got swallowed up in traffic into that first corner. It's Lucas Seeley, the other Rab Racing rider. Bradley James, Freddie Franklin right there with him. Franklin round the outside of James to turn number two. Jamira's in there in four. Bradley James and Freddie Franklin having a big old scrap for that two spot. Can anyone catch Lucas Seeley? It does not look like it at the moment, but as we go on the exit of turn number three, Seeley, Franklin, Jamira's pushing James to the line. Jamira's looking like he might have just put two Rab Racing riders into the podium. 16 girls up on the gate for the A final. We've got Ruby Walford, Jessie Leasley, Eliza French, Tana Price, Grace Burge, Summer Glynn, Ailey Watson and Lottie Brown. The 16-year-old girls are on track. Ailey Watson, Lottie Brown, been battling it out for a few seasons now, and it's going to be Lottie. Can't stop, won't stop. Brown, your current national champion, leading it in and out of that first corner. Who's here? Whether it's still Watson picking it up. Looks like Burgess inside the top three. She's been chased down though by a Tana Price out of the Peckham BMX Club. In and out of that second corner they go. Absolute bicycle motocross. Look at that for a lead, ladies and gents. She's absolutely flying into that final corner as Absolute go wild on that final turn. Brown looking like she's going to pick up the win. The 1, the 0-1 is under pressure though. The 3 of Burgess going to nick that 2 spots.
Moving on, 17 to 18-year-old girls. Rosie O'Brien, Eleanor Curtis, Imogen Cockrell, Sophie Caniston, Esme, Sophie. Right, there are a couple of ladies on this track who are looking for a win on home territory, and 2 of them are heading into the turn. Sophie Elwood and Sabina Ashman, they are 1 and 2 at the moment. Here comes Amelia Reveley creeping up behind, just waiting for the opportunity to get by. Imogen Cockrell's in there as well. Rosie O'Brien trying to get involved, but it's Elwood holding it on down the straight. Emily's worked her way past Sabina Ashman. They are 1, 2, 3 into the final corner. Esme Brooke in there in 4. Sophie Elwood. 17, 18-year-old boys, Samson Townsend, Amos Guppy, Malachi Price, Eli Smith, Ollie Coppin, Jaden Fawcett, Thomas Miller and Henry Err. (17 to 18-year-old boys), more watts than a Small Towns Power Station. In and out we go. Henria, Thomas Miller. Guppy in there as well. Into the corner we go. In and out. Absolute bicycle motocross at 1 and 3. The 859. It's out there in front. To be Henria. Pressure coming though from Thomas Miller. Miller. Guppy. Absolute bicycle motocross for the win. Ollie Hopping in third.
19 to 29-year-old ladies up on the gate for their final. We've got Megan Kirby, Lucy Monday, Molly Nice, Izzy Hurry, Imogen Gibson, Tilly McCrum, Mega Gerard and Remy Godfrey. Nineteen to 29-year-old ladies are a go in final number 67. Megan Gerard's had an absolutely blinding start, but Remy Godfrey on the inside into turn number 1. Lucy Monday trying to go around the outside of Gerard, can't quite make his stick, so it stays strong. Rab racing, that's your 1 and 2. Monday's in there in 3. Izzy Hurry's making it stick in 4, working her way around the outside, but out front looking good. Gerard isn't done yet though, putting the pressure on Godfrey's ahead for that final corner. Hurry's trying to pick off a podium position in that last turn. Remy Godfrey, Megan Gerard, Lucy Monday, Izzy Hurry. That's how they're going to bring it home. 1, 2, 3 and 4. 19 to 29-year-olds up on the gate for their final. We've got Luke Davies-Hayes, Dexter Gambe, Josh Wallace, Charlie Roy, Jaden Seaward, Alfie Pax, Daniel Kay and Theodore Peterkin. Final 68 and 19, 29-year-olds are a go. Theodore Peterkin, what an absolutely blinding start. Yesterday's winner, Alfie Bax, right there. Oh, chaos in the first corner. Seaward hits the deck as Bax makes his move and goes from 2 to 1. Peterkin's not done yet, though. He's going to chase Bax on the exit of turn number 2. Charlie Roy's in 3, Dexter Gambe in 4, Josh Wallace in 5. Peterkin, last turn action. Look at that for a high-low. Can he make his stick? Bax, Peterkin. That's how they're going to bring it down to the wire. Peterkin with a late charge. Gambe's going to nick the 3 spots. Jaden Seaward, 2 days on the bounce, ends up on the floor. Put your hands together for him and Dan Kay, ladies and gents.
Right, me and Lewis are going to move over as the Junior Open are on top of the hill. Sean Brown. No Cody Coker, unfortunately. Finn Phillips. JTL Simpson Davis. Noah Everly. Heath Thomas. James Clitheroe. Kai Bowen. Junior Open from the 8-metre hill. Here we go. Junior Open, this one's gonna be a blinder. If Clitheroe wins, he's won the title. In and out of the turn, and he's picked up the whole shot. JTL Simpson Davis in there in 2. Everly in 3. Kai Bowen in there in 4. As they head into the corner, Finn Phillips trying to get involved as well. There's 2 more straight to go, and anything can happen. Clitheroe into the final turn. JTL Simpson Davis right there on the back of him. Here comes Everly. Clitheroe to the line. The title goes to Hard Knocks and James Clitheroe. Just hang on, my motor sheets to go. This before, do you know what I mean? Right, penultimate final here at the park. Norman. Bicycles, Jared Hill. Team George Hunt. Callum Russell. Down the that corner like a Christmas turkey and worked his way into the lead. George Hunt's gonna throw it in, can't quite make it. Underneath him, Russell's dived on the inside, stolen it away. Marnham back on him, trying to work his way round. Russell, Marnham, Hunt, Hartwell. 1, 2, 3, 4. Jared Hill in 5. Ash Bosch, superclass racing at its best. Right, next up, the final of the weekend. Dictates I have to do the thank yous. First up, the guys out and Black. They pick up, send you off to A&E as and when necessary. We have weekend. It's been absolutely mental. First-hand experience of the and the professionalism that they provide us, and they have absolutely smashed it this week. Girls he's racing. They do an amazing job week in, week out. And host club here at this round of the very first time they have been able to put on a big show for us. Absolutely blow. Make some noise for Cardiff BMX. We go to the final of the week. For others, Evie Webster. Championship women, the final of the weekend. Someone ring the fire brigade because Annalise Cadman-Carpenter has been absolutely on fire. She's won all 3 motos so far. She's looking for the 4. And here she comes down the 3rd straight. Halo wheels out front and in control. Evie Webster in there in 2. Megan Roy in 3. Lorianne Carruthers in 4. Anya Matern-Alonso in 5. But the win goes to Annalise Cadman-Carpenter. Webster for 2. Carruthers for 3. Thank you so much for supporting the British Cycling BMX National Series. If you are heading off to Australia for the Worlds, travel safe, race hard, give it everything you've got, and I will see you there. Wherever you are headed, have a safe journey home. We'll see you at Derby. Round 7 and 8 of the National Series over and out.